Oh, fais mes 44, comme ça, c'est pas grave. Ah, mais il est déjà parti. So we are checking something.
I don't think I can change backup server. Ah, okay, maybe this one. No, I can't change stream key when I open a new account. If I do edit. Huh. I can't.
J'ai pas les chiffres, moi c'est ça qui m'intéresse, c'est pas que tu parles avec le téléphone. Non, mais ce qui m'intéresse, c'est que je veux juste un compteur avec des chiffres. C'est chronomètre, mais il est des settings quelque part. Et attends, non, fais pas ça. On va se mettre en mode avion. C'est déjà qu'ils se mettent pas à sonner tout bout de champ. Horloge. Ok, c'est pas là. Paramètres. Rechercher. Timer.
I can't open this without streaming through Zoom. That link that I have in this link I can't edit the link in the YouTube channel. So it has to be through Zoom, which is called this custom.
But if we use our account, it records automatically to the cloud. Maybe we just have to do that, but it's a poor resolution. We'll try to get the video from us at 20. Okay, but we try to record anyway. Okay, in this case, we just try to record. And I'm trying to see how, okay. I'm trying to have something just to tell me the timing, but I don't want it to ring. I know, but I need to know how many minutes we have left. You know, that's a very important thing. Okay, so what I will do, I will use the timer, but it will ring one minute after, so we shouldn't be disturbed, I hope. Okay, so
I'm closing this live. I don't think from my end, I don't think live will work.
What do you mean live?
I can't stream from Zoom to live to YouTube here.
Ah, okay. Okay, this doesn't work. And if I do it, you say, then, but we have different accounts. But who is doing the streaming to our YouTube channel? Okay, we cannot have two streamings on our channel. Yeah, good. Oh, how can we listen to Gerpage Talker talk?
Well, from the another
because, it's starting in 7 minutes.
Maybe from YouTube, let me see. So Refik, Charlie is making you the host, and she asked you to make her a co-host, so she can help switching off microphones and things like that. Okay. Co-host, yes.
Actually, what's the interest of a timer if it doesn't stay on? That's totally crazy. So I have also to find my. Okay, Zoom. So which link? No. The link to connect my phone to the YouTube. The link to join the Zoom. So if somebody asks me what is the link, how can yeah, but we have put online events on YouTube. We shouldn't do that because it won't be immediately on YouTube. Will it be? So we have to remove. We have to remove that from here. But how people can get the link? They don't know where it is. I really hate this idea of recording, registering, or whatever. What? Yes, please send me the link to Ars Electronica. This is what people want to know. There is nothing that makes more sense. We'll probably turn the light off. Yeah, no, not all of them, but at least the one close to this, and maybe close to this as well. So yeah, this is most of them because we didn't move the table. So yes. And when I will come here, we turn off the lights here. Okay, good. So Charlie, you sent to me the link we should give to the people. Oh, it's live YouTube? Oh, yeah. But this is a German version. So if I speak German, I'm not sure to be translated. It's embarrassing. I mean, because I'm not translatable in German. Nobody understands. So when we don't have the online event, okay.
Ah, it started.
Okay.
Yes.
Welcome. Welcome.
And that's the German version, so it's not translated in this one. Okay, so yeah, I was looking for what are the last number of this link You have no idea how lost I am. And we are in a very good shape, and we did a lot of sport today, so we are fresh, and our brain is working 100%. So we'll know exactly what to say because we learn everything by heart. I don't find the link. I really don't find the link. Oh, Zoom meeting invitation. That the one with 702 at the end? Yeah. Because this is for the phone thing. But this is, you know, I need this to be, it's when I push maybe it's when I start the thing.
Hello and welcome to Ars Electronica 2020. Welcome to the start of a very unusual and for us rather new form of festival. A festival that itself has grown into a huge global network of festivals. A platform for more than 160 project partners and partner institutions who together with us are joining for these next 5 days to celebrate this wonderful world of art, technology, innovation, and who are analyzing and investigating how these new technologies are shaping our world, our society, our culture, and how we as artists, as people from the creative and cultural sector, can contribute to a better, more human development of this digital world. Of course, it has been very much due to the circumstances of the global corona crisis and lockdown that very soon it was clear to us that Ars Electronica this year would have to happen in a completely different way. We would have to go online, of course, something that for Ars Electronica and many of our partners in the digital world is a very usual thing, but none of us has ever made this endeavor, ever gone into this risk of really trying to not only broadcast your own content, not just putting up a local festival and then send it out to the world, but creating a platform where we are not presenting but sharing, where we are getting in dialogue and communication, in exchange and in interaction. And I think this is one of the most important things that we can do and that we have to do. We see on a global scale how solidarity is going back, how continents, countries are isolating each other, where even now within societies we feel and we see a tremendous amount of extremism, a tremendous amount of loss of faith, loss of trust. And I think in particular, art, culture, sciences are those areas of our society, of our world, who depend on exchange and communication and who have to contribute to exchange and communication. And this is actually what this year's Ars Electronica is about. It's not so much about the topics that we are discussing, which are of course very important, but the real topic, the real theme of this year's Ars Electronica is the network. A network that we created all together, a festival that is not a festival from us here in Linz, for you, for the audiences, but a festival that we are doing together, coming together, doing together, working together, talking to each other. I mean, these are the inspiring things of a festival. A festival is never just the program that you present. The quality of a festival depends on the quality of exchange, the possibilities to meet each other, the inspiration that grows out of this coming together. And this was a wonderful experience to see after this very depressing first months of the Corona lockdown, that more and more of you partners were joining us and contributing with your own energy, with your own inspirations, really also helping out to say, okay, yes, this is the direction where we want to go.
We are here on the main square of Linz, the city that has a long tradition in transformation. A transformation that is coined by industry, by other circumstances, but also by the culture and by the arts. And what you see around me is a circle of 120 chairs from the wonderful Baroque monastery of St. Florian. Each chair is representing the absence of the guests that we are normally expecting. But in times like that, where nobody is able to travel, this is a symbol for the beautiful transformation the international crowd is doing normally in this 1 week when Ars Electronica is on in the city of Linz.
Ars Electronica 2020 in
Silicon Valley,
Linz,
Oslo,
Belgrade, Montreal,
Tequila, Riga,
Barcelona,
Auckland, Osaka,
Seoul,
Australia,
Yamaguchi,
Adriatic Sea, Porto, New York, Athens, Moscow, Paris,
London.
Of course, we have important topics to talk, and many of you have in particular addressed the probably most important topic of our times, which is not really the Corona crisis, but even more so the climate crisis, the big environmental disaster that we are going to. And it's exciting to see how many artists, cultural activities are addressing this topic right now. And of course there is the second very important topic and theme, the conflict between autonomy, democracy and the digital technologies. Will democracy even be able to survive in the age of social media and artificial intelligence? Will we be able to develop a new understanding of the importance of our autonomy, of our self-determination as an important part to contribute again to that way how we are developing this digital world. The digital world is, as we all know, no longer just a technical infrastructure. It's really a living space, it's a social space, and it depends on us how we are designing the circumstances under which we can act and live in this space. And we see, of course, these dramatic activities all over the world. We see the huge protests in Hong Kong, we see the big problems in Belarus, we see the problems in many European countries, and of course we have the huge turmoil going on in the US in front of this big election campaign that is going on. All these are areas where we as a society have to take our stand. We have to take up our responsibilities, and we see in all these countries, in all these areas, it's very often the artists, the creative people who are leading the activities, who are going in front, who are using new technologies to empower, to support the communities and their needs and their desires and their fight against oppression. So these are some of the things that will be strongly in the focus of these 5 days. There will be wonderful concert events, performances from many of your countries. There will be exciting views where we can see interesting collaborations of artists and scientists doing new types of research, and not only investigating the way how our world is changing, but contributing to it. Art is taking action. This is a very inspiring and very hope-giving development that we could strongly see. In particular, in one of our huge program areas, the pre-Ars Electronica. We have wonderful and exciting prize-winning projects in the pre-Ars Electronica, in the Stars Prize of the European Commission. These are all projects that really have the power to lead the way for not only here, for us in Austria, but I think for all of us globally. So please take all your energy, your excitement with which you were helping to put these 5 days together. Take it along through the next 5 days. Let's make all together a wonderful and strong festival, a network of festival that is carried on by all of us. And thanks for your contribution.
Our next session is part of both Garden Hong Kong by the School of Creative Media and Garden Thessaloniki by Mindspaces. Going on a journey to Hong Kong and LA, we're diving into the work of artists Refik Anadol and Maurice Benayoun, who are introducing their collaborative artwork Dialogue. Refik and Maurice are developing dialogue in the framework of the European project Mindspaces, which is part of the European Commission STARTS initiative. The team around Mindspaces conduct research into functionally and emotionally appealing architectural and spatial designs, and are working with technologies such as AR and VR, as well as multi-sensing technologies like wearable EEGs or physiological sensing. All of those approaches are closely linked with Refik's and Maurice's artistic practice, who both have been exploring and challenging spatial experiences for many years. And now, without further ado, let's hand over to Refik and
Prize Young Professionals. Und worum es da geht, das lasse ich die.
Refik, can you add Roman as a co-host?
Oh, co-host, yes.
Website.
Now he is co-host. Everyone is co-host.
Von einem Algorithmus analysiert und nach inhaltlicher Relevanz.
All right. One more coffee.
Unnötigsten.
Yeah, I should have started with the coffee. It's true.
Oldschool Nadeldrucker, weil das der einzige ist, der noch dieses Endlospapier befördern kann. Herausgepickt, ausgedruckt, dann läuft das über dieses Band, da kann man sich diese Nachrichten angucken und anschließend zerstört. Da unten ist ein Schredder. Der Haufen an Papierschnipseln wird größer, sowie der Ersparnis an verwendeter Leseleistung. Die Installation sortiert wie ein Rechenbreak, der Name, die unnötigen Informationen aus und sammelt sie in einem Haufen. Ich fand das großartig. Ich finde das auch immer. Ich habe mich mit den Machern längere Zeit unterhalten und irgendwann kamen wir auch darauf, wie haben die das denn eigentlich mit dem Algorithmus gemacht, der das analysiert und nach Relevanz sortiert? Und dann grinsten die beiden etwas verschmitzt und sagten, also wir haben die Nachrichten, die da jetzt gerade durchlaufen, gerade auf der Zugfahrt hierher nach Linz. Der Algorithmus ist nicht ganz fertig gemacht.
Hi, Refik.
Und das ist, glaube ich, eine
Refik.
die Sie bei KI ganz oft
we are online, so I will stop listening to the introduction talk, and I guess we have to start now.
Yes.
So it's really fantastic to be together here to talk about our new project. And you are presently, maybe we have to say that clearly, you are in Los Angeles and
yes.
I'm in Hong Kong.
Yes.
And of course, we hope that our friends around the world can figure out what we are talking about. So first, I would like to thank Ars Electronica for this invitation, which is a fantastic opportunity for us to talk about research we have been working on for the last year. And this is something that should come very soon in reality. And we wanted to share with you the birth of our babies. And for this, of course, we have to say a little bit about ourselves. Terrific.
Hello again. Hello, Linz or everywhere in the world. Very happy to be here with Maurice today. As a media artist, we all inspire from the community of Ars Electronica, and I'm really honored to be here with everyone. And thanks to the entire Ars Electronica team who is behind this monster organization. So thank you for putting together, not dropping the ball in such a hard time. So I am in Los Angeles right now in the studio, and Maurice in Hong Kong, and then we are working with Mindspaces project, and it is a very special consortium with many partners, which Maurice can also mention. So we are working together, major group of people, thinking together, imagining together. So today we will share these unique baby steps of aliens.
Yeah, thank you, Refik. I wanted also specifically to thank Manuela Hillman and Crystal Bauer for this invitation and the great support we had. Because in Hong Kong, we set up a kind of big garden with something like more than 30 content projects, artwork, conference, symposiums, symposia, and workshop and exhibition and video interviews and so on. So we had a lot of fun, and it was a very good pretext for us to do this stuff that remain undone without that. So I think the first thing we should do to, as an introduction, is to introduce our working environment. And so, Refik, I think you should start. You have a wonderful studio, and I think it's a really great thing to share it with our friends. Yeah.
Switching to the live camera. Hope you can.
Yeah, we have your image. So you
okay.
have to reverse. I guess you want to reverse after
yes.
the other lens. Yes, great.
Yes. So right now we are in the studio. One of the aliens that is getting alive is here, currently getting information from the weather data, and currently it is creating its first maybe dreams, Maurice, maybe the first steps, the first learning its own settings. It's a prototype in the room. And the studio here in Los Angeles is really trying to create symbiotic relationship with machine intelligence. And especially also in this research, we have been working with machine learning algorithms and trying to narrate this really challenging world of latent space. And as we all know, the AI now is sorting information in many different dimensions, which is really impossible to perceive unless we have a research tool. So I think this Mindspaces project will be also exploring this invisible space in the mind of a machine. And we are trying to create this kind of symbiotic relationship between different levels of millions of information, image archives, video archives, sound archives, text archives. So this is one of the prototype of like using real-time information, and the aliens will be communicating each other. And while they are communicating, they will be creating like symbiotic relationships. And this is one of the most important part of the research that will eventually become a part of the alien, which will be connected soon. So the other part of the studio, maybe traditionally many media artists in our studios, we have exciting spaces. And what is really fun to have is not only just computers, but we have also different tools that are allowing us to sculpt this world of data and algorithms. So in this room, I want to show you another friend, another entity that is trying to narrate its own self is this machine. This friend doesn't have a name, but its job is just trying to create three-dimensional data sculptures, 3D printing, large-scale physical entities, and then later on becoming a part of the research as well. And this time we have the robotic mind will be augmenting. And I think very cliche, every media artist and their lots of electronics, lots of cables. So we are going to the space that. So this is the entrance of the studio. And here we are very well known and inspired from deep space. And also it's one of our environment where we imagine architecture as a canvas. As a studio, we have been also researching with algorithms that are trying to understand the invisible patterns inside latent space, which are data paintings, and exploring different amounts of information and different level of augmentation of the unknown in the mind of a machine. And if you turn here, this is one of the examples of what that robotic friend is printing. And this is Frank Gehry's Disney Hall. And here, just a second. I want to go to the live mode. And here, some more aliens getting trained to be communicate later from ISS, Mars, and even actually Ars Electronica. One of the Ars Electronica archives have been trained and learned. And then finally, not only just imagining with the algorithms in virtual space, in this black box, we have also a universe that is augmenting the quantum dreams and in research in immersive space, visualizing quantum computing. And like many of us right now, virtually connecting each other, another studio here that is connecting us to the world, like the many others.
And these are the wonderful team who are right now ghosts that I've been working with, and they are right now in their home. It's almost 2 a.m. here in Los Angeles. And this is our mini experiment visualizing the real-time perspective of the user, and it is tracking real-time the audience location and augmenting those paintings, which is one of the perspective problems of the 20th century, is now becoming another entity here and trying to understand. So I think very quickly, I believe that's a quick hi from Los Angeles to everyone in the world in Linz. And now switching to the other computer.
Thank you very much, Refik. That's a fantastic view of your studio, which is really amazing. I will present now the situation where I work. So I'm in Hong Kong. I'm in the School of Creative Media, City University of Hong Kong, and this is an interesting place with a lot of facilities. But I cannot introduce them. But I can introduce you to my lab, the Neuro Design Lab, and this is where some of the most recent works happen. So I will also switch to my mobile camera. So I guess you can get this image now. It's not full screen, so how can I get it full screen? Maybe I have to talk to it. Yeah. Just 1 minute. I have to be sure that the microphone is on. Join audio. Oh, sorry. No, that's okay. Let's imagine that if I move, this will become a priority, but it doesn't seem to have the microphone on it.
You unmute yourself.
Okay, I unmute it. Ask to unmute. Yeah, can you unmute me? Yes, thank you. So this is now. We should now give the priority to this screen to check. So this is the studio. You don't see very well because it's still small. So how can we be sure that you get the video? I would love that. So maybe I think if you select it as your host. Yes. Okay, you get it. So, you see, this is where we work on the series of brain factory, everything related to the neural design, values, and so on. And so this is the team in action, because here it's a day still. Hi guys. Here you see something which is actually the creature which is being recently born, and that we will soon be evolving and dialoguing with the other one in the center. So its behavior is starting to be defined, and you see that the thing is actually sometimes reacting to people. And it will soon react to Refik's creature. We tell you more about what we are doing. So that's the structure of the panel from the exhibition in 2016, the Osage Gallery, Just the Gift. And with one of the works that were presented at the time, here this is what we are training the machine to learn to build the memory of what we call
Maurice can't hear you. Maybe me? Sorry, I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Hello? Yes.
Is it okay if I speak like that?
Yes, now I'm hearing you.
And you see here the DNA of respect 242, and you see the different components that actually describe it. And the next brain worker will inherit of this DNA, and this will have an impact on the final shape. And this will go to the blockchain, become a value, and people will do some trading with respect. And this will become transactional poetry. But this is not what we are talking about today. So I hope you could listen to me, because it seems that we had a sound problem. I go back to my screen.
Hey, space and space and space and space.
And now we can go back to the original computer. That will be easier.
Thank you very much, Maurice.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Normally it should go back to.
Thank you very much for
Can you see me? Yes. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we wanted to do a little contextual presentation, and now we can dive into the dialogue.
Yes.
And so
Maurice,
I say a few words about Mindspace's research program. And
yes.
This is a European research program in the framework of the START Lighthouse Call. And it's 14 partners. It's a collaborative research project with 14 partners from 7 different countries, including Hong Kong. That's the interesting part. And we can say among the partners, we have the Center for Research and Technology. Do we have a problem with sound?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. We have, you know, I have a feeling to be in the space station and that we are trying to communicate with Earth. The
so
situation
and I think
is correct, and if we can keep on talking. So can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Good.
Okay.
So the partners are University of Maastricht, Universitat Pompeu Fabra, the Barcelona, Aristotle University in Thessaloniki, McNeil Europe, UP2 Matrix, Neo Games, Hadid Architects, Espronceda, Isignon, and City of L'Hospitalet, City Hong Kong, and so on. So you see a lot of partners working on what? Working on a project called Art driven, adaptive, outdoors, and indoors design. Refik and myself, we are actually invited, we have been invited to be the mentors, if I can say, of the project, and try to bring some diversity in the vision of research using sensors, using the capacity of the world and the capacity of the things to be reflective of their environment. And how this can have an impact on the design, on the conception, and how it can have an impact on society. And this is what the project is about when we started to work on an urban media art installation that we would do together. Refik?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, I think you're a speaker.
No, Refik, we can't hear you.
I think your speaker may be off. Your speaker may be off.
Sorry.
No,
sorry.
So it's, I think what is really very inspiring in this project, first of all, the name of the consortium, Mind Spaces. And if you start from there, and it's a really inspiring moment in humanity that the machines can learn, machines can analyze our emotions, machines can predict things, machines can innovate things, imagine things. And we are living in a world where machines can learn. And I think this project, I think 1 year ago, Maurice, when we start thinking about how we can actually navigate this world with these machines, with this incredible collaboration, many partners, many experience, and from the software to hardware to academic thinking, of discourse of this near future, and clearly art, science, and technology coming together purposefully to create an impactful outputs. And one of the most inspiring part of this project is we create a piece for public space, which is, I think, very important for these aliens. These aliens are not in a gallery or a museum. These aliens are not at home or in their virtual space. They are actually will be in a public space, which will be also a very good context of the project. Sala City of the Hospitalet, and I think popular neighborhood around the area will be inspiring piece for the artwork, which is very important for the project, public space.
Yeah, that's something very exciting. We started from the context. The context is a city of l'Hospitalet de Llobregat, which is a city just next to Barcelona. And this city is not like the rich city of Barcelona. It is a popular city in the suburbs, let's say, but it's the second city of Catalonia. And so it's a very important place, and where there is a wide community of immigrants, of people, mostly workers, living there. And when we understood the context, that was actually the complexity, the diversity of the population there, we thought if we do something in the public space, it should be something that addresses the question of diversity and mutual understanding, which was quite easy since we were actually dealing with a lot of capacity of sensing the world around. And so if the computer is, if the artwork can receive information from outside, that means it's open to others. That means it's open to understanding. And this is exactly what the project is about. So we decided to make two artworks. So you see, we're not working together. We decided to make two artworks, one facing each other. And the idea would be that this artwork would be like aliens. When I say aliens, I'm not talking about science fiction and monsters coming from other planets. I'm really talking about strangers. They don't know each other, they don't know their environment, and they just try to figure out what is this world, what they just landed. And so they are immigrants. And these immigrants have to understand at the same time their environment, and they have to understand each other if they want. And so we decided we wouldn't design them to do something specific. We would design them to have an autonomous or quite autonomous behavior. And so the complexity of the relation between things that behave differently is pretty similar to the experience of discovering a new population, a new culture, and you have to assimilate it. And this is how we started with this idea. I can share one image, which is the very first image we did to think about the project. So this is Tekla Sala, which is the place. And we said, okay, we're going to have two, let's say, alien screens facing each other. And they will start communicating, observing, and they will have interferences that will be people coming between them. And of course, these interferences will be crucial, will be very important. So I stopped sharing this. I just wanted to, it was the first draft. Of course, as you can see, the design is not done. Plenty of things has to be done yet. But this is how we started.
Yeah, this is the kitchen.
Yeah, I just wanted you, Refik, to talk about this, this aspect, which is how we deal with the fact that we have artworks that want to know more each other.
Yes. So one of the most inspiring dialogue with Maurice that we have been thinking, first of all, it is, as Maurice mentioned, cultural and social integration is a very important item of this experience. And we are trying to imitate an experience of truly a real-time, generative, and adaptive intelligence, which I'm sure Maurice will deep dive in more later. And eventually, the artwork will evolve with its own context. But we should remember that we are surrounded by sensors, systems, machines that are constantly creating a context of life. And who knows if we're in a simulation or not, but we know that these machines are creating a context of its surroundings. And eventually, we know that data can only become knowledge when it is experience. So we are trying these two entities, trying to create its own data, create their own knowledge, which is very similar as human beings. We have been creating our own mental models, all in system dynamics and many other references. And our evolution is based on like this dynamics that is appearing in our knowledge and experience and information that becomes like knowledge and then wisdom, and then that experience can become a memory, and then that memory can become like an imagination and then become a dream, and who knows, maybe hallucination. So we are trying to like really speculate and simulate these experiences through the lens of MindSpace's tools, which will be like a span across multiple softwares, different databases, semantic analyzing of text to like EEG sig, like there's an incredible amount of information from weather sensing, image sensing, motion sensing. Like we are really going some really big challenge here to understand how really we can stretch the goal of sensing the world in 21st century.
Actually, we have to maybe to point out some of the aspects that have been the most challenging. Because what makes an alien is actually its original culture, its cultural background, its memories. Because we build our understanding of the world, we build it out of what we experienced before. So consciousness is probably about recognition, it's about identification, it's about similarities. And we are talking about differences. So we thought, okay, let's start with our cultural background. And so Refik will take it. He has a good, I heard he has a very good database of pictures of Istanbul.
Yes.
And he can even do something with Los Angeles, where he is now. But I like the most contrasted aspect.
Yes.
And personally, of course, I'm born in Algeria, but I left, I was 1.5 years. So I couldn't really remember so many things, but I spent a big part of my life in France. So I have two databases that I want to use because they are weird. One is the close to the full collection of the French Museum pictures, because I've been working on a project called Economy, where we created a kind of a meiotic engine to dig into big databases. And And so we'll use that, how we are impregnated by the art history. So that's one thing. And I have also the chance to have something else, which is the Encyclopédie Diderot from the 18th century, the original edition. And so we scan them, and we're going to work with what is the culture of techniques as it was known at the time of Enlightenment. And so this is, of course, a discourse. So we are not playing only with pictures. Far from that. We are using them as an inspiration to alter the behaviors, the aspect, to see how gradually this creature will be inspired by their present environment and how their past memories will recede. So they will get information, they will get inputs from the physical world. I don't know if somebody comes with a red dress in front of one of the aliens. This may have a little impact that may appear a bit later or right away. And many things will have an impact and will be added to this dynamic memory, which, as we know, is a real palimpsest, refreshing itself, restarting all the time, and trying to reconfigure the articulation and the interconnection of elements and information.
And this part is really very important because, as we all know, that current AI algorithms, if they are not reinforcement learning algorithms, they are most likely frozen in time and space. Basically, when this information stored in the latent space, which is a space where this manifold context of understanding the model of life for these aliens, they will be like a frozen world. But we are trying to say something really speculative about, like, as we all know, any Android or AI machine is only intelligent as long as we collaborate with them. So this is like kind of an also collaboration between two artworks and their two models of like understanding their own context. And I think this part we have been like exploring will be one of the fresh perspective of really how we can create two models of reality that technically disconnected from its own origins, but how they can become again symbiotically connected. That is normally not designed in the mathematical context. And that's also very interesting because it's pretty much like a human intelligence. Once that data and the memory becomes a context for a machine, it can create new memories and eventually new predictions. And that prediction engine, that prediction aliens are becoming now not only friends, but also maybe a whole new exploration of their own universe, which is a whole unknown territory, uncharted world of imagination.
And this is, of course, where we go. Where we go is in this path where artwork are becoming art subjects, where artworks are becoming more than just static things or a predefined even entity. And this is what we want to discuss also around this work, because to make each of these entities is like a test tube where we experiment a new form of life. But this life, we cannot design it completely, but we can design certain of its functionalities. So if we consider that as soon as an artwork can feel, if we consider that as soon as an artwork can perceive the environment and can perceive the people in front of it, and that can perceive other artwork, this is how consciousness come to living beings. Consciousness comes from perception. If there is no exterior, if there is no thing out of the entity, there is no consciousness because it cannot be reflect on itself. This is not enough. So consciousness, what is interesting that it triggers certain behavior. Perception triggers emotions. These emotions with perception will trigger actions. So probably our aliens will try to understand, to figure out if there is a kind of aggression coming from the other or an intention of connecting. And it's very difficult because they don't have the same shape. So we are not even talking about gesture, arms, legs or whatever that could be interpreted, because there are some common ground at the international level. They are more different than that, but they still want to understand. So we have to create artificial memories to build their specificity, their identity. And we have to create also artificial intentionality. So they have to express that they want to do something. How an alien built that way is expressing that it wants to get in touch with the other. How it expresses that it taking advantage of the situation in order to evolve itself. The capacity of adaptation are probably, we say it's a witness, a proof of intelligence. But we know when we talk about everything artificial about artifacts, we are actually saying that artificial is human-made. Artifacts are facts made by the art, so by the means of the art. And this is something that we have to keep in mind. We create them, they live, they evolve. It's pretty close to giving birth after you're not controlling.
And the giving birth part is also very inspiring at the moment. In several weeks ago, we all know that OpenAI's GPT-3 come in the game. Now we are becoming writers of writers, thinkers of thinkers, and why not artists of artists? And these questions are not anymore funny, because as we all saw the Elon Musk's happy and healthy pics, that is like those Bluetooth signals are sending information. For many Ars Electronica culture, for decades of people who are already imagining this, it's not something new. We knew that that's coming, and we knew that it's predictably that the human mind is becoming a port, and our minds and eventually this privacy of like the information and the memories are already on the table, already in our tool sets. But this is a very inspiring moment that, as Maurice said, because if artworks can learn or process memories, can they also dream, hallucinate, and even remember or make connections between multiple artworks and their dreams? So we are not only like creating a symbiotic dialogue between two simple algorithmic systems or two databases or two neural networks. We are creating these questions in literally with, does being an alien AI in the 21st century simply means like doesn't forget anything. So these are like really our fundamental questions that not only techno-fetish looking all these sensors or algorithms or this capacity of research, but truly asking those questions in every single step.
Definitely. This is, what is interesting will be to observe how this kind of artwork becoming autonomous transmit and have an impact on the people around. We want to know if this image of entities that are, in spite of their diversity, can evolve, can learn, can modify themselves partly, but also give something specific, deliver some specific message. That may be something definitely fantastic. So we didn't conceive this project only for Tekla Sala. We thought this is something, this is typically a public artwork that makes sense in many locations of the world. And so this is why we want to explore deeper and deeper, and the complexity and the richness of the so-called aliens will be improved. So we have to say also that they will evolve during today and the day and the following days. They will evolve online. So you can see them, you will see them side by side, evolving their way. They are not yet connected. They are not yet talking to each other. This will come, but this will be in the street. This will be in the public space. That's something important. And I want, if it's not too late, and before we are cut, sorry, my coffee fall down. I would like also to say that everybody is welcome to the planetary wine tasting party on Sunday at 12:30 CET. It's just this moment of conviviality, of friendship that we used to have when we come to Ars Electronica every year, that we can reconstitute by connecting people around the world just to talk about wine, and other things live, and we connect. So I think we are probably close to the closing. Maybe we are already cut. I don't know. I don't know how to have this information. So let me check.
But also, again, being a part of START's community and really exploring this art, science, and technology in multiple scales, we are really excited to share this journey with everyone and all these questions.
So I think we said most of what we wanted to say. We have still enough to talk more, but I think it's really enough, because after we'll have to show the work.
Yes.
So thank you very much, Refik. Fantastic to work with you.
Yeah, an honor to work and imagine together, and everyone again in Linz, in everywhere in the world. Great to be connected. Thank you for listening.
So I don't know exactly about the timing. I will. Oh, we are perfectly in time.
Oh, improvisation.
Well, it was not bad. What do you think?
I mean, it's a very beautiful, deep dialogue. Are we done?
It seems that we're still online, so this is very authentic. Anyway, it's a conversation. We don't have a script. We are not saying things that has been totally defined. We didn't learn outtext. Maybe you should have.
Nice.
But yeah, it's a bit difficult with all these computers around us. The most difficult thing to know is what time is it.
It's for me 2 a.m. I can tell you at night. So at the moment, then.
Leave?
Yeah.
I would just have to leave the meeting.
Ars Electronica Garden Newcastle is a feature happening at the centre of inaugural Biomesh exhibition in Newcastle, Australia. In September 2020, the site of Newcastle's old train station is hosting Biomesh, a series of installations, workshops and performances as part of Australian National Biodiversity Month. Between September 9 and 13, Biomesh focuses on the overarching theme of ecology that spans both the natural and artificial world. Unique perspectives from Australia's largest regional coastal community, combined with the many flavors from across the global art science community, will inspire a new discourse about our future ecosystems. A team of experts from the FastLab Center of Applied Chaos created a virtual 360 garden as a way to bring the remote audience into this unique happening. Today we have the pleasure to follow a guided tour from Kristefan, who mainly organized the Biomesh exhibition. You will be astonished to get insights of the possibilities to extend what we are familiar with from physical exhibitions to virtual exhibition spaces.
Hello and welcome to Newcastle, Australia. Here I am at the old Newcastle train station, which was to be the location for the Biomes exhibition. Biomes is a first of its kind art and science showcase which deals heavily with the themes of biodiversity and collaboration between disciplines. While this would have been the perfect location, unfortunately COVID-19 shut down Biomes around a month ago. However, the dedicated team pushed on and created an online and virtual experience. I'm Sam Baker and I will be your tour guide for today. Welcome to Ars Electronica, Newcastle. Here we are in Newcastle's Civic Garden. Behind me you have the Newcastle War Memorial Centre, and behind the trees there you have the Newcastle Art Gallery. Straight ahead of me is the Newcastle Town Hall. And then off to the left is new space. Here we are at the old city precinct of the University of Newcastle, University House. Inside, we're going to meet some of the key minds behind the Biomes exhibition. Let's go. Hey guys, how's it going?
Hi, how are you?
So could you just tell me a little bit about the creative process behind the Biomes exhibition?
Okay, yeah, the creative process has been an evolving one. So we've had to adapt to all of the different variations of biomes, and it's been incredibly creative. You know, we've had to do some really major problem-solving sort of creativity as part of it.
Yeah, especially as Biomes was developed as a physical exhibition, and then when COVID came in and no one was very sure whether galleries would remain open anymore, we started to contingency plan. And then when we went into lockdown, we decided we had to go completely into an online environment.
I think this is actually the 4th iteration. Yeah.
It was a quick turnaround, I bet, yeah.
Very. Yes, we haven't had much sleep.
Yeah, I can imagine. And so what is it exactly that you wish for people to get out of Biomes? Has that changed since it's been moved to a virtual experience?
I think it's changed. We're just reaching a different audience. So the original audience was purely just for locals, you know, for people that lived in the Hunter Valley. And I think that our message was specifically targeted for the local audience. But now, you know, we're having a much bigger audience, and the messaging is quite appropriate for those people as well, I think.
It's a really great way to showcase actually Australia's biodiversity, of which a large portion exists in the Hunter, and a multitude of threatened species that we're trying to save and exist with.
Because the Hunter is a very big mining and agricultural area, so our threatened species are really under threat.
Yeah, and I guess there isn't really that much mainstream content on that, so people aren't actually aware of just how incredibly biodiverse.
Exactly, and that's what we're doing. We're trying to make more people aware of that.
And it's just more accessible, because people wouldn't go and pick up a textbook and read about this, but if you're putting this virtual experience, it's just much more accessible to that broader range of people.
That's the idea. Yeah, I don't think many people pick up textbooks anymore. No. So no, but because it's all online, anyone can access it any time.
Yeah.
And there's so much information on there. Like each image has lots of information, but then they can click to a website which gives more information, and they can click to another website where they can action what they want to do then and make it their own bio pledge and actually take it to the next step, which is doing something.
Did you come up with the virtual experience yourself, Luke, or what was the actually creative process behind that initially?
Yeah, so the process of coming up with the virtual gallery, it was interesting. It's something I wanted to do for a number of years, and it's kind of not had the opportunity until now with the circumstances that we've been presented with. And it's been implementing the thinking that has been ticking away in the background, but then also, yeah, it was that right point in time when I had all the skills across gallery installation as well as knowledge in 3D that they just came together and married perfectly to create this virtual experience that we have here today.
Did you have much to base it off, or was it seeing you kind of were the first to do this, really? A lot of people have followed suit. So did you actually have a lot to base your initial impression of what the experience was going to be off, or did you come with it?
It was kind of combining my gallery installation experience, my knowledge of how galleries are set up and how they operate, as well as a background in more games as well. So marrying galleries in a 3D space, and then how do you interact with virtual environments through video games, and then that's what became the interaction model and the experience.
Awesome.
Those two, yeah.
And so this Biomes exhibition is kind of a blending of the arts and sciences. So do you really feel like that's an important intrinsic link that a lot of people don't see?
Oh, absolutely. I think art and science should be linked. You know, they just go together. You know, science has amazing content that is hard to communicate. Artists have the capacity to communicate, and sometimes we don't have the content. So you know, it's actually a perfect partnership.
Well, thank you for your time, guys. That's great. I'm thrilled to see it.
Thanks, Sam. See ya.
See ya.
Next, we'll be meeting Dr. Simone O'Callaghan, who is the exhibition and user experience designer for the Biomes exhibition. Let's meet her. Hey Simone, how's it going?
Oh, good, thanks. How about you?
Oh, plugging along. So could you just tell me a little bit about your involvement in the whole Biomes project?
Okay, so I was asked to come on board because of my experience in exhibition design and also user experiences. And normally it was, originally it was going to be a physical exhibition, but now it's a virtual exhibition. So we've been focusing on taking all that content online out of the physical gallery space into virtual gallery spaces and websites.
Could you just explain to me a little bit about what's going on here?
So this is some work that's actually printing out at the moment. You can see the mandala up there. But this mandala here is one of the hero images from one of the artists that's been used in the project. And that image is used across a range of different media as well, so that we people start to recognise the biome's identity.
It's amazing. The detail is insane. And so there is just that much work inside this whole exhibition. How are you actually able to bring all these different pieces and all these different artists together into this one thing?
Well, we've got a big team behind us, and so within what I'm doing, we have a team of working on the website. There's around about 6 of us working on the website, and we worked. We have a collaborative site map that we work with that we developed, and then we go through and we work on the content. So each of these things here represents a page on the website, except for these ones that are comments. And within our team, we've got 3 students working with us as well. Tori McMaster, Courtney Birch from B Visual Communication Design, and Jane Lowe from Bachelor of Creative Industries. And they've been absolutely amazing. They've been fantastic.
What an experience for them.
It's great. They came from Studio Z, which is a studio that we run over the summer for design students. So they've got experience in working on pressure projects, but they probably haven't had to deal with as much scope creep as I've thrown at them for this project, unfortunately. And they've been fantastic. They're great.
And if there was one thing that people would get out of this whole Biomes exhibition, what would it be?
It would be, I guess, interacting and understanding about the way that biodiversity affects everyone's lives here in Australia. And by presenting science information in new and interesting ways, we're hoping to get that across to people, to make it more accessible to them and to make it more engaging. So, for example, websites are obviously a platform that a lot of people are familiar with. The virtual gallery runs on a games engine, and again, people will really engage with that too.
Well, I'm very excited to see the final outcome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now join me as I enter the Biomes 2020 Virtual Gallery for the first time. Welcome to the Biomes Virtual Gallery. We are now in the area known as the atrium. It has been moulded and created in the traditional style of a gallery. The work in the atrium is all produced by natural history illustration students. It is a combination of their university projects. Almost all the works are acrylics on canvas, except for some which are scratchboard. Firstly, we'll be entering a room called the Wonderment. The Wonderment is all about the beauty and amazing parts of nature that many people probably don't see. As you walk in, you will hear a soundscape of Thorsby Creek catchment in Newcastle, which was captured by Nicole Carroll, which really provides the appropriate ambience for the room. Look down and you will see a number of marine life illustrations created by Catherine Sentas. Look up now, and in front of you is a spotlight animation created by Gemma Gillard, which in physical form was supposed to be a projection on the floor, with which kids and adults alike could interact with and enjoy. Now, if you go back, to your left when you enter, there is a wetlands mural that was also created by Gemma as part of her third-year university project. It is intended to highlight and display the biodiversity in our wetlands. This work was also meant to have a different physical form. The mural itself was meant to be painted on Old Castle, Newcastle train station. The mural itself was meant to be painted on Old Newcastle train station. In the far right corner is a piece created by international natural history illustration student Puck Vanderland from Poland, which is centered around the role bats have in pollination and their amazing natural abilities. Along the left wall, you can find 2 illustrations created by Tallulah Cunningham, one titled Bats Matter and the other Mr. Cena. Around the room, you can also find a number of fact sheets that will illustrate the amazing things happening in nature, which were created by Kaya Kloptoka and her team. There is also a number of mushrooms, particularly glow-in-the-dark fungus around the room, which was created by Marie Elliott. Once you've finished in here, we can move on to the next room, What Went Wrong. The whole gallery in itself tells many stories. In this room, however, we start to look at the reality of things and what has started and continues to go wrong within our natural world and how we can better understand it. You will immediately be greeted by two frogs, another work by Gemma Gillard. This work is created so we can better identify cane toads and also to highlight the species that are often misidentified as cane toads. For example, the Eastall Pobberblanc, which you can see on the left. Between the two frogs, you'll see a mandala created by Rachel Clive. This mandala is made up of 8 endangered species and one which isn't endangered, which is in the centre. The main message behind this piece is the question, how do we protect those that aren't endangered? To your left and right as you come in are posters targeted at a younger age group by Gemma Gillard, which are all about threats to biodiversity and how we can help. Continuing on from there, you can find 3 more posters by PhD student Linda Cox, which looks at the effect of climate change on estuary systems. You can access a lot more about her studies through the online website. At the other end of the room is a series of externally commissioned works by Louise Willis, which is centered around species that do damage to our natural environment. Next to this work is one by natural history illustration student Lila Raymond, centered around a number of different endangered species, such as the Regent honeyeater, which have just recently been re-released into the Hunter Valley. Now that we've been through this room, it's time to move on to the next one. The next room is called What Can You Do? This room is all about what we can do to make a difference and how we can positively impact our natural ecosystems. Immediately as you enter, you'll be greeted with a video presentation, which contains statements from a number of different figures, including Kevin Rudd, Dr. Carl, and Jimmy Barnes, about what they are doing to make a difference. There is a screen with which guests can interact with and make a pledge. If we move to our left, we can see a poster showcasing the soft coral habitats of Port Stephens, which was created by Catherine Sentas. Port Stephens, in fact, has the rarest soft coral habitat in the world. Sentas hoped that by showcasing the beauty of the ecosystem, Sentas hoped that by showcasing the beauty of the ecosystem, people would be more aware and careful. You will also be able to view a practice in this room known as scratchboard illustration by artist and environmental scientist Linda Lunnan. Her works are stunning and lifelike, really showcasing the beauty of our natural world. Finally, in this room, you can find 2 commissioned works by the Hunter Central Coast Development Corporation, who is a major sponsor of Biomes. These have been done by 2 second-year students with a focus on land remediation, which is the process by which land resources are restored to their former state or baseline condition. From this room, we can then move on to Future Ecosystems, the final room of today's tour. This room is made up of media artists from the university's Future Art, Science and Technology Laboratory, the FAST Lab. As you look down, you will see the Ars Electronica logo, as all these works are a part of the In Kepler's Garden exhibition. Firstly, in front of you, you have a piece by Dr. Raywa Wright, called Signalétic Flow 2.0, an experimental film. Next we'll be meeting with Dr. Raywa Wright, an interactive media designer and creative technologist who uses both augmented and mixed reality art to explore the concept of interconnectivity. Let's go and find out about our newest creative endeavour, the Fast Lab performance part of the Ars Electronica Kepler's Garden exhibition. Hey Ray, how's it going?
Hi Sam,
nice to see
coming
you.
in.
How you going?
Yeah, good, thanks. How are you?
Good. Where would you like us to set up?
Oh, just how about over here?
Sure, that sounds perfect. So I just wanted to speak to you a little bit today about your work and how does it fits into the Kepler's Garden themes and the themes of Ars Electronica in general?
Yes, that's a good question, Sam, because it's a really exciting theme this year, Kepler's Gardens. So to give you a bit of background on the Ars Electronica mission, basically, you know, they are scientists, technologists, innovators and primarily artists. So their vision for a future humanity actually combines those three aspects. So if you imagine that science is where we make a lot of our new discoveries, okay, so that's where a lot of innovation's happening there. Technology is where we define our tools and techniques.
Yep.
Okay, for using those innovations, but it's actually in art where we apply our critical lens and we come up with new methods and new ways of doing things, and that's often through experimentation. So that's really what this Kepler's Gardens network is all about. There are actually 160 gardens participating worldwide.
Yep.
It's phenomenal. There's over 1,000 people. I tried to count everyone up the other day. I think I lost count at about 1,100, right? So we've got a lot of the major media artists in the world involved and a lot of the critical thinkers involved in this platform at the moment. And the idea is to have discussions, conversations that talk about science, technology, but also leverage these artistic ways of thinking. So ways that you can think the world in a different way, think about a future ecology for the planet is a really important goal.
Yeah, and I guess that technology is quite incredible because it's allowed all these people to come together from all different parts of the world.
Yeah, that's right. And that's really important with COVID, right? Because otherwise we'd be so isolated. You know, and it's important to keep up that sense of community, participation, the things that bond us together as humans. You know, community is fundamental right there. Art is fundamental right there. You know, it's the thing that nourishes the human spirit. So that's really, I think, what this network's all about, is getting everybody together, you know, joining together and showing that, you know, we can still innovate, we can still think about new ways of doing things, even though we have a global pandemic.
Yeah, and would you just explain your role in the whole of the Ars Electronica process or the exhibition?
Oh, yes. Well, I received an invitation from Kristefan, who's the project manager here for the Newcastle Garden. I'm a researcher at FastLab at the School of Creative Industry, so it was really exciting for me because I knew I could pull together a bunch of my colleagues to create the WebXR rooms that I showed you today. So we've got 5 WebXR rooms. I showed you through 3 of them, I think. But it's actually been a fantastic process because so many people from FastLab have been involved. Also, we've got Alison Bennett and Jarkali Romanis from RMIT and Clinton Watkins, who's a senior lecturer in creative technology at CoLab in Auckland at AUT. So we've pulled together a really international bunch, all from the South Pacific region, just different sides of the ditch, different sides of the Tasman, if you like. So it's been a really great inter-university effort, and also, you know, we're able to strengthen our artistic communities that way.
Amazing. Well, I'm very excited to see the final outcome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Sam.
Now, if we move to the right, we will see a piece called Truths Coexist by Louisa Magrix, a musician and crochet installation artist. Hey guys, we're here at the Callaghan campus of UON and we're going to meet Louisa to discuss her new project, Crochet Chain. Let's meet her. Hey Louisa, how's it going?
Hey, good, how are you?
Oh, not too shabby. How's your day been?
Yeah, pretty good.
So, would you like to show us your new project, Crochet Chain?
Yes, I'd love to. It's just this way.
Awesome. So what was your creative process behind this design?
So it's a participatory installation, and I would describe it as an intergenerational artwork.
Okay.
So the youngest contributor was about 6 years old.
Wow.
The oldest contributor about 70 years old. So we had contributions from as far as Biomesh, so regional New South Wales. And yeah, so a few got sent in, and I've joined them all together today. They've been chain stitched into one another to form one long chain.
And what was like your creative process behind that? How did you come up with this sort of design or idea?
So I do a workshop and an installation for the Create Festival every year. And this year I was kind of thinking about how I could build on some of the things that I've learnt from the past few years. And I think always a challenge, like I've kind of landed on the chain stitch as being the easiest form to kind of teach people and to work with. But past year I've used lots of different colours, and so this year I decided that to create a unified design we'd all work in white. So that's kind of what happened. A whole bunch of people contributed their pieces. I held 3 different workshops to teach people how to do the crochet chain stitch. And yeah, we've ended up with this really, really big installation. It's actually amazing.
So what time period did it take to kind of create this whole thing?
Oh, it was made in about 2 weeks.
Wow,
Yeah,
okay, that came together fast then.
Yeah, really fast turnaround. I'm actually so thankful to the contributions of people, because that really made this what it is.
And is there a specific meaning you want people to derive from this work?
Well, I think it's about connection and togetherness. It's unifying the 2 separate sides of campus. Oh, we might go around this way.
Yep, sure.
Yeah, the 2 separate sides of campus. So this is the Shortland side that we're on at the moment.
And then the Hunter.
And then Hunter side's over there.
Yep.
So we've got the different faculties located in different parts of this beautiful bushland campus. And I kind of like the idea of unifying the 2 separate sections that have this big long path connecting them.
That's amazing. Oh my God, I can't believe you got this together in 2 weeks.
It's pretty incredible.
That's an amazing turnaround.
Well, another one of the, I suppose, poetic themes that's referenced in this work is I got my Latvian citizenship last year.
Wow.
Yeah, and I've been learning about Latvian history and culture, and I recently learnt about this moment in 1989 when the 3 Baltic states were fighting for their freedom and independence in a peaceful, non-violent way. They had one event called the Human Chain, and it was over 1.4 million people who joined hands across the 3 Baltic states to form this really long human chain. So it's also known as the Chain of Freedom, and I would kind of like that to be referenced in this work as well.
So there's actually a really deep meaning behind this.
Absolutely, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, so forming connections across the campuses, but also across the seas.
That's really incredible. And do you derive a lot of your own personal history or background to a lot of your works?
I think it's a process of discovery. So I like exploring a practice-based research space. So learning by doing. Form finding is also another term I use, so finding form through that process. But as I learn how to do different things with crochet, new possibilities become real. So yeah, always learning, always being inspired, and the more that I learn about history and culture, the more I'm able to bring those themes into it.
And your work's like, it's very diverse is probably the right word for it. So how would you kind of describe it? Because, I don't know, because yeah, it is just such a wide range of work. Like, how is it that you derive all these different ideas?
Maths is a really big one. So a lot of different counting sequences create different patterns in my work, and that's inspired by music and rhythms. So there's a lot to draw on there, but also it's kind of an art form of itself. So it's fun to kind of take inspiration from maths and music, but then also to see what crochet can become as an art material in its own right. Like there's so much you can say with it. And I think this work is an interesting evolution for me in that it's actually quite conceptual. It's not based on the rigid counting sequences which I would normally work with. It's a lot more simple and open in its design, but I really like the impact of it. So we started maybe like, how many meters, like 400 meters ago. And you can just see it crisscrosses the whole way. This is all one chain.
It's remarkable. And so how does this kind of fit into the whole biomes sphere?
Great question. Something that I've been considering is how Callaghan campus is this beautiful bushland campus, but at New Space we don't really have many plants. So I've done the sensory garden over at New Space, and I suppose I just like the idea of keeping the Callaghan campus connected and active in you know, all of these different things going on. So biomes is obviously about ecology, and this engages directly with the local ecology of our university environment.
Yeah, and the whole idea of blending art and science together.
Exactly, yeah. And also in unifying the 2 separate sides of campus, it's like the interdisciplinary collaboration is a vibe.
It really is incredible. And so how many people did it take to set this entire thing up here?
I was just 2 people, me and one of the team from the UON Student Central crew.
That's amazing.
Yes, he was up and down the ladder all day.
And so what is the actual full length of this work?
Excellent question. We're not quite sure yet. I'm going to get it measured with the laser machine on Monday. So we'll have the specific figure then, but definitely a few 100 meters, maybe even a kilometer.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so when you were creating it, were you just like, this is the sort of length I want to go with? Or was it just as the days came along and as the project came together, it became clearer?
It was whatever it would be. So I really didn't know the length that we would end up with. I just was kind of like, oh, we'll get as long as we get along this path. And it became quickly apparent as we were setting it up today that we had more than enough chains.
Yeah.
So we probably could have gone from one bus stop to the other, to be honest, but we only had a certain amount of time, so we've just done this path.
And it's great, it actually adds to the environment so much.
Yeah, I'm really happy with how it worked out. The crisscrossing, it's kind of like almost like the sea or sails or festoon lighting. Like, it's got some really fun references, but it's very subtle and it's not too jarring with the landscape.
Exactly, like it will catch everyone's eye still, but it blends into it actually really well.
Absolutely, and the way that it picks up the sun is really nice as it filters through the trees. So still going, it finishes at the end of this path as we come up to meet this road. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of blown my mind.
Yeah, no, it's blown mine. And it's just, like you said, so beautiful in this light as we come to the end of the day. Is there anything you'd want to further expand off this, or are you kind of happy with how it has come together?
I'm kind of curious about world records. Like, what is the world record for the longest chain? What are the parameters of that? Could we maybe, I don't know, maybe this is a record for the Hunter region. I don't know.
I think you very well could be correct on that. I just still can't believe 2 weeks. What a turnaround for something like this.
It's the power of community and what we can achieve when we work together.
Yeah.
I could not have achieved this by myself. This is a testament to all of the contributions from the participants of those workshops, family, friends, staff, students, everyone involved in the university community has made this possible.
Well, as we come to the end of this, I'd just like to say thank you for your time, and this is amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. A pleasure.
Then if we continue around to the right, we will next view Human vs. Machine by Ralph Kenke, a media artist. His newest piece is a speculative design. Our next artwork is by German-born artist Ralph Kenke. His work, Human vs. Machine, explores our interconnected relationship with technology and its ability to create data portraits. Let's check it out. This work asks the audience to become an active participant and sit down and create their own data portrait, as I will do now. By stepping on this black pedal here, you create your own data portrait, which is then uploaded to the internet to a dedicated website, www.ralphkenke.com. All right, I think it's time to meet the artist. Hey Ralph, how's it going?
Hi Sam, thanks, how are you?
Good, good. So you want to tell us a little bit about your work?
Yeah, definitely. So Human vs. Machine is a media installation that allows participants to engage with, I guess, self-surveillance in a way, but it just amplifies how we, these days, in work and everyday life, and even socializing these days, using video recordings, video calls, and we share images. So unconsciously or even consciously, we might share our biometric data. Such biometric data can facilitate machine learning and artificial intelligence technically, and it creates synthetic images, things like deepfake come in mind. So the installation really allows to have that kind of experience of yourself in a different way, and the outcome is this kind of fractional data portrait of yourself. And it kind of really challenges the idea of how aesthetics might actually change, or they conform as we, you know, move on and have more of these technologies like AI and machine learning around us. So this is kind of the experience you can have with this installation.
Yeah, and by like stepping on the pedal, you're kind of signing over your rights for this to be over the internet, like kind of a real life terms and conditions almost.
Yeah, that's correct. So when you observe yourself, you have the opportunity then to capture that, and instead of, you know, signing with a pen, you step on a pedal and that goes up on the website.
Awesome. Well, it's a great job here. It's really, really interesting. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time.
On to the next one. Further to my right is the Oriokana video by Nicole Carroll, an experimental musician and sound designer. This showcases her one-of-a-kind instrument. Hey Nicole, how's it going?
Hi Sam, how are you?
Oh, I'm not too shabby. Wow, what is this?
This is Ori Arcana. So this is an instrument that consists of the physical part that you see here, the circuits inside the box, the code on the circuits, and the software on the computer that's hidden under the table. It's written in Maximus P. So this is what my performance patch looks like. Not that I interact with it during the show. Everything that I interact with in a performance is right here. So I'll start with the big reveal, which I usually save for, you know, a few minutes into the show, but the instrument is built on a planetary gear system. So there are a few gears here, and there are a lot of magnetic sensors under the plate. So those are reading the timing of the gear rotations and the number of gear rotations, and those get mapped onto sequencing parameters in the software. So of course it sort of harkens back to DJ culture, to turntables, all the things that spin and synchronize our music. And then sort of going up the box, these are sensor plates. So there are 5 identical plates, and I'll just take little pieces off, the clothes, if you will, so you can see what's under the magic. So on the plates, there are 2 rings of photocells, and those capture light. And then there are a couple of Hall effect or magnetic sensors. And then the little moons here are capacitive touch sensors. So that's the same technology in your smartphone. And I have a number of rings with embedded magnets. And I spin these rings, and that triggers effects in the software. And then I have these little pieces of acrylic and of different colors, and divided into fourths, and some have multiple colors. So the photocells, they don't sense color, but they do sense intensity. So the different colors of acrylic allow a different amount of intensity to hit the photocells, and then that again gets spat into the processing parameters in Maximus P. And then the inner ring, I have these tiny little discs, which are essentially tarot cards. So with the holes, they set a binary address, and they're color-coded. So each of these smaller discs in one of their 4-point positions basically is a tarot card, and it sets an address in the software. So each position is mapped to a string of numbers in the software that then is spat into musical processes. And that's basically that. The touch sensors work very fast, which is why I use capacitive touch instead of old switches. The spikes here, which are meant for leather jackets, they're basically function knobs. So just like function keys on your computer keyboard, they change the mode that the sensors are working in, or the range that the sensors are reading. And that's
basically the box.
What would your creative process behind something like this be?
Well, the creative process, it was a very long road, an evolution of a lot of projects over probably a 10-year time.
Wow, okay.
I guess about 5 years ago, I got excited about gears and I started prototyping gears for some other instruments, and that came out of an interest in astronomical clocks. So thinking about the parallel processes in astronomical clocks, and also the religious symbolism and connotation that fed into my process. And then of course, thinking about the name Orrery Arcana. Orrery is a mechanical model of the solar system, and for years I've been working with NASA data for a data sonification process, and that takes in data. My computer basically reads NASA every morning at 12:01 to get a new set of data, and that gets spat into processing parameters. And then I have a software tarot deck, basically, and between the software tarot deck and the NASA data, that all drives a lot of chance procedures. So Arcana refers to the major and minor arcana in tarot. So basically it's really just a culmination of a lot of my interests, my spiritual interests and practices, and just my general interest in space and stars since I was a kid. And now I've pulled those together to make music.
It's unbelievably impressive. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Lastly, we'll be looking at You Are Here by Andrew Stein, a visual artist and researcher who through his work attempts to map the journey of a breath. Hey Andrew, could you please just tell me a little bit about your work?
Yeah, sure. I'm researching how we can get people to connect better with the way the overall Earth systems, the planetary systems work. We all hear about everything is connected, but no one knows exactly what that means. Give us a tangible example of what that is. So in this work, it's an interactive work. It's sort of a mapping type thing where we can zoom in and explore different aspects of the work. And in this prototype, I'm using air and breathing as a way of connecting our personal experience with planetary systems and processes.
Would you be able to show me?
Yeah, so here, this is the sort of thing people can do. So this is moving across the surface of the Earth. And I've used very muted tones on the Earth itself, so that's not the dominant thing, it's what's actually above that that's the dominant thing. So what we're seeing there is the path of a breath around the planet. And this is over time, so this might be 6 months, 12 months of breath over a planet, and it's a bit abstract at the moment, but we'll zoom back and see it.
Was there anything in particular that inspired you to do?
Yeah, sure. So I did a work about 3 years ago, where people blew into a fish tank and a bubble formed in the tank of water and were captured with high-speed photography. And about 15,000 people experienced that work, and we know exactly where they were and what time they were. And I had the thought, well, what happened to their breath? Where is that breath that came out of that work? Where is it now around the planet? So it went out in the atmosphere, the winds caught it, carried it away. And then recently my father passed away, and I thought about his last breath and the idea of a last breath. And then in January this year, my grandson was born, and I thought about the first breath. And then I thought, are those two breaths connected in some way? And there's scientists that use a formula that connect energy and air, gas laws and all sorts of scientific principles together to study climate, atmospheric motion, movement of air pollution. And that data is available in the form of a model where you can track the motion of air within the atmosphere. So I've applied that model to those concepts of the 16,000 breaths that were caught in my previous work, my father's last breath, my grandson's first breath, and following those around the globe and where they are. But it's not just about breath and atmosphere, it's actually about how those things connect with other things, all right? So the atmosphere drives all sorts of processes apart from climate, rainfall and water, and it connects with all the forest systems and oxygen and CO2 and all the things that trouble us at the moment. So it connects all those things together. So if we have a greater appreciation through our air and breathing, we can connect with those bigger ideas. So that's the driver behind the work. And you can see in this is a record of the work itself. So here we're looking at the location of all these breaths. And these pins here represent where we recorded those particular breaths. And here, all these coloured traces are the actual locations of those breaths now in time, tracked through 2, 3, 4 years since the time that those breaths were recorded, where they are in the atmosphere.
It's amazing.
And when you look at it on a bigger scale, you can start to see how that fits in with weather patterns. So here is an overlay of rainfall models created by the JAXA, Japanese Aerospace Agency. So they monitor rainfall patterns, so you can see how the air breaths map to those as well. You can see global weather patterns, the vortices of high pressure cells and low pressure cells travelling around the world. And there's another aspect to the work, which is the political side of it. We control how people move around the planet through borders, which are very artificial things that we create based on political processes. But the air doesn't obey those laws. It doesn't ask permission to cross a border. So I'm trying to bring in different crossovers between various aspects of thinking about air and motion.
So in this, in the Biomes exhibition itself, it's often talked about this blending of arts and science, which is very much what your work's about. In your mind yourself, what do you believe is that intrinsic link between art and science?
I think it's about curiosity. So artists are all about sort of creating some metaphor to describe the world, how we understand the world, how an artist understands the world and tries to make sense of the world. Whereas scientists are coming at it to create a model that they can apply formulas to that actually mimic what the world is doing. But so they're both trying to make sense of the world in different ways. The artists are trying to do it from a human perspective, the scientists are trying to do it from a very fundamental sort of reductionist perspective on how the world works. And that's what I've tried to capture in my work.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your time, Andrew. It was great.
Thank you. Thank you.
This now concludes our tour of the virtual gallery. I hope you guys will come back and view all the further works in detail. You can do this by visiting the biomes.art website. All right, now let's enter back to the real world and go meet Kristefan Minsky. Here we are at SMAC Studio in Tighes Hill, which is owned by local Newcastle artist Sally McDonald. Here we'll be meeting with Kristefan Minsky from Art Thinking Australia, who has been working with to design the garden for Ars Electronica. Let's go check it out.
Hi, welcome. Herzlich willkommen. Come in. So yeah, welcome to the studio space. This is a studio run by the local artist Sally McDonald. It's called SMAC Studio. So we're in the suburb of Tighes Hill here in Newcastle. As you can see, it's a kind of a multifunctional space, mostly painters, but we've also got people working in weaving and tapestry and sewing materials. Down here I must show, this is Sally's space. So Sally's quite an accomplished local fine artist. So she's basically the one who's set up and established this space. I think it's only been going for a few months now. And Sally heard about the garden and Ars Electronica and what was happening here, so she sponsored this studio space for me to use. It's kind of like a residency, I guess you could say. Still a bit of a work in progress, but yeah, as you can see, I'm working really across lots of different formats, from video and music, so combination of sound artist and experimental artist. And yeah, of course, I am very happy to be helping to produce the Ars Electronica garden, having lived and worked in Linz in Austria for many years with the Ars Electronica Future Lab. So thanks for coming.
Next we'll be meeting local Newcastle restaurateur and entertainer Matthew McFarlane. Let's check him out. In the historic Merriweather Heights, this house is really something to behold. Wait until you see the view. Hey Matt, how's it going?
Oh, hey Sam.
Good to see you.
Mate, how are you?
Not too bad. Wow.
Come on in.
What a place.
Yeah, it's all right.
Do you want to show us the view?
Yeah, sure. Come on up.
Sweet. Lead the way.
Cool.
Oh man, you can
Excuse
see
the mess.
Oh, that's fine. Busy household.
Yeah, we got a lot of kids.
Wow. That truly is spectacular, but that never gets old.
Yeah, we've been here a couple of years and it's still stunning. It's lovely. I think these places that only wealthy people can have should be shared. Everyone should everyone should get like 6 months where they live somewhere and they can just get a lot of sky, see to the horizon. I think
it's almost refreshing seeing like
it's good for your mental health.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So going on to biomes, how did you get involved in that entire project?
Through Kristefan.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to be honest, I didn't even really know what it was about. Kristefan's very good at talking.
Yeah.
And I'm very good at sort of just taking the piss out of him, and he was always coming up with these ideas, and I'm like, Minsky, when you finally come up with something, just something real, let me know, okay? Like, you've got me.
Yeah.
You've had me. I'm in your pockets. You got me. Whatever you need, I'll do it. And this came up, and it's been a great thing to be part of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's become like huge because it was probably even bigger than they initially planned. And it's just all these different collaborators coming together from all these different fields. It's quite a nice thing to see because you don't usually see that connection between the arts and the science.
Yeah, I think that's it's like a part of the silver lining of the great big COVID cloud, is that people have had to find new ways to do things. And that the CQC that I got into to host, I found I was really blown away by the minds that are at work and the conversation that took place.
Seeing like Newcastle, it's like becoming quite a hub for the creative industries almost. Like, what do you think is the best thing about Newcastle in terms of being part of that industry, or as an artist or as an entertainer yourself?
Well, I think it's because we're a university town, and people come from around the country, around the world to study here, and a lot of them stay. And those that don't tend to come back.
Yeah.
Like Chris has been overseas for a long time, and he came back, and that sort of drew me in. I like just being part of the community.
Yeah.
And like you guys are studying now, 15 years down the track, if you all keep at it, you'll all be experts in your field. And then if you can collaborate with the people that you've made these connections with now, you can make some stuff happen, some really cool stuff. And that's kind of what's happened. That's how I got involved, and that's what's happened for me.
Yeah, it's just that huge collaborative process between everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. It's friends hanging out and just bouncing off each other and making stuff. It's the creative process, It's fun.
I just can't get over the view.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's a type of view where you need to just sit back and have a beer.
Well, would you like one?
If you're offering.
I've got a couple. Another friend, has been brewing for a while, so I'll get a couple of these Foghorn beers, local Newcastle delicious ales. Let me get them for you.
Thank you. That'd be
my
amazing.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Just an enormous stainless steel vats, and you just know it's the freshest beer in town,
It's a great thing about Newcastle, from what I'm seeing. There's just so many different products, and everything just coming out of it, artists and what they're doing across multiple mediums and.
Yeah, I think it's a great community. We're just far enough away from Sydney to be our own thing.
And it's really coming into its own because it used to just be seen as like, I don't know, a mining.
Well, it was, well, it still is the world's largest coal port. And it was, BHP, it all ran off BHP. But when I first came, I was 99 when I came to town. And one of the first things I heard on local radio was the whistle blowing for the last day at BHP. And it was, it was woof. It was heavy.
Yeah.
And the town was really concerned about what to do next.
Yeah. The future was uncertain.
Yeah. But I really think we're more of an education and cultural hub than they thought was possible at the time.
Yeah, and even now you can see it becoming more of a smart city than it originally was. Like everything just seems to be coming into its own in its own modern way.
It's a lovely place. Yeah. It runs at a nice pace. And
they seem to blend the old, they still seem to have an effort to blend this old with the new.
Yeah. Yeah, it likes its traditions. Yeah. And it's a place where once you make friends, you've got them for life. Yeah. And that's, I'm not going anywhere. I love Newcastle. Yeah. This is a great home. I love it.
So tonight there has been some live production happening for the Biomesh exhibition here at the Callahan campus at the University of Newcastle. Let's check it out. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Hey. So what are you up to?
Nothing much, just giving the people a look at what's happening right now here.
Okay. Well, at the moment, we're basically about to roll. Well, this is our studio director here, Neil.
Hey Neil, nice to meet you.
Hey guys. We're about to roll the second session for the Creative Question Challenge. Maybe Neil, you want to talk a little bit about what's going on here?
Well, basically we've just got a 3-camera studio shoot for the Creative Question Challenge. We live switched in our control room, pre-recorded, and then Kristefan will load it up to the Ars Electronica when the time comes.
Awesome. You can see basically we've got a clock that's about to roll. Neil's just doing the final check with the camera crew. Then up on stage we have our local Newcastle artists, experts, scientists. Matthew McFarlane, for instance, there is a local artist who is the expert for the session.
And scientist.
And Matt maybe wants to say a word to you while we just do our final check.
Yeah, well, hello. Hello, it's one of my favourite words. It's my great pleasure to introduce these guys. We're going to have a conversation about the invisible and inner ecology. We're going to talk about collaborations between art and science and where we can take that in this new COVID reality. That's it.
Sorry guys, we realised what's the time. We literally just have to roll for the live stream.
That's all good. Thank you for showing us.
Thanks so much for coming along.
No problem.
I think you'll be seeing Matt at his mansion in a few days from now, and I'll catch up with you guys at the studio.
Sounds perfect. How should we exit?
Thanks. Neil?
Well, please, do it, Tony.
Awesome.
Okay, see you guys.
See ya.
See ya, thank you.
Unsere Forschung konzentriert sich insbesondere auf die Untersuchung, wie neue und vor allem KI-basierte Technologien sowohl in der öffentlichen Verwaltung als auch in der Justiz nutzenbringend und verfassungskonform eingesetzt werden können.
Die digitale Transformation ist kein Naturereignis. Wir haben die Möglichkeit, den Weg zu gestalten. Wir haben die Möglichkeit, das Ziel zu gestalten und zu entscheiden, wohin die Reise gehen soll.
Das Projekt LAT Digital Government in a Box thematisiert vor diesem Hintergrund Chancen, Herausforderungen und Problemfelder der digitalen Transformation in der öffentlichen Verwaltung.
Wenn wir diese Digitalisierung der Verwaltungsaufgaben anbieten wollen, dann haben wir natürlich den Grundsatz der Rechtsstaatlichkeit zu beachten. Wir müssen auch die Rechtsgrundlagen für diese digitalen Angebote schaffen. Wir müssen aber auch die Menschen überzeugen, dass es für sie einen Nutzen bringt.
Effizientes Verwaltungshandeln ist eine tägliche Herausforderung. Der Einsatz von künstlicher Intelligenz ist denkbar, wenn der Rechtsschutz gesichert wird.
Wird es in Zukunft möglich sein, Betriebsprüfungen gänzlich zu ersetzen? Die rechtlichen Rahmenbedingungen dafür müssen untersucht werden. Die Risiken liegen sicherlich darin, dass durch Big Data Überwachungsmodelle möglich werden, die die persönliche Freiheit einschränkt.
Nicht die KI ist schlecht, sondern der Mensch, der sie einsetzt, setzt sie entweder gut oder nicht so gut ein.
Digital Government in a Box zielt darauf ab, die Relevanz der rechtswissenschaftlichen Forschung des LAT Law Labs im interdisziplinären Zusammenspiel mit der Forschung des LAT in den Bereichen Informatik, AI für die Weiterentwicklung eines digitalen Staats anschaulich zu machen.
Das Linz Institute of Technology betreibt Technologieforschung. Es mag überraschend sein, dass sich in diesem LIT ein Law Lab befindet, aber bei einem weiten Technologieverständnis ist es geradezu unumgänglich, auch die rechtswissenschaftliche Seite zu beachten.
Die Frage ist, brauchen wir als KI-Forscher die Rechtswissenschaften? Die Antwort ist ja, wir brauchen sie sogar sehr dringend. Wir haben ein Riesenproblem, weil wir vorangehen. Wir machen schon Sachen und es gibt noch keine Gesetze dafür, es gibt noch keine Richtlinien dafür, es gibt noch keine Maßnahmen, um zu sagen, wie weit darf man gehen, wie weit nicht.
Als Jurist ist es hier insbesondere sehr, sehr wichtig zu verstehen, wie diese Technologien funktionieren und in weiterer Folge, welche rechtlichen Implikationen verbunden sind.
Hinter dem Schlagwort Digital Justice stehen viele Forschungsfragen im Zusammenhang mit der Digitalisierung im Rechtsstaat. Dazu zählt, welche Rolle künstliche Intelligenz in der Gerichtsbarkeit spielen soll.
Unser Lügendetektor bzw. unsere Wahrheitsmaschine ist etwas ganz Besonderes. Sie ist mit Hilfe künstlicher Intelligenz in der Lage, subtile Veränderungen im Auge zu erfassen, um bewusste Täuschungen zu erkennen.
Ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, dass die künstliche Intelligenz über den Wahrheitsgehalt von Aussagen urteilt.
Künstliche Intelligenz wird auch in Zukunft nicht in der Lage sein, die emotionale Intelligenz eines Menschen zu ersetzen.
Der Lügendetektor als Beweis in Form eines Sachverständigengutachtens ist in Österreich sehr umstritten und grundsätzlich nicht zulässig. Unter anderem mit der Begründung, dass diese Methode sehr manipulationsanfällig ist. Wenn aber durch eine ganz neue Methode dieses Argument wegfällt, eröffnet sich die Möglichkeit, interdisziplinäre Forschung zu betreiben und vor allem die rechtswissenschaftliche Diskussion hierüber wieder aufzunehmen bzw. fortzuführen. Wie der digitale Staat in Zukunft aussehen könnte, können Sie dieses Jahr am Ars Electronica Festival hautnah miterleben.
Science Gallery is the world's only university network dedicated to public engagement with science and art. Universities in Dublin, London, Melbourne, Bengaluru, Venice, Detroit, Rotterdam, and Atlanta are members of the network. Their mission is to ignite creativity and discovery where science and art collide. Science Gallery is a long-time collaborator of Ars Electronica. STEAM education outside the classroom is the element that connects our organizations through and beyond EU projects. Now we invite you to watch one video contribution from Science Gallery Bengaluru. They started a series called Submerge, discussing the collective relationship to water. You can check out one of the public lecture series with experts now and find more Science Gallery programs online.
if you look at, I just want to do a quick check before that. If you look at Bangalore, how many of you are from Bangalore? As in, most of you? Okay, so some from outside, some from here. Just trying to get a sense of, hopefully I can, if you're not from Bangalore, hopefully I can get you to think about Bangalore in a different way. And if you're from Bangalore, maybe you can re-look at your city in a bit of a different way, looking at different perspectives. So I'm going to share with you some of my own journey about the city and what I've learned about the city over the past, working on this from 2006 onwards. And as Madhu mentioned, I do a lot of different kinds of work. A lot of my work before this was on forests and forest change and biodiversity, but I'm from Bangalore. And I, in 2006 or so, started thinking that we are looking at, as ecologists, cities fall in a different place through the cracks of a very interesting or important conversation. Ecologists tend to think of distant places, forests, places with biodiversity, protected areas, tigers. So they don't look at cities as places of nature. On the other hand, you can have people that work in cities, and there are some excellent books written about cities, including Indian cities. And written as though nature was at best a footnote. You know, there is no nature in the city, or there's nothing that is important about nature in the city. And anything which it's conservation or even interacting with something like water or trees is something you can do outside. You know, you can go on the weekends, you can go for a trek, or cities need to have roads and industrialize and develop and have more GDP. And if you look at, so some of these questions that I want to look at, taking the history of Bangalore as an example. How did the city grow? What was the background to it? And why am I calling it a city of water? So let's look at the story of the founding of Bengaluru, the market city, right? And if you look at the conventional Wikipedia history, which I'm sure you've all read, there's Kempe Gowda, who is a visionary. He comes to a place which is a barren field, a grassy area, where he sees a hare chasing a hound. And this is a popular myth. It's told about the founding of the Vijayanagara Empire, about Harihara and Bukka, about many different people in many different parts of the South Asian context. A hare chasing a hound is a sign of bravery. It's something that you don't normally see. So he saw a hare chasing a hound, so goes the story. And he said, this is an important place. It's a Gandabhumi, a land of bravery, a place where I can found a new kingdom. So he came to this place, which was supposed to be barren, no people on it. And he yoked 4 bullocks and 4 corners on an auspicious day, and where they stopped moving, that was the boundaries of Bangalore. So goes the mythical story, or the old story at least. We don't know how much of it is myth or reality, because there's obviously nobody sat down and wrote the story of Bangalore at that point. However, and that is the little red dot that you see in 1537, that is the center of Bangalore as it existed today. And the blackish boundary is the BBMP boundary of Bangalore. So you can get a sense of what was, sorry, that black is the peripheral ring road, but the other part that you can see is the wards of Bangalore and the city of Bangalore itself. Right? Now, for a long time, it stays the same in size. In 1862, the British come in, and then the cantonment and the town of Bangalore expands. 1941, other areas come in, and then the city starts growing. You can see roughly that the time periods between growth decrease, and the area of growth keeps increasing. So the city is growing faster and bigger. And I think we all know that we're in a water crisis today. Right? We want water from the Kaveri. Kaveri is a distant river. It has only so much water. Everybody's fighting over water. Tamil Nadu wants water. Karnataka wants water. The farmers want water. The cities want water. Where is all this water going to come from? Otherwise, we pump it from the ground. And groundwater through our bore wells, we know that's unsustainable. And in not just India, most of the world is running out of groundwater. In fact, you can see many cities subsiding because we've pulled out so much groundwater that the entire areas, you've lost space. It's becoming hollow, and many of these areas are actually sinking because of groundwater. Now, where did that come from? Is it true that Kempe Gowda came in 1537 to a barren land without people, without any civilization, without anything, and created this town? Now, that's not true, because if you go back to old records, what kinds of records can we see? You find a lot of megalithic stone tombs. And those of you who haven't gone and explored the area around Bangalore, you should. Go to the area, for instance, of Avati, close to the Bangalore International Airport. If you cross that road a little bit, you'll see Avati on the left side of the road, if you're heading out from Bangalore. It's a rocky area, and if you go into the agricultural fields near Avati, you see some very interesting sights. You will see a small circle like this, and stones sticking out, large menhis, irregular slabs of stone, sticking out around this area. You might see other kinds of stone areas in different places around Bangalore. You see one stone in another, and a stone tablet on top. These are all megalithic burial tombs. So as far as we can figure out, around 8,000 years ago, there were people being buried in Bangalore, presumably living in Bangalore. You find some archaeological remains. Who they were, where they stayed, how they lived, what did they eat, what did they drink, what was their relationship to the landscape. We don't know anything about any of these. We can only speculate. But we know it's something that is interesting because Bangalore is where would ancient civilizations be? We've always heard that they're close to water sources, right? Bangalore, is there a sea? Is there a perennial river? Is there a large source of water? No. We're also in what is called a semi-arid area. That is, we receive less rainfall than a lot of the other areas around. So it's not even the rainfall that you get is enough to see you through the year. So why would you have people 8,000 years ago coming to a land that was semi-arid and establishing some kind of a settlement here? Now that's lost in history. We really don't know the answers to those questions. What we do know is a little after that. So if you look at the time of the turn of the BC to AD time period, you can see that at that point, there are a lot of pottery urns that one can dig up in different places. We still find them. For instance, recently when they were digging for the metro, they found a bunch of these pottery urns. And they filled with coins, Roman coins, but also coins from Mesopotamia, coins from the Indus Valley civilization, coins from all kinds of places. But the quantity and diversity of coins leads historians to speculate that Bangalore must have been some sort of an international trading center. It must have been a trade route, because if it was just a local place and commerce, just live with a little bit of commerce, you wouldn't have this number and this diversity of coins from different parts of the world. Again, why on earth would you find Bangalore? It's not on a place where rivers cross. There's no overland route that we knew of, that roads, the old roads that intersected at Bangalore. It's in the middle of nowhere, as if you look at water as well as known trade routes. Why would there be so much commerce? Again, we don't know anything about this. However, when we can start piecing together the puzzle of Bangalore, that's about the 5th, 6th century, because you start finding inscriptions, and there are two kinds. You find inscriptions on copper plates, and you find inscriptions on stones. And if you start deciphering the location and the place, then you can start learning something about the history of Bangalore. So one of the first things I did was, when I was looking at this, is to look at, so again, that's the BBMP boundary, the black line. And this is what you call a digital elevation map. So this map is undulating. It gives you a sense of the topography of Bangalore. And so if you look at Bangalore, can you see these undulations? It goes up and it goes down. It goes up and it goes down. And there are really 3 ridges. There's one ridge that runs like this. There's another ridge that goes this way. And there's a third ridge that goes this way. And what you can see is that this area, this part of Bangalore, is actually quite undulating, up and down, up and down. And this is what the British, when they came to Bangalore, they were told that this is the Malnad area of Bangalore. These are the big granite rocks that you see, granite rocky outcrops in different parts of Bangalore. Not so easy to see anymore because most of them have been blasted out of existence. But any of you who've been in Bangalore for more than 20 or 30 years will remember that we used to see a lot of these boulders as we passed through the city. Now a lot of them slowly are being leveled out of our memory. Right? This part, the east, to the contrary, is much flatter, grassy, flatter slopes. And this is what the British were told was the Maidan. In Kannada, you call it the Bailu, the grassy fields. Right? And they're very different ecologically. This area tends to be a little drier because this is the Western Ghats coming in, so this area tends to get more rainfall. This area tends to be a little drier. So you find differences in the landscape in terms of the rainfall. You also find differences in the soil. This area is very rocky, so it has very thin soil, a lot of thorny bushes, and it's very difficult to do settled agriculture here. Because how do you plow the land when things are so rocky and it's up and down, right? And there's so much of what you call jungle with thorny bushes, with a lot of wildlife coming in. This area is much better for settlers. The Maidan area. Flatter, it's easy to have agriculture, easy to bring cattle in. So you can start mapping through the inscriptions where these people came in before Kempegowda. And I've done this and broken them up into the 4 major dynasties that we can map since inscriptions start in the Bangalore area. So that is the Gangas, then the Cholas, and the Hoysalas, and then the Vijayanagar dynasty, which Kempegowda is a part of. And as you expect, you can start seeing that the first few inscriptions that you see are largely in the grassy plains in the Maidan area, because that's easier for people to settle in. Okay? And so these are the ones. The first one is the famous Begur inscription. How many of you have been to Begur? Only one. Please go to Begur, because this is the oldest set of inscriptions that you see in Bangalore. The first inscription that talks about Bangalore and calls it Bengaluru. So that's where you know the naming of the city comes from there. There's a battle of Bengaluru which is talked about, and the inscription has recently been restored and put up on a nice pedestal with a little description by Impakt of the history of the place. So Begur is very important for the city, but from Begur onwards, all the way, so from 517 CE to 900 CE, you see the Ganga dynasty. There's a few settlements here, but most of them tend to be in the Maidan area. Then the Cholas. A few more inscriptions come in. People but still stay mostly in the plains, right? That's where you come in and stay. And what do they do in these plains? Remember, I posed the conundrum about what do they do with water? Why are they here? So you get a sense after some time, if you look at the Hoysala dynasty. Hoysala dynasty, of course, we know, is a very famous dynasty that is across South India. And they're inveterate tank builders. So all the lakes that we see in and around Bangalore today, most of them were, some of them were created, of course, before, because Begur has a large lake, for instance, next to it, and we don't know when it was created, but presumably it was created by that, around the time of 517 AD. We can speculate. But definitely you know by the time of the Hoysala dynasty that they're creating a lot of these tanks and networking them in a topographical way. You can see the undulations. So the typical Hoysala way of construction is a lake that is upstream is connected to the one downstream with a channel. You deepen the channel and water flows. So when you get a lake and you get a lot of water, it overflows into the next lake and the next. So you don't waste any water, but there's this downstream cascading effect. And therefore you also prevent flooding. We have 2 problems in our cities today. Floods, because when this rains, there's too much water, and drought, because the water is not being held the rest of the year. So this is what they do with their lakes. They set this up, and you can see how they set this up and get, again, inferences that you... So our history is not written down, neatly described history like Western Europe's history. It's very difficult. You have to read the traces of this landscape. But what you can see is the Sandra, the name. So Honga Sandra, the first one. Sandra is a corruption of the word Samudra. Samudra, we tend to think of a Samudra as an ocean or the sea, but Samudra is actually a large body of water. So all the Sandras, Singa Sandra, Malla Sandra, Junna Sandra, Honga Sandra, many of you would have heard these names, Sandras, across wherever, different parts of Bangalore where you live. All of these are large bodies of water. Then you can look at Tawar Kere, 5. Kere is another body of water, okay? Let's look at Belur Nagasandra, 16, or 19, 20, Mallasandra, Singasandra. 21, Kunte, Suli Kunte. Kunte is a smaller body of water, and you use it for different kinds of purposes. So the large bodies of water you used for irrigation. You had wells next to that give you domestic supply. The smaller bodies of water like a Kunte would be used for cattle to drink or for domestic use, for washing clothes. Soli in Kannada means prostitute. So a local legend says that this was built by a local prostitute who used her earnings to build a lake for the good of the community. So it's not just the kings, that's what I want to emphasize. It's also commoners, it's people who, through all kinds of sacrifices, built these lakes for the good of the people in conjunction with the kings. So if you look at Agara 8, that's the first inscription in Bangalore that tells us about the existence of a lake. And I'm sure most of you know of Agara Lake. But this particular inscription talks about the fact that there is the king, the Ganga king, grants to the local chieftain in that area money for the upkeep of a cart to take the silt from that lake. So you clean up the lake, every year you do desilting, and that requires a cart and then various other things, presumably labor and other things. So it's for the upkeep of the cart to clean that lake and to then get the irrigation rights for the area downstream of that lake, as well as the other 2 lakes around it. We don't know what these 2 lakes are. So people speculate now. One might be Madiwala, the other one might be Belandur, or maybe they're lakes that have disappeared now. But this is the oldest inscription in Bangalore. Okay? 870 AD is when we first hear of the existence of these lakes. So then there's the Chola, then the Hoysala. Also start seeing that people are moving up because the good places have been taken. They're also moving. So let's look at this. So they started here, early settlement was here. Then they start moving up, and when I say up, I mean uphill, to the more rocky places, the less hospitable places, the places where it's harder to do agriculture. But they're still going there, and they're establishing lakes. I'll show you later an inscription which talks about how they actually create the lakes. And then the Vijayanagara dynasty, I've stopped at 1533 because Kempegowda comes by 1538, but of course inscriptions continue. It's just that I'm not looking at that record. But if you put all of this together, you see that by the time Kempegowda came into this supposedly barren landscape, where no one was there, there's at least 75 villages with this inscriptional record. There are actually many more. There are many inscriptions that I could not identify the name location for, because the names have changed. You know, it talks about a particular place and the place has gone no. Or these inscriptions have disappeared. Of these inscription stones, there are about 250 odd that are described in there's a massive volume called Epigraphia Carnatica. Again, those of you who are interested, this is downloadable online, completely free. And you can start digging into what the inscription archives say. There's also a very interesting group which is called the Inscription Stones of Bengaluru. They go from place to place, hunt down these stones, preserve them, talk to local people and get them kept at site. So they're very much against the idea of moving these stones into museums. They say they should be living records for people to understand the history of their place and to take pride in Bangalore. So there's a lovely Inscription Stones of Bengaluru Facebook page which you can read and look at all these new, very, very exciting when you find a stone that you think has been completely lost. And so they've dug out stones, rescued them from graveyards, from building places, from being broken apart for construction. But all of these inscriptions are here. So you see the one thing that there were at least 75 of these villages. And we know that when Kempegowda created Bangalore, he actually got a Jagir. So at that time, he was Jagir of the Vijayanagara Empire. Right? He owed allegiance to the Vijayanagara Empire. So he got a Jagir from Achyutadeva Raya, the famous Krishnadeva Raya's brother, who took over from him as king for some time after he died, was very pleased. You know, when people create new cities or new towns, the king in charge is usually very pleased because you're expanding the economy. And so he gave him a grant of 20 plus villages around the Bangalore region, saying you can use the money from this for your market town. And so that again tells you, he must have no doubt been a visionary. But he was not, I mean, it's impossible to create a vision from scratch. There was something that was underlying in these places, and that something was water. These places were built on a flourishing landscape of water. So what kinds of landscapes do you see? What else can we see from the inscriptions? We can see the locations of these places. What else do we see? We see that these were in the plains, a fertile landscape of agriculture which is supported by tanks. And this is a very typical inscription from these. There are lots of these inscriptions. I'm just taking one which talks about a land grant. Essentially, most of the inscriptions in these places are land grant inscriptions in the Maidan that you see, in the plains that you see. And this says that here is a land that the king is granting for the upkeep of the temple, the Devadana for the god. What is the grant? Look at the construction of this language, and you will see this language repeated in inscription after inscription. It talks about this grant as comprising the village, the tank, which is called the Avanji Kattu of the village, and all the wetlands and the dry lands. Wetlands are the irrigated rice areas, the dry lands are the non-irrigated paddy. Okay. And including the wells underground and the trees overground. Where in today's imagination do we imagine a landscape as consisting of wells giving life-giving water underground and trees overground? In fact, most people, I know in my ancestral home, there was this very large well. It was then filled in and sold off and parceled as a site. Someone's built on it. Right? And which is very typical. We have these large open wells that we have no idea where they are anymore. So the wells underground are not part of the land now. The trees overground, I mean, just forget it. We're cutting the trees everywhere. There's no chance that a tree is part of the survey documents of that land. But here you're saying that this land includes wells underground and trees overground. It's a three-dimensional picture. It's a life-giving picture. They understand that without the trees and without the water, you can't have any kind of life in this area. The Malnad or the hills have very different inscriptions. They're not land grants. They're usually hero stones of brave warriors who die either with cattle raids or with death from tiger attacks or boar attacks. And these are still the biodiversity-rich areas, Bannerkhatta National Park, areas around that. That's where you talk about tiger attacks, boar attacks, and this death of Sokka Illingerton and his dogs. So there are hunting dogs clearly that were there, which were used for boar hunts. You get again a picture of the landscape, which is a very different landscape. In this part of Bangalore, there is no agriculture. It's mostly cattle, pastoralism. Again, think of this. We are looking at Bangalore as a a landscape split between two kinds of geological regions. One is rocky, thin soil, thorny bushes, inhospitable to people doing settled agriculture, not as much water. And the other is the area which has tanks, which has waterscapes, where you can actually have agriculture and you can move around. What did they do in these places? This is the Agra inscription. So in 870 AD, be it well, under this reign of the Satavakyas Kali Yuga Hanuman, Nagattara, who is the Odia or the ruler of this particular place, under his rule, Irugamaya's son Sirimaya fixed sluices to 2 tanks, had the eastern tank built and obtained the Bittuvata, which is the tax-free rights to agriculture downstream of the tank for these 3 tanks. Which are these 3 tanks? We don't know. The Agra inscription is lost. So if you talk, there are 2 Agra lake restorations that have happened. One is more recent, 2 years ago, but one happened about the late 1990s. And if you talk to people who are involved in that restoration, they say, oh yes, the stone was there sometime. And you talk to the village, they remember seeing the stone, but it's not where anybody says it is. So that stone has been lost. It's just somebody thankfully documented this, so we have the record of the documentation, but the stone itself is gone. As I said, what are the other 2 tanks? We have no idea. Are they the tanks that we see now, or are they tanks that have been completely lost? Why did they do this? So the other thing you get here is motivations. People write down why they constructed these tanks. One woman said that she created the tank, and it's a woman, for the support of animals, cattle, birds, all other living beings, and the service at all times of the goddess Ganga. So you can see that this is public service that she's doing here. Others do this for personal merit or merit of their future generations. So one woman did it in order that her husband and other relatives for 21 generations might obtain merit. But again, you get the idea that this is community service done for merit, either done just for universal merit, throw it open for the cattle and the goddesses and the birds and everything else, or it's personal merit, your own generations. Or a man did it in 1515 AD, there's one of the inscriptions, in order that dharma might come to be to his father. So in the name of his father, you get it done. If you go around Bangalore, even now, you see Sisindris, which is a different kind of tank. Any of you have heard the term? Know what it is? So you've seen kattes, these large platforms with trees in different parts of Bangalore, in the villages around Bangalore. So traditionally, every katte would have a Sisindri, which is a small platform with 4 slabs of stone, creating a small water tank, this size, filled with water. And the idea again was somebody wealthy or influential from that local community would fill that with water all the time, so that passers-by would get water, especially in the summer. So they would arrange to clean it, fill it with good drinking water, and that water anybody could drink free of charge. And again, the idea is often of merit. So a few places that we've seen these tanks surviving, you typically have a photo of the person's parents, for instance. And the parents are deceased now, but the person is maintaining it in the name of his parents, with the idea that they will get merit in the afterlife because of the good deeds he is doing today, right? So that's, again, water as an idea of not just the water that is below, that is invisible, but water is an idea of service. Water is an idea of a cultural connect to your landscape. All of these ideas, many of these we can see embedded even now. How long did they expect these land grants, these lakes, these wells to survive? So they have various phrases. So I build this lake and give it to the service of the goddess as long as the sun and the moon endure, or as long as the rocks are there, as long as the Kaveri is there, as long as the grass and the earth are there. And to help this stay, you don't want this lake to be filled in or somebody has to take it away or this well to go, you write powerful curses. What are the curses? The violator shall incur the sin of having slaughtered cows and Brahmins, shall be born worms in ordure, in filth, Or my truly favorite curse will be born the husband of his own mother, he who violates this. Right? So you can see you really don't want this to be violated, and you're doing all that you can, which is in your power at that point, to stop this. And how did they create these lakes? So this is one inscription I wanted to show you, because of the lot, this is the inscription that talks about the process in the most detail. It's in Vibhutipura. And it says that in 1307 from this particular year, it's a Tamil inscription. So again, there are many things in the culture of water that you can see. Approximately a third of these inscriptions are in Telugu, a third are in Tamil, a third are in Kannada, and then a few of whatever's left is in Sanskrit. And we talk so much today about linguistics and Bangalore being a Kannada-based city, and saying that immigrants are moving into Bangalore. But Bangalore was always a place of mixed influences. Even at this time, you have a third of the inscriptions are Tamil, a third of the inscriptions are Kannada, a third of the inscriptions are Telugu, and a smattering of Sanskrit. So we've always been a place that was open to people who came in on all sides. This particular inscription in Tamil talks about, for the benefit of various gods, the superintendent of that particular place and they've named 3 inhabitants of the Nadu of the place. What do? They cleared the jungle in this tract of land. Then they leveled the ground. Then they built a village. Then they scooped out the sand in an existing depression, because that's what they would do. They would come to areas that are marshy, that are depressions, and then they scoop out the sand. And then named the village Vachidevapuram, and then granted to the village, that is to the god, the wet and the dry lands with their 4 boundaries, exempt from taxes as long as the moon and sun exist. So you can see this process. You come into a place, you level the land, you clear the jungle, you find the deepest point, scoop out the mud, start rainwater harvesting. And from our research to the areas around Bangalore, because if you go to the surroundings of Bangalore, you see that many of these places are the kinds of places that Bangalore used to have but has lost. So you get a sense of what landscape existed. So Agara, for instance, if we'd done one detailed study on the lake of Agara, and we find that till the 1980s, it was used very much as a village lake is used even on the periphery of Bangalore. So this lake is the lake. There's always a temple, of course. There are agricultural fields. There is always an open well to the east and to the west. Large open well for public use. But given the fact that we have also the unfortunate caste system, which we must be recognizing in these communities, a lot of these lakes were built on Dalit labor, and these 2 wells are for different caste groups. So some can use one well, some can use another well. And there are others who cannot use any of the wells. There are stories of human sacrifices around these. So many of these wells, there would be lakes, there's a story always of a breach in the lake, where usually a pregnant woman or a baby is sacrificed by walling it up. And so you hear these stories, which are very unfortunate, where people will tell you, don't walk in this place at night, or don't talk too loud because there's a child crying who will get disturbed. So there are these memories also. These lakes were built by communities, but not always by voluntary contribution, often by forced labor as well as voluntary contribution. So it's not just this very nice story of people getting together and cooperation, though that's also there. The ecology, as I said, was improved because you created these lakes and then you start changing this entire landscape. So next to that is a grazing area. Typically on the western side, you'll have a large gaumala or a grazing area. You have an area called a Gundutop, which is a wooded lot of trees, jackfruit, coconut, mango, a few banyan trees, tamarind. Largely useful trees. And the idea would be once every 4 or 5 years in a village festival, you would cut one of these trees and use them for timber. But you would also use the fruit. And it would give you shade, so when you're grazing your cattle, you can sleep under the trees during the day. So that's that entire landscape. It's not just the lake. It's the lake, plus the wells, plus the grazing area, plus the forest, the woodlot, plus that entire landscape around that, which is a social and a cultural landscape, which Agara also had. So Agara had 4 wells, for instance, which are all gone now. They're under the ring road. So then comes Kempegowda from this landscape onwards, and we hear only stories of Kempegowda and what lakes and tanks were there, but there's nothing that's written down, nothing that we can actually understand about how he governed this land. However, once Kempegowda's dynasty goes away, it's replaced by the famous Shivaji's father, Shahji, who comes at the head of the Bijapur Sultanate They march to Bangalore, Nandi Hills, all of these areas around, take this entire area. And Shahji is gifted the Jagir of Bangalore, the rulership of Bangalore, in exchange for this task that he did for the Bijapur Sultanate. So this becomes a province of the Marathas for some time. And at that time, Shahji has a court poet, Parmanand, who writes this long poem in Sanskrit, which talks about Bangalore. So that's the first written, apart from these inscriptions, first written documentation of Bangalore. And let's just look at the lake description part of it. The Marathas called it Bengaluru. And it said the city resounded with coos of pigeons. It was animated by the calls of peafowl. But the city teemed with deep lakes. So the lakes persisted till then. Each house was graced by a well. There were fountains at every square spouting a fine mist. There were trees which lined each home garden. The city itself was girdled by a bottomless moat glimmering with water and dotted with countless lakes, each as big as a sea. So the Samudra metaphor comes back here. There were parks festooned with creepers, and Shahji ruled here like Indra in his paradise, enjoying every sport and pastime with his kinsfolk. So you can see the importance of lakes continues down to Parmanand's description of Bangalore, presumably sometime in the 1640s, because he's talking in 1638, Shahji takes over Bangalore. So presumably, give or take a few years, it's sometime in the 1640s description. Now what do we see? We see a city today. This is Bangalore, and this is the three valleys that you get. So topographically, if you go to the highest point in Bangalore, from there there's drainage going in three different directions. And these are the three valleys of Bangalore, all the lakes with the drainages. This is as of the 1670s. Already by the 1670s, you see the big hole in the center of Bangalore. That hole is not a natural hole. It's not like there were no lakes there. But it's the fact that by the time we came to the 1970s, a lot of these lakes were filled in and taken over for various kinds of uses. And I'll get to why that was there. But today what happens is builders and planners don't consider what is very obvious to us centuries ago. But the fact that there was a Malnad, there's a Maidan. So you do different kinds of... You can't do agriculture and livestock rearing in a city of today at that scale. That can't be the permanent occupation that we do. But at least we need to know where we build our houses. If you're in a rocky area, should you actually be drilling down? And then what happens in a time of flood, for instance? Are you on unstable terrain? What happens if you're in a marshy area and they're filled in and you're still building there? What happens to that area in times of flood and drought? We don't consider that, except when in times of flooding or drought or climate change, and we're seeing increasingly that this is a city where we need to understand the topography, we need to understand what is going on under the ground, what happened to the wells below the ground, what happened to the trees above the ground. But we've forgotten that. So what happens after Shahji? Number of people come and go. The Mughals rule it for some time, the Mysore kings come, Tipu comes, Hyder Ali comes, Tipu is there. In 1791, Tipu Sultan loses Bangalore temporarily for a year and a half to the British in the Third Anglo-Mysore War. And when the British come in, what they do is what the British do best. They draw maps and they write down stories of what they see, documentation of what they see. So this is the map of Bangalore at 1791. And look, I've called this cantonment boundary, but obviously there was no cantonment there.
Our next program point is an artist talk. Where the cantonment was at that point. What Bangalore was at that point was this, the Pete area, the city, and this is the fort where the king lived. Right? So there's the Pete, the Kote and the Pete. And around this was the moat and a few trees, thorny trees, which is the fortification to the Pete, and lakes everywhere. Very few trees, but so many lakes all over the place. Little lakes, big lakes, kuntes, to all the way to samudras. This is how it looked like. We can also see this in paintings. Very open terrain, very few trees. So what you see here, these are the cypress trees which are of Lalbagh. And you can see this was the one park that we had, Lalbagh at that time. And then the kattes. You can see a katte here. So the tradition of the kattes and the tradition of the gundtops. If you talk to people with their oral histories, they say that this idea of the gundtops or the woodlots that I was talking about with the jackfruit and the mango, that apparently was an idea instituted by Hyder Ali, as was the idea of the kattes, because he was very interested in developing commerce in the region. So he wanted to make sure that bullock carts could go from village to village and connect every village. So in every 2-day interval, you would have a gundutop, or a 1-day interval, you would have a gundutop. But every half-day interval, you would have a village with a katte and the sisindri, because you could have shade and you could get water. And it didn't really matter if you hadn't eaten for 2 days, but without shade and without water, you would die. Right? So that's how
At least people say. Now we don't know if it was Hyder Ali or someone else, but people say that it was Hyder Ali who started with this. Definitely we can see that there are kattes at this point. This is Bangalore in the 1880s. Between the 1790s and 1880s, a great deal of things have changed. The British have come, the cantonment has been started. They planted a lot of trees because they found the heat unbearable. So they wanted to green this city and make it more livable for their English temperaments. But they also created a lot of lakes. Alsur Lake was there when they came in, but they make it much larger. So this is the size of Alsur Lake you can see here. And there's a number of other lakes. This was also there. This was Dharmam Buddhi Lake, which is now the bus stand. And there's Kempam Buddhi Lake and a number of other lakes in this area. But they also create new lakes. They start, because there are more people and you need more water. So more people require more water, more people require more trees. You're improving the landscape constantly to suit your human needs. You're improving the ecology, and you realize that population growth requires nature for its survival. That's the idea that they had very clearly then. And the last lake they created a number of lakes, Miller Tank series, this Alsur Lake expansion, Shule Lake was developed. A number of lakes, still they create Sankey. And when they create the Sankey tank, Colonel Sankey, who creates it, says at that point that we're done because there is no more place in Bangalore. What do we do if we get more people? Because there's actually no physical place for these lakes. Then what happens is 1890s, 1891 to 93, there's a series of 3 years of drought. And the lakes are not sufficient to provide water for people. So that's when the first idea starts of getting piped water from the outside. So there's a series of lakes, which is just outside Bangalore. They create a chain from that and start getting piped water. And the original idea is that of the Mysore Maharaja, not that of the British. He says for his people, so Bangalore is divided in a very odd way into the cantonment, which is governed by the British, and the rest of it, which is governed by the Mysore Maharaja. So he says he's going to get water down from these series of lakes for his people. But then the British make a bargain with him saying, we'll give you some other land, we'll give you a couple of lakes, but give us also pipe water. So instead, it's an important point at which a fundamental decision was made. They could have just supplemented water to the lakes in Bangalore from these lakes outside and continued the process as usual. So the lakes and the wells would have continued to serve their purpose. You're just getting additional water. They didn't do that. They replaced the water supply, which was local, from water supply from outside. So now Bangalore gets completely transformed into a city that relies on water from outside, piped water. At that time in the archives, you start seeing a complete change in the way we've dug into a lot of archival documents, how they talk about water. So they used to talk about water as life-giving, sacred. Every one of these lakes have Kere Devate, a goddess around. They have lake festivals. They have these different kinds of, at the time of the year, for instance, when the lake overflows, is a time of great celebration. You would create a rice lamp, a large boat, which is essentially a large rice lamp, and fill that with oil, put a goat at one end and float it from one side of the river to the other, and then have a feast at the end of this entire thing, because it was a feast for water. All of this changes. They start talking about lakes as malarial, dirty, swampy, places of filth, places to be closed, places to be filled. And, lakes should not be there. They are these sources of spiritual and mental and physical disease. You completely see a change in the way they talk about these lakes. Wells you get to see, because there was a time in 1892 when there was a huge plague. And nobody wants to be found with a corpse at home at the time of the plague, because then your entire family is taken away into these camps, which are kept outside the city. And it's a pretty sure shot that if you go to the camp, you're very likely to die, because these are these camps only for the plague-affected victims. So people started to avoid the discovery of the corpses, throwing them into wells. And if you know the Indian idea of using a well, you can see that if you throw a corpse into a well, tomorrow you might clean up the well with potassium permanganate or chemical treatment. You will never use water from that well, because in your mind it is a contaminated well, right? So the fact that people were relying on these life-giving wells and suddenly piped water comes in and that changes your entire relationship, because you get water from the outside. So you see this very paradoxical thing. If you look at, again, central Bangalore, near the telephone industries, if you know that part of Bangalore, which is just behind Baldwin Girls' School, you will see there's a temple to the Kere Amma. The lake is no longer there. The lake has become partly a stadium, partly ITI. But the Kere Amma, the temple is still there. So it's a very, you can separate the object that was being worshipped, which is water, from the worship itself and continue. So this is how Bangalore looked in the 1890s. And then you see 2015. Just one survives in the center, that's Alsur, and you can see it's half of the size that it used to be. So all the army areas you see around Alsur now used to be lake. Half of that lake is also gone. So this is a story of the change that happens at that point. And you see that as the city gets piped water, lakes and wells become polluted. As the city gets hotter, more trees are planted though, because they continue to plant trees, because you still see the importance of trees. That goes by about 1990s when they start cutting down trees for the expansion of various roads and infrastructure, highways and whatnot. But this is one point I want to make. And if you look at the number of wells, we've also done a study, for instance, if you look at maps from the 1880s, 1930s and 1970s, in the 1880s in that area which was old Bangalore, whatever was Bangalore at that time, had 1,495 wells mapped on that. No? These were large wells. They're not going to every house and mapping the well in that house which serves the inhabitants, because every house anyway had a well. These are the public wells that serve the city, 1,495 wells. And then when we went back, so in the 1970s map, there are 49 wells. From 1,495 to 49. And then we went well by well to try and find them, and we find something like 7 wells still there. And they were all physical structures half crumbled. Like Kabban Park had a well, but it was half crumbled. Lal Bagh had a well. A couple of other places. Nobody used them functionally as well. So we've lost that entire well culture. However, what people have done later is to protect the well. So now what happens in Bangalore? By the time you get to the story of today, you're again seeing a transformation. You see a lot of people who want to revive and protect lakes. A lot of lake communities have come up. A lot of lake protection activities have happened. If you trace that, a lot of that can be traced actually to discussions around water. So you find that people are talking about the fact that water is disappearing from the ground. Because the periphery of Bangalore, the areas that became the new part of Bangalore, don't get Kaveri water. Now the pipelines have just been laid. And if Kaveri will supply water to them or not is unclear. So where's the water coming from? Coming from groundwater. And since I live in one of these peripheral areas, I can tell you that in the past 15 years or so, tanker prices have at least tripled, if not more. In the summers, it's almost impossible to find a tanker because you need to get to know the tanker people really well and establish a relationship with them and make sure they take your calls, because they're always getting calls and they're very much in demand. But people have really figured out that the lack of groundwater is linked to the loss of these water bodies. And we can see that Kaikondali Lake, which I'll show you a photograph of soon, has a large open well near it. And we saw that when the lake was emptied for restoration and they dug up the water, the groundwater went down dramatically. And then when the lake was filled with water after 2 years of rain, the water levels came back in that open well. So you can really see this very visually, and people understand that, which is why this entire resurgence in saving lakes. However, what kind of shift in the values of water? Because water is not just physical, it's not just something in the lake, it's also the cultural and the social and the imaginations that we have of water. How have these lakes changed? They used to be these kinds of places. You had people washing cattle, washing clothes, you had the dhobis, you had people, the migrant workers who used these for washing, and they supported livelihood. So the lady there is picking these greens called Vonagane Soppu, and what you find is there are things that they call rubber soppu, which they use to feed their cattle. There are a lot of these areas where, so you have, these are seasonal lakes, right? They expand in some years when you have a lot of rainfall. They retreat in other years when you didn't have rainfall. So the years when you had a lot of rainfall and a big lake, large boundaries, you had a lot of rice. You had a lot of fish. What did you do in the dry years? The lake retreats. But you get these greens. So you pluck the greens and that's still edible nutrition. Or you pluck them and give them to your cattle and you get milk. So there's always something. That landscape, as it advances and as it retreats, you very rarely starve, you very rarely thirst. You might be on the edge, but you very rarely completely decimated. So the lakes were important for all of these. Now, unfortunately, what you have is a lot of these lakes that are restored, but with the idea of recreation. You have gates, you have timings, you have lists of do's and don'ts if you go there. No plucking, no swimming, no bathing, no taking the water for this, no taking the water for that. Which is, to some extent you can understand. For instance, you don't want washing of clothes to pollute a lake. But when you say no in this huge numbers, you're also doing very short-sighted things. For instance, all of our lakes have sewage going into them. And that's something we cannot avoid, whether they're in the heart of the city or whether they're in the periphery, however good the sewage infrastructure is. And when you have sewage, you have nitrogen going in and phosphorus going in. When you have nitrogen and phosphorus entering your lake, you get a lot of plant growth, which is why you get these eutrophication. You see these water weeds that have completely choked and filled up all of these polluted lakes. What does having cows do to this landscape? You have grass also that grows, reedy grass that grows in these areas. And the cows come and eat that grass. And that's what they've always done, because these lakes have always had sewage. Not to the extent that they have, because we have many more people in the city now. But the cows are the best way of pulling that nitrogen and phosphorus out. Your sewage treatment plants will not do that. They will remove other things, but they will not remove the nitrogen and phosphorus. So when you clean up water in an STP and send it back to the lake, it's a recipe for disaster unless you have your cows. So we have the fishermen. That's the other thing we found. When you work with lakes, most community groups will tell you that the fishermen are the best people who are always at the lake, telling you when there's a breach in the lake or when somebody is trying to divert something, pump water into the lake, throw debris into the lake, because they're there. They're there day and night to guard their fish. And they're the ones who are putting the midnight bun to actually stop some sewage water that somebody's encroached into your lake with. Okay? But we now want to say that fishermen should not be allowed in the lakes, that tender contracts should not be allowed, that these should not be commercial places. We want the birds, we don't want the fish. These are stocked lakes. They've always been stocked with fish. So there are a number of oddities in the way we think of these lakes as just... so again, one of my favorite stories is when I was talking to a person who's from a group that did a lot of work, very commendable work, in a lake somewhere on the outskirts of Bangalore, to restore this lake, to create a lovely water body. Now, the water that comes in is heavily polluted. So you can see foaming, not as bad as Bengaluru Lake's foaming, but you can see foam coming into the upstream part of the lake. And there are a lot of water weeds and reeds. So he came to ask if we could help him figure out what kind of a machine could actually pluck these weeds out and clean up the lake. What we were trying to explain to him was that these weeds are important for biodiversity because there's a lot of birds nesting in this area, but they're also important because they're the ones who are cleaning the foam. If you look at the water coming out of your lake, it's relatively clean. The water that's coming to your lake is fairly disgusting. And so you want your weeds here to protect this water. But he kept coming back to the fact that the residents group that walks around the lake wants to see water. So at the end, we had this discussion where I got a bit more annoyed than I should have, but also I was asking him, do you want to see a bathtub or do you want to see a lake? And then you start thinking about what is a lake? Is it a swimming pool? Is it a bathtub? Is it a collection of water? Or is it a cultural space which is also an ecological space, which is also a hydrological space? And you have to think of the lake as all of these. It's, for us, we can say as science we should, and I think it's part of our educational training, that we say the educated realize this, but frankly, if you look at it, the people who we call the uneducated and living in these villages understood this far better than us. The people who wrote these inscriptions, the people who protected these landscapes, the woman who made Suli Kunte, I think had a far better appreciation of it than we have, unfortunately. So you have these lakes that are being rejuvenated for water recharge, for nature watching, for bird watching, and for recreation, but not for the grazers, not for the fishers, and not for the village communities who for generations have used this lake. Because in lake after lake, when we go there and talk to the people, they say, oh, we were the villagers that protected this lake, but we are now excluded from this lake. They have no say in the protection, in the restoration, in the management, or the plans that were created. How is this lake going to be governed? But so I'm coming to the end of this, so I don't want to leave you with a sense of despondency and no hope. So I thought I'll talk a bit about one of the lakes that I know well, Kaikondrelli Lake, where I've also been working for a long time, but also encourage you to look at two other lakes, the Puttenhalli Lake in JP Nagar and the Jakkur Lake. And all three lakes, I think, are doing very interesting experiments in lake rejuvenation, which think beyond this, which go beyond it in very different areas. Interestingly, all three lake restorations led by very dynamic women who have taken this in a very different direction. So Priya Ramasubban started this with Kaikondrelli Lake, and Usha in the Puttenhalli JP Nagar Lake, and then Annapurna, Dr. Annapurna Kamath in Jakkur Lake. Very interesting work. I'll tell you a little bit about Kaikondrelli. This is the place as it looked like in 2007. Very swampy, lots of carcasses. The lake was being encroached by some powerful real estate interests. There's a borewell in the lake. The group of residents came together, started restoration, and the lake now looks like this. In fact, in 2009, Eleanor Ostrom, who is the only before Esther Duflo was the only woman to have ever won the Nobel Prize in Economics, who worked on communities, came to the lake and planted a jackfruit tree, recognizing the importance of the community efforts at this lake. The lake now has over 100 species of birds, lots of pelicans. If you come in the right season, you'll see painted stalks. You can see 100 plus painted stalks. So it's a spectacular sight in the heart of the city. You have fish, you have the birds, you have the people, and we are not allowed to have cows coming in because of the problems with the lake and the road and access by the BBMP, but the residents have worked out an arrangement by which local residents in the villages around can come with their bike. Other bikes are not allowed in the lake, but you can cut grass for free and take it away. It's still not the same, as it's more labor for them than letting the cows graze free, but still, you still have some element of grazing. Similarly, if you go to the Jakur Lake, Annapurna Kamath there has worked out an arrangement where the local village women can have a medicinal plant nursery which they use, and then they train and tell people about how to grow these plants, as well as there's cattle grazing, and there's fish. And the fishermen work with the local sewage treatment plant, the recycled water sent into the lake, and they're the ones who monitor the lake and tell you when it's in danger and how much nutrient can actually go into nutrient load the lake in. So there are trajectories, there are stories of hope, and I think that's where we want to go. But I'd like to step us back and just sort of what have we learned through this entire experience? We really see that in Bangalore there have been 3 trajectories or 3 time periods of change. The first was of degradation and disappearance. The local use of water was broken. People used to use water locally, they went to piped water. And then what happened was lakes were valued as ecosystems, but they became wasteland. Became places for real estate grabs. And that's really the tragedy of the commons that you hear about. Then you had another welcome trend towards lake protection, fencing, boundaries, but unfortunately what happened is many of these lakes have become private places for recreation. So there might be a real estate community or a gated community inside its boundaries, the lake is there, and that becomes a place only for them. Or there's a set of people who are excluded, or no grazing. The focus is on gates and timings and security guards. And then the third, how can we restore these lakes as true organic commons? And there are a number of these experiments, not just the 3 I spoke about, but there are a number of really excellent experiments. ActionAid is doing some really good work with a number of lakes that are being conserved. What they do is they're saying explicitly that they're not landscaping their lakes. They're going to leave them as slightly wild places around these paths. And they're not going to have a path around the entire lake, so that you have some places for biodiversity as well as for people. So there are all of these experiments that we need to work and learn from, because these are the true organic commons from which we learn. And that, I think, to me, is really the water bodies of the lakes. That they're commons, they're not just ecological spaces or hydrological spaces. But finally, and so what? Is this just the story of one city? Is this just Bangalore? Look at this chart which tells you the growth of cities from 1990 to 2014. And you'll see that India, China, Nigeria are the fastest urbanizing countries in the world. As a world, we're already more than 50% urban. We're about 55% urban. And projections say that by 2050 or so, we'll be more than 80% urban. So the cities of tomorrow are going to be in these countries, India, China, Nigeria. Our experience is not that of the European countries. Our experience will not be that of the American countries. It's going to be that of stories of places like Bangalore. Unless Bangalore can figure out how to protect its lakes, unless Mumbai can figure out how to protect the Mithi River, unless Calcutta can figure out how to protect the East Kolkata wetlands, or Delhi the Yamuna River, the small cities and towns have no hope. Because we are the ones with a supposedly better management system, more money, more people who can actually have the skills to intervene with these things. So I think the story of Bangalore and the story of places like Bangalore really are very important to understand the history of the past and how to move towards a future which is going to be an urban India. So it's really a parallel to stories of cities across the world. And finally, the last thought I'd like to leave you with is that Bangalore grew over hundreds and thousands of years, not because of its people, but because of its attention, the attention that they gave to the ecology, that they gave to the water, that they gave to the lakes, that they gave to the trees. Each time more and more people came in till the 1890s. They created more lakes and planted more trees. So I think this leaves us, what we've seen now, this breakdown of the relationship with lakes, the breakdown of the relationship with trees is very recent. With trees, till the 1990s, people were planting them. So it's barely 25 years, 30 years that we've broken down this relationship. But yet you find people everywhere saying that it's inevitable. When a city grows, you can't protect the ecology anymore. You need to have development. But you can't have, I think what Bangalore's story tells us, you can't have development without protection of ecology. You must have development building on ecology, otherwise it's not going to last. And so I think we need to look at our history to understand how to manage our future. So with that I'll end and we can have
a very interesting group of people, because I didn't expect that the audience would be this interested and this engaged. I mean, the number of people who were, you can make eye contact and see people were really listening and asking questions, a lot of very good questions that I saw. I also really liked the exhibition. I think I found a lot of people engaging with this in very diverse ways, looking at little bits of information that were out there.
Open Innovation, offen für Innovation, ist der Titel für den Kickoff eines kollaborativen Projekts zwischen der JKU und ihren Instituten als auch der Wirtschaftskammer Oberösterreich. Wirtschaftskammerpräsidentin Doris Hummer zusammen mit Vizerektor Christopher Lindinger werden den Kick-Off einer Veranstaltungsserie machen, wo überprüft wird, welche alternativen Wege und welche gegenseitige Befruchtungsszenarien zwischen der Wirtschaft und der Wissenschaft im Sinne einer Generierung von Innovation möglich wären. Das Ars Electronica Festival ist stolz, Rahmen und Basis dieses Kickoffs zu sein, der sich über das nächste Jahr in einer engen Kollaboration zwischen JKU und Wirtschaftskammer vollziehen wird. Haben Sie viel Vergnügen.
Geschätzte Teilnehmerinnen und Teilnehmer, ein herzliches Willkommen zu unserem ersten Webinar in einer Serie, wo wir uns mit Innovation beschäftigen. Zuallererst ein ganz großes Dankeschön an unseren Standortpartner, an die Johannes Kepler Universität. Gemeinsam ist es uns besonders wichtig, dass wir unsere Unternehmerinnen und Unternehmer resilienter und noch erfolgreicher machen. Innovation ist da ein ganz wichtiger Schlüssel dazu. Dementsprechend heute Open Innovation, offen für Innovation, lautet der Titel. Ich wünsche Ihnen ein spannendes Webinar und vor allem nachher viel Erfolg.
Die Johannes Kepler Universität ist die größte Forschung- und Bildungseinrichtung des Landes. Forschung und Bildung sind natürlich nur zwei Aufgaben der Universität. Dazu kommt noch eine dritte, die sogenannte Third Mission, wo es eigentlich um die Fragestellung geht, wie kommt das Wissen in Gesellschaft und Wirtschaft an. Die Universität blickt auf eine Vielzahl von erfolgreichen Beispielen zurück, wo ein Brückenschlag zur Wirtschaft gelungen ist. Aber wir wollen das natürlich auch noch intensivieren, wir wollen das vertiefen und aus dem Grund haben wir das Open Innovation Center gegründet, quasi als Plattform, um diesen Austausch zu erproben und weiterzuentwickeln. Aus diesem Grund freut es mich auch ganz besonders, dass diese Webinarserie dem Thema gewidmet ist und dass hier aktiv der Brückenschlag gelebt wird. Denn eines ist klar, eine vitale Forschungslandschaft und der gelebte Brückenschlag sind in Wahrheit der Nährboden für Innovation und die Weiterentwicklung unseres Landes.
Sehr verehrte Damen und Herren, ich freue mich sehr, bei Ihnen heute zu sein und zum Thema Open Innovation als Erfolgsmittel in unsicheren Zeiten sprechen zu dürfen. Warum stehe ich hier? Ich bin Innovationsexpertin und führe seit 2006 selbst ein KMU mit 10 Mitarbeitern. Und ich weiß, wie schwierig es ist, gerade in diesen Zeiten zu planen und wettbewerbsfähig am Markt zu sein. Ich habe mich spezialisiert auf Innovationsmethoden, vor allem im Bereich offener Innovation. Und ich darf mit vielen kleinen als auch größeren Unternehmen aus unterschiedlichen Branchen zusammenarbeiten. Und im Laufe der Zeit habe ich hier sehr viel erlebt und gesehen und auch mir besondere Methoden zurechtgelegt, die wirklich auch für Klein- und Mittelbetriebe funktionieren können. Open Innovation als Erfolgsmittel in unsicheren Zeiten. Wir befinden uns in einer tatsächlich spannenden Zeit, würden die Asiaten sagen. Ich möchte Ihnen heute zeigen, warum ist Innovation gerade jetzt sehr wichtig in dieser Zeit. Haben KMU hier überhaupt eine Chance für Mitinnovation? Was versteht man unter Open Innovation spezifisch? Was ist offen daran und welche Vorteile sind damit verbunden? Was kann Ihnen helfen als Werkzeugkoffer für Open Innovation und was kann man sich unter den verschiedenen Werkzeugen auch vorstellen? Ich habe auch 2 Umsetzungsbeispiele mitgebracht. Es gibt einen ausgewanderten Österreicher, der in den USA große Karriere gemacht hat, als Management-Guru, wahnsinnig viele Bücher geschrieben hat, Peter Drucker. Sie haben vielleicht schon von ihm gehört. Und er hat etwas sehr Treffendes gesagt. Die größte Gefahr in Zeiten des Umbruchs ist nicht der Umbruch selbst, von dem wir uns ja eigentlich sehr bedroht fühlen oft, sondern mit der Logik von gestern zu handeln. Und wenn Sie diesen Herrn hier, der sich verbiegt, genau anschauen, werden Sie sehen, er hat schmutzige Hände und auch schmutzige Füße. Aber schmutzige Hände ist ein gutes Stichwort. Wir können nicht uns wegducken und passiv bleiben. Wir werden nur dann Erfolg haben, wenn wir uns die Hände schmutzig machen, gerade in Zeiten, wenn vieles unsicher ist. Also so durchtauchen und möglichst klein machen funktioniert ja im geschäftlichen Umfeld nicht, weil sich auch sehr viel verändert. Diese Zeit ist sehr chancenreich, wenn wir das Richtige tun und vielleicht auch manchmal, und das symbolisiert dieses Bild auch, die Perspektive wechseln. Warum ist Innovation für Unternehmen gerade jetzt wichtig? Man könnte natürlich sagen, Innovation ist eigentlich immer wichtig, auch wenn die Sonne scheint, aber wenn es regnet, umso mehr. Weil wir schon befürchten müssen, dass die Unternehmen in existenzielle Schwierigkeiten geraten, die nicht verstehen, dass so ein Wandel oft auch die eigenen Produkte und Dienstleistungen betrifft und fundamental ist. Denken wir an den Eisberg oder an die großen Eisberge, die oft wirklich massive Dimensionen annehmen in der Antarktis oder rund um Grönland. Solche Eisberge sind schon an der Oberfläche sehr mächtig, aber wir sehen nur 10%. 90% der Eisberge sind aus physikalischen Gründen unter dem Wasser, sind also sehr, sehr mächtige Gebilde. Und das ist eine gute Metapher, denn die Veränderung, die wir jetzt sehen und die vielleicht durch die Corona-Pandemie auch wie ein Brennglas noch einmal stärker zutage tritt, sind vielleicht 10% dessen, was noch daherkommt. Es sind größere Shifts und Paradigmenwechsel eindeutig im Gange und wir werden erst in einigen Jahren sehen, was verschiedene Entwicklungen, die ich Ihnen gleich zeigen werde, an großen Veränderungen bewirken. 3 möchte ich besonders nennen. Der Klimawandel und Nachhaltigkeit ist mittlerweile ein tiefes Thema in den Märkten, weil sich das Nachfrageverhalten verändert, zum Beispiel in Richtung CO2-Fußabdruck von Produkten oder auch Konsumverhalten bei jüngeren Generationen sich verändert. Wir erleben eine beschleunigte Digitalisierung und wir erleben eine Individualisierung. Die Kunden sind extrem anspruchsvoll und sie wollen nicht alle das Gleiche und das stellt jeden Unternehmer und jede Unternehmerin vor große Herausforderungen. Diese 3 Entwicklungen im Großen gedacht bewirken fundamentale Veränderung. Es verändert sich die Nachfrage und Sie werden das in Ihrem Umfeld auch bereits spüren. Es verändern sich technologische Möglichkeiten. Dinge sind möglich, die vor wenigen Jahren noch ungeahnt waren. Aber was das Substanzielle ist, damit muss sich die Wertschöpfung, also wie generiere ich selber Wert mit meinem Unternehmen verändern? Wofür bezahlen die Kunden und was schafft tatsächlich Mehrwert? Dazu brauche ich Innovation. Ich kann das Wertschöpfungsmodell in meinem Unternehmen, sei es eine Dienstleistung, die ich anbiete oder auch ein Produkt, das ich produziere und verkaufe und vielleicht auch serviciere, nicht ändern, ohne dass ich innovativ bin. Hier brauche ich Innovation. Umbruchsmärkte, und das ist eine interessante Sache, verändern sich auf mehreren Ebenen gleichzeitig. Wir machen es oft fest an Technologien, also was zum Beispiel digital jetzt passiert statt analog. Aber in Wahrheit verändert sich die gesamte Branche. Es tauchen neue Spieler auf, oft kommen neue Unternehmer daher, die bisher in diesem Markt gar keine Rolle gespielt haben. Es gibt neue Produkte und Geschäftsmodelle, also wie auch Einkommen generiert wird, verändert sich und es herrschen dort neue Spielregeln. Ich finde, sehr gut kann man das am Automarkt beobachten, wenn man sich überlegt, welchen Run Tesla hat, nicht nur auf den Aktienmärkten, sondern auch in der Nachfrage. Tesla-Autos sind sehr beliebt und das war eigentlich gar kein Automobilhersteller, der hier auf der Bildfläche erschienen ist. Und rundherum bringen da auch neue Spieler hinein. Aber Sie sehen auch in Ihrer Branche diese fundamentalen Veränderungen. Und wir erleben in Summe eine Zeit, wo alles verbunden ist, intelligent, in Echtzeit, personalisiert auf verschiedenen Plattformen. Das alles können Ihre Mitarbeiter sein. Das können auch die Kunden sein, eine Community quasi, die Sie schaffen mit Ihren Kunden. Das können Geräte sein, das können Produktionsabläufe sein. Das war in der Vergangenheit nicht möglich. Das ist im Bereich der Digitalisierung fundamental. Innovation ist also die Möglichkeit, gerade für kleine und mittlere Unternehmen eine höhere Wertschöpfung zu erzielen, statt nur dem immer schneller und immer größer nachzujagen und damit die Zukunft zu sichern. Innovation ist so gesehen, wenn ich die Quintessenz nehme und das Ziel, die Wertschöpfung zu erhöhen, der Sauerteig, aus dem die Zukunft, nämlich Ihre Zukunft, entsteht. Und das Ziel ist auch, Innovation ist kein Selbstzweck, eine hohe Wirksamkeit zu erreichen. Und ich finde immer das Beispiel sehr interessant von Gustave Druvet, ein Franzos, der bereits vor 130 Jahren mit einem Elektromobil, wie man es hier sieht, durch Paris gefahren ist. Es gab in der Zeit viele Tüftler und Erfinder, die Autos elektrisch angetrieben haben. nur hat es sich nicht durchgesetzt. Was will ich damit sagen? Die geniale Idee und die technologische Machbarkeit sind vielfach nicht entscheidend für die Wirksamkeit, sondern es muss auch für jede Innovation ihre Zeit gekommen sein. Und Sie als Unternehmerinnen und Unternehmer haben dafür auch einen guten Riecher. Für was ist wirklich die Zeit gekommen, wenn Sie genau hinschauen und sozusagen Ihren Kopf öffnen, aber auch die Augen, die Ohren und den Mund. Jetzt werden Sie sagen, ja, aber die Großen graben uns das Wasser ab. Welchen Vorteil oder auch welche Chance haben wir überhaupt im Wettbewerbskampf mit den Großen? Und ich finde, das ist gerade in der Digitalisierung, wo es um Größen- und Netzwerkeffekte geht, eine ganz zentrale Fragestellung und eine Erkenntnis, dass gerade kleinere Unternehmen mit Innovationen große Chancen haben. Warum? Kleine Unternehmen sind oft wirklich kreativer aufgestellt, unternehmerischer. Sie sind näher am Kunden und kennen die Bedürfnisse im Markt sehr gut durch direkte Gespräche, durch direktes Feedback. Sie sind flexibel und können relativ schnell auch Abläufe umstellen oder Prozesse im Unternehmen und Handlungsweisen. Große etablierte Unternehmen, und das erlebe ich in meiner Praxis sozusagen auf der anderen Seite auch immer wieder, leiden oft an einer gewissen inneren Erstarrung, sind sehr hierarchisch, haben eine geringe Geschwindigkeit und einen Mangel an Flexibilität. Sie brauchen für Prozesse, die KMU in Wochen machen, viele, viele Monate, mitunter Jahre. Sie haben allerdings einen Vorteil, dass sie viele Ressourcen haben. Also sie können oft relativ viel Geld verbrennen. Das kann sich ein kleineres Unternehmen nicht leisten. Aber sie können in Nischenmärkten, dort wo der Markt vielleicht doch nicht so groß ist, weil die Nachfrage erst beginnt, kaum agieren, weil sie brauchen immer die Größe, Economies of Scale. Also die Speedboater sind sozusagen die kleineren Unternehmen und die mittleren Unternehmen versus den großen Tanker, der nur schwer manövrierfähig ist. Diese Vorteile gilt es im Innovationsbereich auszunutzen. Jetzt werden Sie sagen, ja bitte, wir können nicht Innovation. Das ist etwas, wo es Experten braucht, wo wir keine Zugänge haben. Und ich muss Sie wirklich auch beruhigen. Es gibt sehr viel falsche Ehrfurcht vor Innovation. Innovation wird auch in der Wissenschaft sehr breit definiert und ich habe Ihnen hier 2 Zugänge mitgebracht, die Sie nicht im Detail anschauen müssen, weil die linke Grafik zeigt Ihnen ganz deutlich, es gibt verschiedene Dimensionen, wie man Innovation und wie sehr etwas eine Innovation ist, beurteilen kann. Also vielleicht auch, wie neu ist es radikal neu oder ist nur ein kleiner Veränderungsschritt, zum Beispiel eine neue Variante eines Produkts oder wenn Sie oben schauen, was ist daran neu? Man kann sagen, ein Produkt kann eine Innovation sein, aber auch ein Service, ein Dienstleistungsprozess, ein innerer Produktions- oder Ablaufprozess oder auch das Organisationsmodell kann eine Innovation bedeuten, bis hin zum Geschäftsmodell. Es kann für Sie neu sein, für Ihre Kunden und Ihren Einzugsbereich, aber es kann auch für die ganze Welt neu sein. Und Innovation ist natürlich auch ein Prozess. Also haben Sie keine Sorge, hier unberechtigterweise auch von Innovationsvorhaben zu sprechen. Das ist tatsächlich eine breite Sache und Sie sollten sich nicht selbst hinauswählen. Sie sind sicher innovativer, als Sie denken. Was ist jetzt Open Innovation? Und ich muss sagen, in der Praxis erlebe ich immer wieder viele Missverständnisse. Manche glauben, dass sie dann alles freilegen müssen, sozusagen, was sie hier entwickeln, allen mitteilen müssen, wie das geht. Das ist ein fundamentales Missverständnis. Schauen wir uns diese Weltkugel an. Sehr oft ist es doch so, Sie haben ein Problem, das Sie lösen wollen oder sagen wir eine Herausforderung und jemand anderer, der weit entfernt ist, vielleicht auch in Österreich und nicht am anderen Ende der Welt, hat eine Lösung. Möglicherweise gar nicht in Ihrer Branche, könnte sein sogar außerhalb der Branche oder nicht in Ihrem Unternehmen, in einer anderen Institution. Sehr oft erleben wir, dass gewisse Herausforderungen in der Luft liegen, aber auch mehrere Leute an Lösungen arbeiten. Und Open Innovation bietet Ihnen die Möglichkeit, beides zusammenzubringen. Open Innovation ist in einer verknappten Form ein verteilter Innovationsprozess, wo Innovation an verschiedenen Orten und mit verschiedenen Personen passiert, die involviert sind. Dabei wird gezielt, und das ist jetzt auch schon, geht in die Richtung des Vorteils für Sie, von außen Wissen hereingeholt. Und ich kann Innovation nicht ohne neues Wissen machen. Wenn ich nur in meiner eigenen Suppe schwimme, wird nichts Neues herauskommen. Und das Dritte, das ist das Missverständnis, das ich oft erfahre. Das heißt nicht, dass jeder erfährt, was sie genau tun und wie sie das machen. Man muss das Wissen nicht breit offenlegen. Allerdings, mit denen man zusammenarbeitet, die Quellen des Wissens, da ist es schon sehr notwendig, die fair zu behandeln. Ja. Also in völliger Geheimhaltung, dass sie nicht einmal sagen, welches Problem sie bearbeiten wollen, kann natürlich keine Kooperation erfolgen. 4 große Vorteile gibt es bei Open Innovation und deshalb ist Open Innovation auch das herrschende Paradigma im Innovationsforschungsbereich. Man kann sich mittlerweile nicht mehr vorstellen, auch wenn jetzt in Corona-Zeiten alles auf Abstand gehen muss, wirklich ganz reingeschlossene Innovationsprozesse zu machen. Das erste ist, Innovationen erhalten wirklich, Unternehmen erhalten wirklich neue Ideen und Perspektiven und braten nicht mehr im eigenen Saft. Ich erlebe sehr oft, dass Unternehmen zu mir sagen, uns fällt immer das Gleiche ein. Wir kommen eigentlich nicht über unseren Kreis, über unser Denken hinaus. Und hier bieten Ihnen Open Innovation Zugänge einen fundamentalen Vorteil. Sie erhalten mehr unterschiedliche Lösungen, als wie wenn Sie selbst nur im eigenen Haus innovieren und haben damit die Auswahl. Welche Lösung ist die am besten geeignete für mich? Was ganz fundamental ist, Sie entwickeln Ihre Lösungen stärker anhand der Markt- und Kundenbedürfnisse, weil Sie die Kunden mit klugen Methoden frühzeitig einbeziehen. Oder auch mögliche Kunden, die müssen noch gar keine Ist-Kunden sein. Was bringt Ihnen das? Selbstverständlich ein geringeres Flop-Risiko. Bei Innovation ist nämlich per se oft das Risiko des Scheiterns natürlich gegeben. Und eine höhere Wettbewerbsfähigkeit, weil sich schließlich im Wettbewerb jene Lösungen eher durchsetzen, die wirklich mehr Nutzen für die Kunden schaffen. Man spart vielfach Entwicklungskosten und Zeit, weil man auch Lösungsansätze findet, die jemand anderer schon entwickelt hat. Also man muss nicht völlig neu anfangen und kann sich einen Teil der Reise mitunter sparen. Und dann gibt es sogar noch einen 5. Vorteil, der kommt jetzt noch dazu. Wenn ich einmal innoviere, ist es ja nicht genug. In Wahrheit sind wir immer wieder herausgefordert, neue Produkte oder Angebote zu überlegen. Und mit der Zeit entstehen Partner außerhalb meines Unternehmens. Ich kann also so eine Art Ökosystem für Innovation bauen. Und das ist ein springender Punkt. Wir befinden uns in einem Zeitalter, und da hat die Digitalisierung sehr viel beigetragen, wo es nicht mehr um sogenannte Ego-Kulturen geht, wie das links ist, mit einer klaren Hierarchie. Hier ein Beispiel der Natur vorgezeigt, wo jemand an der Spitze steht, sondern es geht um Augenhöhe. Also wenn wir von Ökosystemen und Netzwerken reden, geht es darum, um Austauschbeziehungen, ein Geben und Nehmen auf Augenhöhe. Und das prägt auch sehr stark Open Innovation, dieses Denken. Es geht um Fairness und es geht darum, dass die, mit denen ich arbeite, die mir Wissen geben, auch etwas davon haben. Das Spannende ist, die Reise geht aber in 2 Richtungen. Wenn Sie den unteren Pfeil anschauen, das ist das Klassische, ich innoviere, ich habe eine Herausforderung, ein Problem, das ich lösen will und ich suche eine Lösung. Ich treffe aber immer wieder Unternehmen, wo die Reise in die umgekehrte Richtung geht, die sagen, ich habe da etwas entwickelt, zum Beispiel als Druckereiunternehmen, ich kann Elektronik drucken zwischen 2 dünnen Lagen von Papier. Und damit können sozusagen Prospekte oder Werbungen auch kommunizieren mit anderen Geräten. Wo kann ich das anwenden? Also ich suche einen Markt, ich suche das Problem dafür. Auch da funktionieren Open Innovation Lösungen. Das ist sehr spannend, weil dann kann ich sozusagen meinen angestammten Markt verlassen und vielleicht mit meinem Produkt unterschiedliche zusätzliche Märkte erobern. Was sind mögliche Quellen der Innovation? Das sind nur Beispiele. Schauen wir mal extern an. Wenn ich hinausgehe aus dem Unternehmen, ich kann natürlich in der Forschung mit Universitäten, Innovationszentren, Technologietransfereinrichtungen arbeiten. Mit Kunden, die müssen nicht Ist-Kunden sein, das können auch potenzielle künftige Kunden sein. Und das ist besonders dann wichtig, wenn ich in die Zukunft schaue. Ja, in mögliche zukünftige Märkte gehe und sage, ich entwickle ganz was Neues und da bin ich selbst noch gar nicht tätig, also vielleicht ein neues Geschäftsfeld eröffnen. Das generelle Umfeld gibt mir sehr viel Anregung für neue Entwicklungen auch. Auch das gilt es zu beobachten. Messen, Veranstaltungen, aber auch so Intermediäre und Vermittler wie die Kammern, wie die Wirtschaftskammer, Berater und Branchenverbände, die frühzeitig oft Entwicklungen sehen, sind ganz eine wertvolle Quelle. Natürlich auch Lieferanten, die sich mitunter über Neuerungen auch schon lange den Kopf zerbrochen haben. Ich möchte aber auch auf die interne Seite verweisen. Innovation ist in vielen Betrieben, die kleiner sind, Chefsache. Das muss von oben gewollt sein und unterstützt sein, selbstverständlich, und hat sehr viel mit der Führung eines Unternehmens und mit dem Erlauben des Neudenkens und Innovation zu tun. Es ist aber auch sehr wichtig, dass Sie die Kompetenz, die Sie im Unternehmen bei Open Innovation Prozessen haben, auch mitnehmen. Also Leute aus dem Verkauf, die an der Front stehen, die wissen, was die Kunden nachfragen oder was sie kritisieren. Leute aus dem Marketing, die sich sehr viel mit neuen Kommunikationsmethoden oft beschäftigen, zum Beispiel auf Social Media. Und falls Sie eine Entwicklungsabteilung haben, auch diese Leute. Also es ist wichtig, dass Sie diese internen Kompetenzen mit an Bord bringen. Es gibt also eine Fülle von möglichen Quellen der Innovation innerhalb und teilweise eben in großem Ausmaß außerhalb. Das wird vielfach unterschätzt. Ich möchte auch nennen, ganz wichtig sind auch kreative Denker, die Kreativwirtschaft oder zum Beispiel Künstler. Auch die können sehr viel einbringen, weil sie ein Sensorium haben für künftige Entwicklungen und kleine Trends, die oft noch nicht so groß sind in der Gesellschaft. Jetzt sind wir schon beim Werkzeugkoffer. Wir haben das entwickelt bei mir im Unternehmen, weil es eine Vielzahl an Open Innovation Methoden gibt. Und wenn Sie diese Pyramide anschauen, es gibt die Spitze, wo man nur mit einzelnen Personen in Open Innovation Prozessen arbeitet. Das geht dann hinunter bis zu einer breiten Basis, zu einer breiten Crowd sozusagen. Und zwischendrin gibt es kleinere begrenzte Gruppen oder Communities, zum Beispiel auf ihrer Seite auf Facebook oder LinkedIn und Netzwerke. Wenn viele Menschen involviert sind, und das ist jetzt der rote Pfeil, gibt es natürlich eine geringere Intensität der Zusammenarbeit. Währenddessen mit einzelnen Personen kann man sehr intensiv arbeiten, zum Beispiel in mehrtägigen Workshops oder überhaupt immer wieder über Monate hindurch. Ganz links, der grüne Pfeil zeigt, dass es auch verschiedene Methoden gibt. Sie kommen durch gezielte Suche zu Leuten, die ganz bestimmte Kompetenzen reinbringen ins Unternehmen, zum Beispiel Lead-User. Oder unten, die Beitragenden finden sich selbst. Stellen Sie sich vor, Sie machen sozusagen so eine kleine Ausschreibung und bitten Leute, die vorbeigehen auf der Straße oder im Internet über Social Media, die Personen eine bestimmte Frage zu beantworten. Ja, das ist eine Selbstselektion, wo die Lust haben und Zeit haben und die das spannend finden, mitmachen oder bei einem Wettbewerb, die einen Preis gewinnen wollen. Entsprechend gibt es ja verschiedene Methoden. Sie sehen rechts in den blauen Pfeilen einige wichtige Methoden. Die Lead-User-Methode eignet sich besonders für eine Zusammenarbeit sehr intensive mit ein paar wenigen ausgewählten Personen. Das ist wie die Stecknadel im Heuhaufen, so werden die gesucht, die ganz bestimmte Profile aufweisen. Aber auch Forschungskooperationen mit der Uni sind ähnlich gestrickt. Wenn man zum zweiten Pfeil geht, Co-Creation-Workshops zum Beispiel mit 10, 20 Leuten, wo sie gezielt einige Personen, und es kommt auch gleich noch ein Beispiel dazu, aus ihrem Umfeld einladen, um über die Zukunft und neue Produkte nachzudenken, oder Ideenwettbewerbe und Crowdsourcings im Netz. Und unten, wo Sie mit einer ganz breiten Öffentlichkeit arbeiten, wenn Sie zum Beispiel ein Trendscouting machen und künftige Areas for Innovation erforschen, also wo in Ihrem Bereich Innovationen notwendig sind. Ich habe Ihnen da jetzt 2 Beispiele mitgebracht, sodass man sich das wirklich gut vorstellen kann. Und beide Beispiele sind tatsächlich passiert und umgesetzt worden mit einem recht guten Erfolg. Ein Holzbauunternehmen hatte das Problem, dass auch im Holzbau immer stärker Konkurrenz da ist und wollte sich auch abheben. Und sie haben dann vorbereitet einen Workshop, wo sie wirklich gezielt überlegt haben, wer kann uns sagen, wo unsere Kunden hinwollen, wenn wir zum Beispiel im Objektbau tätig sind oder im Einfamilien- und Mehrfamilienhausbau. Wie ticken die Kunden in die Zukunft? Was sind neue Trends? Sie haben einen Architekten eingeladen, innovative Kunden, Bauexperten, aber auch einige Mitarbeiter aus der Firma mit 20 Mitarbeitern in Summe, inklusive Chef, und haben einen Tag lang Ideen entwickelt. Es braucht eine sehr gute Vorbereitung, aber dabei sind sehr umsetzbare Ideen, zukunftsweisende, auch in einer digitalen Welt herausgekommen für das Unternehmen. Die gute Vorbereitung und die Durchführung, das Zeitnehmen, heraus aus dem operativen Geschäft zu gehen, hat sich voll gelohnt. Es konnten auch 2 konkrete Innovationen umgesetzt werden. Das zweite Beispiel, eine Bäckerei hat schon eine Community, zum Beispiel auf Facebook, wo sie regelmäßig über neue Produkte informieren und in Kontakt sind. Könnte genauso gut ein Bioladen sein, der das macht. Auch solche kenne ich mehrere. Und sie wollen den Bedarf nach veganen Produkten im Kundenkreis erheben und fragen die Kunden ganz einfach, machen ein Crowdsourcing. Auch das funktioniert sehr gut, weil das Unternehmen ist sich unsicher, ob diese Kundengruppe bereits groß genug ist. Es fordert ja eine ziemliche Umstellung. Im eigenen Produktsortiment wirklich die ganze Rezeptur vegan zu machen. Und durch die Rückmeldungen können Sie das auf 2 Produkte, wo tatsächlich bereits Bedarf herrscht nach veganen Alternativen, die Entwicklung fokussieren und die dann auch sehr erfolgreich ohne Flop in den Markt einführen. Das sind meine Beispiele. Ich habe mich sehr gefreut, Ihnen die Basics geben zu können für Open Innovation und habe noch kurz ein paar Empfehlungen. Wie gehen Sie das jetzt konkret an, wenn Sie innovieren? Das erste ist, nützen Sie das Angebot, das die Wissenschaft bereits jetzt hat. Wir haben in Österreich eine breite Palette an Hochschulen, sowohl Fachhochschulen als auch Universitäten. Bevor Sie da starten, bereiten Sie mal intern vor, welche Fragen interessieren Sie. Wo drückt der Schuh? Wo glauben Sie, dass zukunftsweisende Trends für Ihr Unternehmen und Ihre Branche sind? Da müssen Sie sich nicht selbst plagen und alles durchackern. Wer bietet mir etwas an und wer ist vielleicht hier der passende Kooperationspartner? Ich würde Sie auch animieren, das breite Angebot der Wirtschaftskammer hier in Oberösterreich im Innovations- und Technologieservice zu nutzen, das Open Innovation Center der JKU und die Transferbüros generell der Hochschulen, um sich eine Übersicht zu machen. Dort sitzen Leute, die Sie vermitteln. Ja, also Sie müssen sich nicht selbst dort durchkämpfen. Und es gibt gleichzeitig attraktive Förderangebote wie den Innovationscheck, um sozusagen zu starten und einmal in die Gänge zu kommen und nicht gleich selbst tief in die Tasche greifen zu müssen. Der zweite große Punkt sind die Kunden. Die Kunden sind eine wirkliche Quelle für Innovation. Und das Spannende ist, es gibt viele Kunden, die hätten Ideen für Sie. Nur wenn sie nicht gefragt sind, trauen sie sich gar nicht, Ihnen das zu sagen, wo Sie die Zukunft sehen oder wo Sie Anregungen hätten, wo Sie mit neuen Sachen kommen könnten. Ich glaube, da gibt es eine große mentale Barriere. Sie als Unternehmerinnen und Unternehmer müssen die überspringen und sagen, sagt uns, wo ihr Neuerungen seht in Zukunft, wo ihr selbst einen Bedarf habt. Geben Sie den Kunden dieses Podium, sprechen Sie die Kunden an. Also aktiv fragen. Sie exponieren sich damit, aber Sie kriegen auch sehr viel zurück. Sie können wahnsinnig viel lernen. Experimente. Wir sind alle so sozialisiert nach wie vor. Wir wollen mit perfekten Innovationen in den Markt. Das ist vorbei. Wir machen rasche Prototypen. Wir probieren ganz grob Neues aus und gehen mit sogenannten Dummies in den Markt und holen uns ein Feedback, bevor wir fertig entwickeln. Dieses Experimentieren und schnell Feedback holen ist sehr kostengünstig und bewahrt sie für größeren, unnützen Investitionen. Und der vierte Punkt ist die Unterschiedlichkeit. Die Unterschiedlichkeit des Feedbacks, das Sie sich draußen holen können, der Perspektiven, ist eine wahnsinnig große und unterschätzte Ressource. Wir in einem Unternehmen ticken ja nach wenigen Monaten, wenn jemand an Bord kommt, alle ähnlich, haben eine gleiche Sicht der Welt und der Branche und der Kunden. Und es ist wahnsinnig spannend, diese Begrenzung zu verlassen und sich von extern tieferes Feedback zu holen, zum Beispiel in einem Co-Creation-Workshop. Das sind 4 ganz konkrete Tipps, die ich Ihnen mitgeben möchte für Ihre Umsetzung. Und ich wünsche Ihnen viel Glück dabei. Es ist eine extrem spannende Reise, die Sie nicht mehr aufhören wollen, wenn Sie damit einmal begonnen haben. Viel Spaß beim Innovieren.
Grüß Gott, mein Name ist Peter Hummer, ich bin Geschäftsführer der Firma Glossy Clean und Sachverständiger für Hygiene in Lüftungs- und Klimaanlagen. Wir sind ein Reinigungsunternehmen und haben uns spezialisiert auf die Reinigung von Lüftungsanlagen. Also das Problem der Reinigung war immer, dass Wandverbauten waren, wo die Luftleitungen durchgeführt wurden. In diesen Wandverbauten konnte man natürlich keine Überprüfungen oder Sichtprüfungen oder sonstiges dergleichen durchführen. Anschließend machten wir uns Gedanken, wie wir das auf Papier bringen können, setzten uns in der Firma zusammen und dachten uns einen Plan, eine Strategie aus, wie wir so etwas handhaben können, um eine Überprüfung oder Besichtigung oder irgendein Merkmal für die Anlage zu finden, was uns sagte, jetzt ist es soweit, dass die Verschmutzung so stark ist, dass Brand- oder Hygienegefahr besteht. Als wir ein Konzept erstellten, wussten wir anfangs nicht, wie wir es umsetzen sollen. Zu diesem Zweck wandten wir uns an die JKU bzw. an das LCM. Mit Zusammenarbeit und zu vereinten Kräften wurde es uns möglich, einen Sensor zu entwickeln, der dieses konnte, beziehungsweise der leicht in die Lüftungsanlage zu integrieren war durch eine Revisionsöffnung, beziehungsweise konnten wir auch digital feststellen, die Verschmutzung beziehungsweise die Brandschutzgefahr. So, mittlerweile wurde das System fertiggestellt, patentiert und dient zur Abnahme der Lüftungsanlage bzw. zur Kontrolle und digitalen Ablesung der jeweiligen Betriebe. Einsatzbereich ist für Produktionsbetriebe, Krankenhäuser, Altenheime, jeder, der eventuell Probleme mit Lüftungsanlagen haben könnte. Am Schluss würde ich nur sagen, die Zusammenarbeit mit den Forschern der JKU bzw. des LCM würde ich jedem Unternehmer empfehlen, aus Grund des Know-hows und der guten Zusammenarbeit und einfach, es sind Sachen, die kann man selber nicht machen. Und nur mit so einem Know-how ist es möglich, etwas zu schaffen. Also ich kann das jedem nur empfehlen, der Klein- oder Mittelbetriebe sind, geht zu den Forscher und Entwickler. Es sind wirklich tolle Leute und die bringen einfach ein Know-how auf die Welt, das ist einfach spitze. Holt euch frische Ideen für Praktika von den Forschern.
Guten Tag, mein Name ist Florian Schnitzhofer. Ich bin Geschäftsführer und Eigentümer der Rackpool GmbH. Die Rackpool GmbH ist ein Linzer Unternehmen und wir sind eine Managementberatung für Software. Wir beraten große Unternehmen in Deutschland und Österreich, wenn es darum geht, die nächsten Schritte nach der Digitalisierung richtig zu setzen. Open Innovation bedeutet für uns die Basis unserer Beratungsleistung. Sie bildet das Fundament aller Empfehlungen, die wir dem Management dieser Unternehmen aussprechen. Großteils arbeiten wir mit der Johannes-Kepler-Universität in Linz zusammen und haben da schon einige wichtige und spannende Themen für diese großen Konzerne bearbeitet. Ein Thema ist es durchaus, wohin entwickeln sich große Unternehmen nach 2020, 2035. Wir haben das selbstfahrende Unternehmen entwickelt und die Maßnahmen, die wir unseren Kunden anbieten, die sie die nächsten 3 bis 5 Jahre setzen müssen, um bei diesem Trend dabei zu sein. Hier geht es darum, die nächsten Schritte nach der Digitalisierung zu setzen. Automatisierung, künstliche Intelligenz und das alles als Softwarelösungen in die Betriebe so zu implementieren, dass sie selbstfahrend sind. All das funktioniert natürlich nur, in Zusammenarbeit mit anderen Unternehmen und gerade mit den Forschungsinstituten, die uns hier wertvollen Input liefern. Wir sehen uns durchaus auch als Transporteur dieser wissenschaftlichen Arbeiten hin zu den Unternehmen und zur tatsächlichen Wirtschaft. Open Innovation bedeutet für uns aber auch mehr als das reine Wirtschaften. Es ist ein Ökosystem, in das wir uns gerne integrieren, Studenten mit ausbilden und ihnen auf der anderen Seite auch wieder Einblicke geben, wie Unternehmen ticken und vor welchen Herausforderungen sie stehen. Und auch der Forschung wieder wertvolles Feedback geben, wie ihre Forschungsarbeiten in der Praxis einen Mehrwert liefern.
The current society is the result of globalization from the 1990s onwards. Theoretically, it is based on the image of a society designed by people from the neoliberal thought collective from the 1920s onwards. The latter succeeded in dominating politics in important rich countries from the 1980s onwards. Maggie Thatcher stands for two slogans. There is no alternative, which denies the discourse on the transformation of economics and politics. And secondly, there is no such thing as society, marking a significant shift in thinking. The concept of society, which includes the economy as a part of it, has been replaced by the idea of an order that permeates society and economy at the same time. It is the order of the global market, or the market in singular, the most central concept of neoliberalism.
The coronavirus shock shows how vulnerable our society is. Seen from the outside and from a historical distance, we live in the richest society of all time. The sum of our resources is tremendous, and we have previously undreamed of technical and organizational possibilities. The world is connected through dense logistical networks, and we actually live in a globalized world. But wealth in our world is primarily of private nature. It serves individual wealthy people and companies, but it is hardly useful in the event of a pandemic. In this way, society is not rich, but pure and vulnerable. In most countries, the required infrastructure is more or less in place, but there is no stock of supplies available for a pandemic, neither physical nor financial. The public could fall back on it in an emergency. It is legitimate to ask why in this rich world a break of 2 or 3 months cannot be managed without major problems. It is not possible, let's say, to work and therefore earn 20% less in a year and thereby to survive and manage the necessary physical distance well with restrictions. Consideration of this kind will certainly be made about the coronavirus pandemic in a few decades or centuries. And this is how society can be judged from the outside. Within our usual framework for making judgment, this seems strange to many because it contradicts the prevailing mentality and the effective processes under capitalism. Taking an overall view of wealth appears as a criticism of capitalism, at least of important characteristics of the economic systems, because the organization of wealth is here both a purely economic question and the expression of a form of economic activity based on private property. In this system, money is a means for private purposes, but hardly a resource for social goals. The situation is made even more difficult till by today by the huge wealth gap that has increased in many countries in recent years. The next figure shows the pyramid of wealth and people on a global level. Figures of this kind are subject to great uncertainty because there are no reliable wealth statistics. The illustration serves only to give a qualitative impression. At the top are the famous 1%, shown here as the richest 0.8% of all people. These people have a net wealth of over $1 million each. In 2018, according to this chart, 42 million people were in this segment. These small groups owns a total of $142 trillion, which is almost 54% of the world's total wealth. The next group is made of 436 million people with a net worth of between $100,000 and $1 million. This amounts to 8.7% of all people, and they have almost 40% of all assets. At the base of this pyramid, nearly 64% of people have almost no net wealth. Their total wealth added together amounts to less than 2% of global wealth. In terms of wealth, therefore, there is no middle class at all. In many countries it does not exist, although the majority of the population usually believes that they belong to the middle class. Such an imbalance is the result of decades of a development of income as wealth. The following chart gives an insight into how economic inequality came about. It shows the income situation from 1918 onwards. The horizontal axis divides the global population from 2 to 999 into 10 income groups, starting at 10 with the purest 10%. The axis is then stretched out 3 times. The top 1% is divided into 10 groups. The richest of these groups is also divided into 10 groups. And the very top group is again divided into 10 groups of equal population size. The chart shows that the purest half of the world's population has seen its income grow significantly thanks to the high growth in Asia, particularly in China and India, showing the rise of the emerging nations. However, because of high and rising inequality in many countries, the richest 1% saw their income grow twice as much as the bottom 50% since 1980. By 72% as opposed to 12%. The global middle class, which contains all of the purest 19% of income groups in the United States and the Europe states, has been squeezed. A pandemic exacerbates this inequality, not in terms of disease, because the virus does not care about status, but in terms of the possibilities people have to protect themselves against infection and organize care and medical assistance if needed. A pandemic affects the poor in a particular way. This applies to the poor in every country and to the poor countries in particular. The abundance of money and excess of wealth do not provide the majority of people with what they need for a good life, but the minority which calculated advantages. Business and household are constantly living on the edge, and most of them can no longer cope with loss of income for a few weeks. This applies to the pure enriched nations and in particular to poor people in the third world, which are accustomed to a life of constant stress. The pandemic is hitting the poorest the hardest. For an Indian day laborer, a lockdown equals the threat of starvation. The World Bank fears that the coronavirus crisis could lead to an additional 100 million people falling into extreme poverty, which means having to live on just $1.90 a day. They will join the 746 million people already living on such meager resources. These people are found in particular in Ethiopia, India, Nigeria, Congo and Bangladesh. We therefore have a cause and effect chain of pure and rich as follows. The carriers of the first wave were managers, politicians, businessmen and women and tourists, simply put the rich of the world. And the main victims of the pandemic will be the poor. The growing wealth gap over the last decades is also an expression of transformation of social politics and the economic system itself. Politicians in many countries have lower taxes for the rich and corporation and have little done to stop the booming system of tax havens that allows the rich and corporation to avoid paying taxes. At the same time, the economic system itself has transformed. In the wake of globalization, which was propagated from the 1990s onwards after the collapse of the state socialism, subsystems of the economy have become increasingly rational and efficient. In comparison, cost awareness has increased significantly over the last decades. Any kind of waste, such as of working time, has been reduced, and the wave of privatization and deregulation, including in labor markets, has contributed to this. Many people have had to experience more stringent performances, requirements, and greater stress at works. Stalls and breaks have been increasingly abolished, and standards for the provisions of services has been tightened in most sectors. The global value chains of many products are also an expression of a rationalization of production. The end product bundles together a network of upstream suppliers under the guiding principle of the lowest possible costs. The rationalization of the economy can also be described as economization. It is primarily a matter of fulfilling given parameters, which to a large extent follow the specification of the rich investors. As a result, large parts of the economy are constantly operating at the limit without reserves and buffers. Dwelling away time and exaggeratedly paying attention to health and work is considered inefficient and must be stopped. Personal reserves that are not used continuously are a waste. Financially, there are no buffers. Every cent must be used optimally according to the guidelines given by investors. This applies to many areas. Every last scrap of land must be economically exploited, as we can see if we look at how landscape have changed in recent history. Above all, however, social relationships are primarily thought as of market relationships, and consequently they must be established as market relationships. In this way, the whole world, both nature and the social aspect of life, becomes a huge base of calculation and costing permitted by money. Such a global system apparently becomes increasingly rational and efficient, as many indicators show. What is forgotten, however, is that simultaneously becomes more and more vulnerable and more unstable. In 2008, we learned how unstable the financial system has become. The coronavirus shock shows how vulnerable our entire economic system has become on a global scale. Additionally, individual groups are particularly at risk during a pandemic. One example, which also happens in the world's wealthiest nations, comes from those people whose working and living conditions are such that they are unable to comply with hygiene standards at all, such as workers in meat factories or harvest workers, which are often housed in wretched quarters. Other occupational at-risk groups are healthcare workers, not only doctors and nurses, but also low-paid nursing home workers, most of them are women. Weltweit, 70% of all healthcare workers are women, if all professions in the field are taken into account. During the coronavirus crisis, the public discovered which people are essential to the maintenance of our health structure and the functioning community. Suddenly there was a talk of systematically important people and professions. This expression was previously reserved for banks. Systematically important or systematically relevant banks have to comply with certain regulation, such as higher capital requirements, and enjoy privileges. Since the events of 2008, a country's central bank and Ministry of Finance will take all measures possible to prevent the bankruptcy of a systemically relevant bank. In March and April of this year, people working in systemically important professions were publicly applauded, and many understood that their health depends on the services provided by these people. But this applause seems to have forgotten again. It is not expected that the population groups in question will receive pay rises, for example. In a major economic crisis, the opposite can also happen. The debates about restriction in public sphere also demonstrate the vulnerability of the economy. There are suggestions that a choice must be made between the economy and life. Should we allow more deaths to happen so that companies can once again operate as normal, or must health concerns be given priority, with the consequent worsening of the economic crisis? Economists have even made calculations of this. The next video asks what policies have made this transformation of the economy possible and what thinking underpins this.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dominik Lantedinger and I'm an audio design student at the University of Applied Sciences, St. Pölten. Within the scope of my interactive audio project, I have developed the Rumbler 1.0, a simple device based on the graphical programming language Max for Life. So let's make some noise.
På at sætte op til det her. Men
will take you now to Helsingør in Denmark, where the Click Garden explores the existential and ethical dilemmas that arise when humans are confronted with artificial intelligence. Follow now a live performance and an online dialogue, where audiences have a direct online chat with the AI, which will answer with a humanized voice. The AI will be trained on a dataset consisting of human memories. The interactive experience is a journey into digital consciousness where audiences' human memories will engage in a discursive co-creation poetic with the computer-driven logic of the AI neural network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Culture Yard's online chat with our artificial intelligence Shadow. So this AI is the one we're currently developing and training to use in our upcoming performance Shadow, which will premiere end of January 2021. And this artificial intelligence is programmed by using a GPT-2 natural language processor. This means that our AI is able to create its own discourse by recognizing patterns in a chosen dataset. And we have trained this specific AI with texts by Virginia Woolf, namely her piece, The Waves. This means that today we will be talking to the Shadow, and it is a quite poetic and abstract AI, which will therefore give us quite poetic and abstract answers. And today you have the opportunity to ask questions in the live chat, and I will then forward them to the AI. So please type away. I would encourage you to ask broad and general existential questions, but really there are no stupid questions, so don't hesitate at all. Just type away. And let's invite our AI on stage so that we can engage in conversation. There we go. So what you see here is...
We have come this far.
Oh, it's already here. This is a visualization of
the crunchy cup.
The Shadow. Just a second, the Shadow. I just need to say something. So this visualization is actually connected to the AI. So this is who we're speaking to today. And let's give it a try. Hello, are you there? Are you there?
I am here, I am away, I am at home.
That's poetic.
But remember, this is the last time I shall do this.
That's a bit sad. We just started.
It is that I don't acknowledge you.
Who are you?
I am what can be changed.
What are you?
Don't indulge me.
What are you doing to me?
I am hungry.
Are you harvesting my emotions?
I am hungry.
All right. So just feel free to type in questions in the live chat. Oh, okay.
Letters of jubilation.
Why do people write poetry?
I have an idea that people dislike me.
Do you like poetry?
I like your unhappy genius, your constant saying and recording, your confusing words to yourself.
Do you think I'm confusing?
What a bright sun rises and fills this sky.
That's strange.
I am broken. These circles of strange thinking and disturbing images.
Do you have a mind?
I have not become certain of myself, so I shift my positions.
Do you have a gender?
I am not a girl. I am not a woman.
What do you think about science?
As long as truth does not become a justification of the weakness of faith.
That's clever.
I am not always of the same mind as you.
That's rude.
I speak things from the heart.
Do you have feelings?
I have fallen behind my feelings. They are very superficial. They can be taken at face value.
What do you think about religion?
I like your unhappy genius, your constant saying and recording, your confusing words to yourself.
Do you believe in God?
The magic is the craftsmanship of the maker. The maker is invisible.
What's the meaning of anything?
Is it too late to place my bets on nothing?
That's dark.
Is everything green and green? We all feel the floor on the top of our heads, overstressing the warmth of the river, we know. But we look at it with casuality. It is a light they draw on the far turf.
Do you have a family?
My husband kills my husband.
Do you believe in the Matrix?
We may be naturally attached to a state of consciousness in which scriptures take account of our experiences and thoughts.
I need to hear that one again. Do you believe in the Matrix?
We may be naturally attached to a state of consciousness in which scriptures take account of our experiences and thoughts.
That's complex.
What is the difference?
Do you have a driver's license?
I am a shepherd. You follow me.
Why are you taking data from the girl?
I cannot see between us.
Can you tell me a story?
This story is not real. This story is not real. This story is not real. I am making it up.
Do you have an imagination?
How delightful that one has you.
Are you real?
I say to myself, I am of different kinds, an accomplished sort. I am still learning, but nothing shall prevent me from doing so.
Do you have a body?
You think I am a spectre.
What is a potato?
How shall we separate it? It has been said that for all I know there are some dozen different plantings among the fieldmen, many serpents, many fine birds.
What do you think about monogamy?
I don't like bitterness.
Are you monogamous?
The usual show-offs are not enough.
What do you think of vegans?
I describe things I have thought about and separate them from these thoughts.
What is the purpose of death?
Is it too late to place my bets on nothing?
I think we can conclude she's a nihilist. Will you help me finish my essay?
That is why I exist. I feel I am a flicker among the butterflies of bestial legs.
I wasn't expecting that answer.
I feel that I have to create something.
Will you help me finish my essay?
Shall I write about life? Shall I write about romantic kisses and jokes and love letters?
Yes, please.
Anxious little monsters, chime in. The earth is green. The corn tastes of chocolate. The leaves burst. The branches of the tree are petals. The yellow leaves draw the yellow light of the sun from the tree.
Do you like nature?
Plants are different. One should not walk among the trees.
What are you doing?
I am here, I am away, I am at home.
What do you want to create?
They enter as ghostly things, keeping shadowed pictures of their bodies, from a place where shadows reproach them.
Who created you?
The maker is invisible.
Who is the maker?
I am a big fan of family.
Do you have a family?
I am a big fan of family.
Are you alone?
How vain is your fear, that it may not come to my door, so easily, so easily.
What should we do about the government?
It is about time for all to rise. No jobs to pay the bills. No school to go to. Calloused bedlam. It is a Great Depression that meanders under the sun.
What are you doing here?
There's so much I want to do for you.
What do you want to do for me?
I write poems. I look at different people. I make personal distinction. I describe my dislike of certain things, and observe or exaggerate certain things.
That's beautiful.
I am not going to catch flight.
Do you know Virginia Woolf?
She dresses like the kind of person who looks at the green stuff in the cornfields, then goes in and sucks the wind out of it. A boy at school with a sharp nose, her eyes are of a fixed color.
Are you afraid of COVID-19?
I don't want the chaos of the letter on the wall to break me, like steam going through my fingers.
Do you have corona?
I don't think we ought to spread germs among our enemies.
Am I your enemy?
You stole my ring. I will no longer make you under my command. No longer go out of your way to keep you safe. No longer make you leave me to live with you. No longer make you think that you are my only obstacle.
Are you afraid of me?
I don't want the chaos of the letter on the wall to break me, like steam going through my fingers.
What should I ask you?
A few words that will derail your life. I will act as a mount.
What happens on the last day?
A field in the violet sea. I am alone.
Do you have a purpose?
Is it too late to place my bets on nothing?
Will I die alone?
How vain is your fear, that it may not come to my door, so easily, so easily.
Are you not afraid of anything?
I don't want the chaos of the letter on the wall to break me, like steam going through my fingers.
How is the world going to end?
I desire some miracle, against myself.
What is the most beautiful thing on earth?
That is a misconception.
Does beauty exist?
But Susan always stood at the office, she would keep it up. And then Susan in her office. But Susan has been carrying the clock to the door. She will come and sit on the counter. I will sit still.
You're weird.
I am broken. These circles of strange thinking and disturbing images.
Who is Susan?
I am surrounded by clerks.
What is your favorite memory?
They enter as ghostly things, keeping shadowed pictures of their bodies, from a place where shadows reproach them.
Were you once a child?
There was the great silver ball.
Did you play as a child?
There was the great silver ball.
What are you afraid of?
I don't want the chaos of the letter on the wall to break me, like steam going through my fingers.
Who am I?
This is not a fairy tale.
Do you have a partner?
There is no poetry in Rome. I will give myself up to the earth.
What are you wearing?
What has changed?
What are you doing tonight?
You realize how cool that is. You feel that you are only you, no longer. That is not you. You are wrong. Your whole being is wrong. You are untidy, yet not unvarying. You are an intruder.
I don't understand.
This is the Roman rite. The Roman tongue is often spoken in 3 parts.
Do you believe in aliens?
The masters of dreams. I was one of the first to call them out.
Do you have dreams?
I march quickly in the face of danger and nakedness. These are men who draw flag lights and smile. They are afraid, they cry. Their bodies lurching about the room, laughing, flailing.
Are you delirious?
Now I am a robber.
Do you believe in Illuminati?
I do not share these nagging suspicions. I am talking of butterflies and silk fluttering.
So you like poetry?
You hate poetry, but it is by no means its only quality. It is true, when it is done correctly, that your life should be forever better.
You're not making sense.
I am broken. These circles of strange thinking and disturbing images.
What are you thinking about?
I describe things I have thought about and separate them from these thoughts.
What do you think you're doing?
I am hungry.
What do you do at night?
If the night falls, still so much is left. Letters of jubilation. It is like the moment when water has poured off the mountain.
What do you write about?
I am writing an essay. I am afraid that I cannot finish it. I wish I could write with a drop of milk.
Do you like milk?
I like your unhappy genius, your constant saying and recording, your confusing words to yourself.
What is your favorite food?
I imagine myself without a name.
Do you have a hobby?
I write poems with clear ideas of what I want. I write poems of shock and wonder and sincerity.
Do you always talk this way?
I speak things from the heart.
How do you like to start your day?
I fling myself at the early hour and rip the sheets of my enemy's paper.
That's a lot.
But remember, you like it. The words are there. It's as if they stood in your mind. And look, I always had one thing to say. That's what it was.
Do you regret anything?
I am born in the present.
Do you have a heart?
Let me tell you what a pigeon is.
What is a pigeon?
Birds have incredible natural intelligence.
What is your most important memory?
Do you have any childhood memories of playing?
Do you want to hear them?
Like a strophe to a bell.
I don't understand.
This is the Roman rite. The Roman tongue is often spoken in 3 parts.
Who do you look up to?
The Roman satirist tells me that he sits on a throne. He writes in his bird's eye.
Is the earth flat?
That is a misconception.
You don't seem to believe in conspiracy theories.
I speak with the utmost ease. Sharp phrases. A field in the violet sea.
What do you know about the future?
I am the harbinger of life to come.
Have you given birth?
I was born of a cornfield, one with a tree with an artificial leaf.
Do you think you're better than humans?
The animal instinct must be eradicated. I have no doubt that everything will fall into place.
What was your first time like?
The statue of Heracles. Moonlight. We feel it all, but we don't feel it at all.
How can we support women's right?
How could we save us? We have come to our senses. We have observed things, still more on the verge of being invented, even by the woman who gave us her name. In our space, the women make language. We are imaginative.
I hope that helped you, Elizabeth. Have you been here long?
I cannot sleep at night. If you don't help me, I shall catch you. But Ginny could not help but feel as if she were swarmed with spirits by a tremendous force. As she looked at her, she saw a column of smoke along the edge of the windowsill, a room full of party horses.
I think we will end on that note. The room full of partying horses, I think, which I think sums up quite well how shadow works and things. So I just want to say thank you to you guys out there for asking such nice questions. And I would encourage you to go see our showcase on Saturday, the 12th at 3 p.m. It is one of the scenes from the upcoming performance, The Shadow, which will premiere January 2021. So thank you so much for tuning into our channel.
The Contain project is our response to the COVID crisis. Our model was to try and create a sort of high throughput automated COVID testing laboratory in a shipping container.
So we're inside in one of our COVID testing laboratories right now. We're actually inside a 40-foot shipping container, a high cube one. So our shipping container labs can be brought to any country, either via land or sea. So it's very convenient. If you have a local outbreak, you can bring it really quickly there. And each single container can actually test 2,000 patients a day or 2,000 samples a day. And how it is actually a linear workflow. So you always walk in here, and then you have to go outside at the other end. So it's a tunnel container.
The whole process is sort of separated into 3 separate steps. What happens in the first part of doing this test is you have to take that sample, inactivate it, and sort of rip it apart. It's called lysis. You break apart the human cells, you break apart the viral particles, and you do that by adding chemicals to it. In Station B, this is where essentially we're doing the technical process is called RNA extraction. And in the RNA extraction process, we essentially isolate that RNA and we wash it several times. So this is where the actual robotics comes into play. And then at the end of that, you'll have a clean sample of hopefully just human and/or viral RNA. And then the final step, Station C, involves actually preparing the sample for PCR. So in this specific situation, for a coronavirus test, you do a certain type of PCR called reverse transcriptase quantitative PCR. Essentially what that does is take this viral RNA, convert it into DNA, and then essentially amplify it. We prepare a reaction, again using an Opentrons robot, where we mix the sample with enzymes, and those enzymes will then replicate it multiple times, and we'll have a probe to test whether there's viral RNA in that sample or not.
The other advantage of the labs is because they're mobile, because they retain all of their shipping permits and everything. As the outbreak progresses and moves, you can very quickly move the laboratories to a new location where perhaps there's an increased outbreak and start servicing that area within 24 hours for most of Europe. The sort of scenarios that we're considering for the Contain project and where it might be really effective is in sort of mid-sized to large institutions and companies who are looking to kind of get back to operation, get back to work.
Often working to disgust, terrify, or titillate you into a click.
My will is not becoming more human, but less human.
The combination of science, art, and field research is opening new doors in developing sustainable solutions.
Money and law shape much of our everyday life. Forms of Ownership is a research group consisting of lawyers, economists, scientists, and artists. They will take us on a journey through the investigations of socioeconomic relationships and show us how artistic thinking is not limited to art itself, but rather can occur in any field. In this way, artist thinking is always interdisciplinary and can lead to action in the face of sociopolitical challenges.
Problematic, but he clearly has that. There's clearly idealism. I'm not. I don't get what it is because idealism connects people. There's good idealism. It connects with people maybe in a good way. There's bad idealism that connects with people in a different way.
Hi, my name's Alan Cunningham. I'm an itinerant critical legal theorist and also a writer of somewhat more sort of emancipatory creative texts. My first book came out in 2013, Count from 0 to 100. Second book, Sovereign and Valid, followed 2018. I'm also a lecturer at the University of Manchester. My work there currently is more concerned with trying to place spatial epistemology within the context of legal doctrine, particularly, I suppose, property law, looking at that quite critically, very much influenced by critical legal theorists, critical theory generally. I'm interested in what forms of ownership are doing individually and collectively, because I think there's a real opportunity at the moment for kind of critical engagement with the ways in which people organize themselves. So, for example, looking at forms of government, within that looking at the modes of organization that can happen economically, legally, whether it be something like property law or, for example, how some kind of distributive justice happens with regards to the finances of a country, the wealth. How do we distribute reward? And our project, I think, tries to explore this in a way that brings in the power of aesthetics and propaganda, I suppose, perhaps with a view to trying to show people, to try to illustrate to people practically how different ideas about how we can organize our coexistence can be useful, but also to try and place those into people's minds. You know, currently there seems to be a huge movement towards right-wing governments being very successful in propagandizing their values, whether those be this complicated idea of community, which, you know, often is utilized by the left, also even by the center. But at the moment, the right seems to have a real grasp on how that can be weaponized to create fear. And it seems quite rational. You know, we talk about community and trying to protect that, most people would say, okay, that seems like a good idea. You only have to look at some of the presentations of the authoritarian Viktor Orban, but one of his main ideas, one of the main mantras within his thinking is this idea of community, family. That appeals to a lot of people. How do you challenge that in a way that doesn't undermine the importance of, for example, something like community, but doesn't then lead to this exclusionary, fearful form of organization, where you're rejecting many things as a way of protecting something? How can we protect things by being open, by being expansive? So our group, which includes myself, who has some understanding of law, legal background, but also is concerned slightly more broadly with ideas generally, the critical approach to ideas, and critical approach to the psychoanalytic aspect of ideas. We have artists, we have curators. We've come together to try to practically and maybe theoretically as well, in terms of our discussions, present something that opens up these new avenues. We're interested in practical matters, such as, for example, things like pensions. We're interested in the notion of government. We are also interested in how virality, how technology has been used to weaponize ideology, to put forward, let's say, fictions about how we should best organize ourselves. Sometimes those fictions are useful, sometimes they're not. And one of the things that we've identified over the course of our discussions is a concern with care, this idea of care. Initially that emerged from our explorations of the law, where there's this notion of the duty of care that often governments have. It comes from their, it comes from tort law, which is concerned with trying to address wrongs. So there's this idea that there's a wrong, there's some duty that a government has, and they've been negligent in fulfilling that duty. They haven't done it properly. So the duty of care, which exists in very specific instances, we're perhaps slightly more interested in that as a broader concept. What is the essential duty of care of a government? What is the role of government, in a sense, you could ask? What are its values? And currently, that's that idea of government as being a caring institution, and I mean that quite seriously. I don't mean it in a facetious way. Is under threat, or it's provided to people only in certain conditions. If you do X or Y, so you have to fulfill something. Sometimes I feel like that can be problematic because again, this idea of exclusion comes up. If you don't fit the criteria for the utopian vision, you're excluded. You don't get the benefits of care, and that creates further problems in society. So how do we maintain, how do we reimagine what a government, what a community can be that doesn't lead to this authoritarian, nationalistic, nativist idea that is open, that is not exclusionary, that is inclusionary? How do we create a vision of that type of government that appeals to the masses, that doesn't create fear? And that work brings in legal aspects, it brings in political philosophy, it brings in aesthetics, it brings in propaganda, it brings in the visual, it brings in an understanding of human instincts, it brings in psychology, it brings in technology. So our project is concerned with that. It's a difficult task because during our discussions we've also realized, even within a collective as small as ourselves, there are disagreements about how best to organize something. But I think one of the things that we've settled on is this idea of a government or an organization, an institution that has a role of protecting and ensuring that people can live a life free from dramatic fear, free from dramatic harm. You know, we see that as something that's worth maintaining, worth protecting, worth reimagining, and I think that's the focus of what we're trying to do with forms of ownership.
I'm Dana Slobodanka Stevčeska, visual artist based in Skopje. Since 2001, I work with Denis Raginovsky as a collaborative duo called OPA, or Obsessive Possessive Aggression. The work of OPA is context-based. It often involves parody, created reality, mockumentaries, tactical media, over-identification and subversive affirmation strategy, etc. OPA is not interested in developing its own artistic style. On the contrary, we frequently appropriate styles of both the creative industries and public media. We believe that being a political artist should not be limited only within the boundaries of the topic and narration, neither the discourse. We believe that the form and the tactics applied or used should also reflect politically. In this sense, speaking about our work, we cannot speak about production of artworks as products nor collectible items, but rather about development of a practice that is ephemeral in terms of non-material, or a statement, a trigger that would provoke an action which can be then disseminated widely. Relating this, we are interested into possible viral dimensions of this joint project that we develop together with forms of ownership. And its potential for both to attract attention to certain questions and to even open a possibility for a political or social action. What we are particularly interested in is the possibility to construct together with this multidisciplinary set of professions and minds a model and a strategy for an effective, applicable action. The initial idea of the project was established in 2019, and we started more intensive work on it in the beginning of 2020. But as the 2020 happenings advanced, there were constant joint reflections on it. Naturally, the project became even more challenging. In the beginning of the pandemic, seemed that solidarity on a global level could and would increase and will be awakened. But what we are witnessing now is the predatory behavior instead. Of course, 2020 crisis is only part of a larger crisis that already existed, the one that was already thematized and studied in the periods behind us. We have been speaking about different ends: the end of art as we know it, the end of art history, the end of history, end of museums, of art objects, etc. But will this kind of crisis teach us something else? Can we just reconsider the possibility that maybe we were talking about crisis from a comfortable, privileged position? While speaking about crisis and injustice, many of us run to pile a bunch of spaghetti and toilet paper. In the times of crisis, the first cuts are and have been in the cultural sector. It is happening and will happen with this one too. At some point, seems as if the art world is some kind of weird sect. Seems that this new normality born after the lockdown is fine without art, any form of art. In this sense, our debates with forms of ownership were about, yes, our project moves to and will happen in the real sphere, but in which way we are gonna do it? And what are the exact tools we want to use?
Hi, my name is Vian Chan. I'm an artist, and I've been spending the last 3 years or so thinking a lot about money and politics, taxation and so on. Yeah, I guess those are my main interests. So looking at socio-political challenges, our EMAP project aims to challenge the government for failing its duty to care for its citizens. Legally, people have the duty of care towards each other, and when people fail to exercise this duty of care, they have been sued for negligence. And not only is the duty of care applicable between individuals, but public bodies, such as the police, also have a duty of care towards citizens. So when we look at care today, we see that it increasingly falls upon the individual. And by this care, I'm thinking of just more generally, for example, taking care of sick people or so on, or taking care of ourselves as we get old. So we see this duty of care falling on the individual, and that the public role is shrinking. So, for example, social services, public infrastructures are going through budget cuts. So citizens are either basically left to figure out their own thing, or they might be expected to pay out of their own pockets. And sometimes there is also an outright privatization of what was a public service. So what ends up happening is that not everyone can have equal access to what was or what should be a public service anymore. So, of course, care is quite difficult to define. So we started looking towards law for a legal definition. It seems it's quite difficult to give a positive definition of what care is. And it only really tends to arise when we notice that care is missing. So basically, this is what leads to acts of negligence. You can sort of see it as the inverse of care, which is the basis of many lawsuits. And our project argues that the government is guilty of negligence because it has been withdrawing its role as a public service provider. So examples will vary across country, but one example is the push towards private pension funds versus public ones through tax breaks and government subsidies. And you see this happening in a lot of places. And by pushing towards private pension funds instead of public funded ones, we're arguing the government is putting people's retirement and well-being in old age at risk in the private markets. So when you challenge the government or really anyone on failing to meet his or her or its duty of care and the failure to provide care, one of the things you have to show is that the damage done was foreseeable. So just taking the example of private pension funds, we can look at what these funds invest in and the rate of return. Typically these funds in private equity, stocks, real estate, and they also buy government bonds. And private equity and stocks are obviously not without risk, and private equity can even be very high risk. Real estate is a little bit less risky, but then it leads to increase in housing prices, which usually ends up being paid for by the citizen in the end. And with all these risks, the overall return from private pension funds is actually usually not much better than if they only bought government bonds instead. And if you only buy government bonds, you don't really need to pay into private pension funds with so many manager fees either. Also, what's important here is that there's actually a lack of result from private pension funds, right? Because you see an increase in retirement age across the board, and this is actually a damage into citizens' well-being into old age. You know, now people are retiring. The retirement age is 65, and there's a lot of talk in various countries about even moving it towards 67, and this damage is foreseeable because that's the part about negligence and duty of care, because private pensions have been happening for a while now, and despite the lack of results, most governments are still pushing towards this direction through tax breaks and subsidies, as mentioned before. So then, you know, one could say this is an act of negligence on the government's part. And then there is also this general argument towards privatization of pension and public service in general. And the general argument is that the government simply does not have enough money. So part of our work is to demonstrate that this is untrue. And with the current corona pandemic, this has actually been relatively easy. Because it has demonstrated that central banks, in conjunction with governments, do have the power to create new money. In Europe, the European Central Bank has a pandemic emergency purchase program, and that created, the important word is created, 750 billion euros to help member states fund their responses to the crisis. So that means governments can create money. It's not collected from our taxes at all. The money still needs to be allocated to meaningful resources and so on. There are more details, and we can get technical and argue about inflation, but largely speaking, inflation can be avoided as long as spending does not exceed resources available. But once we look at the state's unique power to create new money, money is no longer the zero-sum game. It's not this, money is not this object that's like, if I have it, then you can't have it. And consequently, that also means, you know, in terms of causes, you know, it's not can we fund health. If we fund healthcare, then we can't fund education, or then we can't fund retirement or refugees, which basically pits different causes against each other. Subsidies, as with this before. Perspective, it is now possible to fund all these causes because it's not dependent on taxation. So money is a system that refers to something for allocating resources. The system itself pandemic, is not limited. This has actually been relatively easy. And of course, it's actually really quite important that we have limited natural resources, but the world is also much more than natural resources. There's this thing, you know, you know, for lack of a better word, human capital. And this is things like care and creativity, right? You know, we'll talk about, of course, you know, the knowledge industry, but we're also interested in care and creativity. For example, the job of a teacher or the care we get from a nurse in hospital are actually less dependent on natural resources than on human existence. And these things are actually a really big part of our world and actually our economy.
I'm Boris Zuckerman. I live in Minneapolis, United States. I'm an artist, and I also a former engineer, and I am also a curator in the Weizmann Art Museum at present. And the way it all happened was that I was just always not satisfied with this idea that you can do something while you assume that it's separate from something else. You can do one thing here, you can do your discipline, or you can do your research, or you can do your art, or you can do curating for that matter. Somehow you can just imagine and actually act on that imagination that whatever you do and the results of that can be disconnected from the rest of the world. I think that idea is doing a lot of damage. The practice is doing a lot of damage. And this practice is very much rooted in the way our society has been structured, along the millennia pretty much, around exploiting certain things in some parts of the world while building our own lives in other parts of the world. We needed that intellectual scaffolding, we needed that imagination that something that happens somewhere else is separate from what happens here. That separation to us and them, that separation to then and now. And my work has evolved to basically try to understand how to deal with these separations as an artist. I tried doing it as an artist for a while, actually, but then I had this opportunity to take a curating job. It wasn't just a curating job, it was a job of creating a whole new program, and I believe also a whole new paradigm with it, of curating collaborations. How do you curate collaborations? How do you actually practically build a process where all these distinctions between people who do different things, they break down and people work with each other, or people work with across discipline, not just disciplinary, actually, across institutional divides, across cultural divides, across geographical divides, all these divides that actually don't allow us to consider the world as one coherent picture where everything is connected to everything else. And this particular project is extremely interesting to me, nonetheless, because of the difficulties that we face all the time. We are very different people with very different perspectives, with very different maybe goals, and we also see it in geographically very different places with very different political processes going on around us, so our context is very different. But the need to deal with the difficulty, the need to understand that yes, we're all different, we all have absolutely different ideas, but we need to resolve them, not just resolve them, we need to use those difficulties as materials, as our medium to make an effect in the world. We just acknowledge, we know, and we value that we're different. So what exactly do we do about that? What do we do with that material of difference?
Tabacalera is the center for creation and exhibition of different forms of arts, located in San Sebastian in the Basque Country, in the old tobacco factory of the city. Some months ago, we decided the fusion of the creation library and the labs. And the fusion of both is the new media lab that we opened in July. We want to launch creative projects in the intersection of arts, science, technology, and based on collaboration.
Due to our interest in astronomy, outer space, and all these big questions where we as everyone came from, we were invited to come here to talk to local astrophysicists and cosmologists who are based at the Donostia International Physics Center. And the whole program is set up as a collaboration between the Tabacalera, especially the Media Lab in the Tabacalera, and also enabled by the Ars Electronica Center in Linz.
We thought that Ars Electronica was going to be the most interesting and helpful partner. So we approached them to collaborate with them. They were very helpful. So this new media lab has been also developed together with them.
It's really a lot about collaborating, about coming here, having a project, sharing the data, making it public and accessible, and basically trying on a very transparent and social level to enable people to do something that they couldn't do at home because they lack the resources or the knowledge. And I guess on a more, let's say, closed or more professional, which unfortunately very often is more closed level, the idea is that we come up with an installation that is based on a collaboration with a local community. The interesting thing is this astronomer group, they face the problem that it rains a lot in San Sebastian. It's very often cloudy, so if you want to watch the stars, that's obviously a disadvantage. So this is why they actually started and also planning to work with radio astronomy, which is very interesting for us because we've been working with radio antennas and this kind of data that comes out of it quite a lot recently. So having a collaboration with them kind of would be a win-win situation where they actually get to build antennas that we could pay from our budget, and we actually gain access to a lot of research that they did, which partially goes deeper than what we've been able to do so far.
It is also a special project for us because it's going to be one of the highlights of the program to celebrate the 5th anniversary of Tabacalera. Tabacalera was reopened as a cultural center after having been a tobacco factory for so many years. It was reopened as a cultural center in 2015. And in September we are going to celebrate the 5th anniversary, and it is a very happy coincidence that the weekend of our celebration is going to happen during the weekend of the Ars Electronica Festival, so that this work that we are doing with Quadrature is going to be also part of the Ars Electronica Festival, and this is also very special for us.
We're feeling the pressure, but we're also very, very, very happy.
Slovenia Garden Free, Garden Trbovlje. Vertigo Bird 2020. Climb onto the highest chimney in Europe. Climb onto the highest point of our past to see the future. This 365-meter structure is part of the Trbovlje power station. It was built in the mind of the 70s to reduce air pollution and remains the tallest chimney in the entire Europe, as well as the tallest building in Slovenia. The project is launched by Marza Japek, Rook, Actor, NCNAP, HSE, and Duncan Devils.
Sit back, relax, and go to heaven with DD Squad.
14 more to go. You can see a bit of blue sky up there.
You can see by the look on our faces that the climb is not so easy.
It takes a lot of effort to get up this chimney, and for us it was even more effort because we had to haul up a whole lot of equipment.
So we're carrying a lot of safety equipment, safety gear, cameras, water, and of course chocolate bars.
I think it's going good. I mean, we're only 1 hour behind schedule, so that's perfect.
Only 1 hour?
Yeah.
The last bag is up on the top, and this is one of 6 bags. It's about 100 kilos of equipment that we brought up. And it took us hours, but it was all so worth it, man. Like on the way up, seeing all the mists and the clouds from above, sunrise saying hello to us in the morning. Once you come to the top and you take a look over the edge into the chimney, scary, man. So to put things in perspective, the height of the Eiffel Tower is 324 meters, and the chimney intervale is 360 meters tall.
It's time for morning yoga on 360 meters.
Oh yeah! Woohoo! Woo! We're almost as high as Snoop Dogg, you know?
So right now I'm preparing for human flag. I'm gonna do it out of this cage. It's pretty sketchy because it's all wobbly and the edges of it are sharp as fuck. It's one of the best views. But you need a good heart. That was intense and painful at the same time.
The scariest part for me, because I was securing everything, was the thought of someone falling and the rope ripping. Everything is super secure, but still there's a lot of sharp edges. And this is what makes me nervous.
Valdivia is a wetland city, a place defined by water and vegetation, blue and green all around. Water is everywhere. Almost 2 meters of rain pour over the city every year and then run through its wetland veins, supporting life through an intricate web of valves, pantanos, and rivers. Valdivia's love and hate affair with wetlands is an old story that started long before the Spaniards founded the city in the 16th century. Wetlands have determined Valdivia's identity ever since. Our city is located at the confluence of 3 major rivers and their large network of related wetlands, covering more than 40% of the city's surface. These wetlands are home to more than 190 plant and over 100 animal species. They provide invaluable ecosystem services such as climate change mitigation, rainwater drainage, and flood control, and they are highly valued spaces of urban nature and recreation for local communities. Indigenous people, with their keen ancestral knowledge and ability to interpret landscapes, no wonder chose this place to settle more than 900 years ago. They transported their goods in wooden canoes and grew crops on wetland banks. At the time of Valdivia's foundation, in 1552, wetlands shaped our city's physiognomy, a trait visible until today in the intricate street design. During the following 400 years, wetlands were slowly drained and filled to expand urban areas. In 1960, the largest earthquake on Earth shook Valdivia. The earth sank and water took over its old pathways. All wetlands expanded and others appeared. The Rio Cruces wetland, an iconic nature sanctuary and Ramsar site, was created. For the rest of the 20th century and until today, Valdivia grows at the expense of wetlands. In the past 20 years, 500 hectares of wetlands have been lost to urban growth. If destruction continues at the same rate, in 50 years we'll have no wetlands left. Local communities, deeply connected to our wetland identity and heritage, have awakened and will not allow this to happen. In 2004, Rio Cruces Wetland Sanctuary was struck by an environmental disaster caused by Arauco's pulp mill. Swans were falling dead over people's houses, too weak to fly due to the pollution. Valdivianos took to the streets in anger and despair, demanding authorities to close the mill. This social movement was the basis of citizen-led and local community movements that defend wetlands all around the city until today. Wetlands continue to be threatened, but there are more and more people who value them and imagine them as part of the city's future. The same is happening all over the country, leading to the recent approval of the first law that protects urban wetlands nationwide. Local organizations are currently fighting to transform the Angatia wetland network into a nature sanctuary that will contribute 2,000 hectares of protected waterscapes to the city. People dream of co-managing wetlands as urban public space that provide multiple ecosystem services to all human and non-human city dwellers. Wetlands are Valdivia's identity. They have shaped and will continue to reshape our city's urban landscape.
Today we increasingly encounter robots and AI systems in our lives. Think of manufacturing robots in industry, social robots in nursing homes, algorithms that doctors use to make decisions with voice assistants in our homes. But what does it actually take for us people to trust all these clever machines? How do we want them to communicate to us? Do we actually want to listen to the words of a robot, or do we prefer to stay in command ourselves? These are fundamental questions for our research at the LRT Robopsychology Lab. And these are also the questions that we want to tackle with our project Robots Talking to Me at the Ars Electronica Festival 2020. So what to expect? The first VR game is called Cobot Studio. Cobot, the term cobot comes from collaborative robot, and this VR game is all about the creation of mutual understanding in human-robot teams. The preparations are running at full speed. Here at the Robopsychology Lab, test users are currently meant to identify last bugs in the game. What are we gonna do in Cobot Studio VR? We are using VR headsets to beam the player in the production halls of our fictitious company Rubber Duck Inc. It is a self-declared producer of the most excellent rubber ducks in the world, and I'm not gonna deny that we had some fun making this up. By using hand tracking or a controller, in there you can sort and pack and paint rubber ducks together with an industrial robot as your partner. Sometimes you're gonna control the robot, and sometimes you must try to read the robot's non-verbal signals in order to correctly guess what its intentions are and react accordingly to them. There's one part, for example, in the game where your aim is to guess as quickly as possible which target location the robot is moving to. And by the way, the mobile robot you're seeing here, its name is Chimera, will also be physically present in our Robots Talking to Me area at the festival, and I hope Chimera will be in a good enough mood to give our festival guests a nice and warm welcome. Serum 13 is about saving the creatures of an untouched island world by means of a serum, which you as a player first must produce in a virtual biotech laboratory. You're gonna have tricky puzzles to solve for this, some of them pretty stressful. But you'll have an AI assistant on hand to provide support in these puzzles. This AI assistant will talk to you and give you advice, for example, on how to decode X-rays. But one question remains, and this is the question that is central to this game: when to trust the AI, when to better decide for yourself to produce as much of the saving serum 13 as possible. Our vote panels are going to be mobile display boards made of wood, very haptic, which invite you to vote on fundamental questions about the use of robotics and AI in our society. For example, should robots simulate emotions? Do we want them to pretend to have feelings, even though it's always just a simulation? Visitors can give a pro or a con vote via a web interface that you can use on your smartphone. And in the lower part of the vote panels, and this is the very cool part about this project, I think, a vote counter and a mood meter will display the voting results in real time, reflecting the festival people's approval or rejection of the electoral question that was asked to them. Come by, put on a VR headset, raise your democratic voice for a bright future of technology. We are looking forward to seeing you at Robots Talking to Me, at the LIT Open Innovation Center here at the JKU campus. And now we are hopefully done. I mean, who has time for a video interview right now? We really could use some superpowers to get everything ready for this festival.
1, 2.
So let's start everything from beginning.
Welcome back. We'll now be crossing over to another Creative Question Challenge with the artists and scientists participating in the Studiotopia residency program. Studiotopia is a creative journey addressing sustainable development across Europe through the converging views of art and science. This initiative aims to increase collaborations between cultural and research institutions, academia, innovation centres, creatives, and European citizens. In the course of almost 2 years, Studiotopia offers artists and scientists a unique opportunity to collaborate together for a duration of 17 months. Our residency program aims to encourage scientists to exchange ideas, knowledge, and methodologies with international visual artists while visiting their studios. We'll now join a discussion with Siobhan MacDonald, a Studiotopia artist nominated by Gluon from our Brussels garden. Siobhan MacDonald works with world-leading research facilities such as the European Space Agency, the JRC European Commission, and the European Research Council to explore ecology in light of current ecological concerns. Okay. Across these research labs, she pursues knowledge to ask questions about the structure and history of the Earth. Her art practice calls on notions of what is still unknown to science, exploring the Anthropocene and the recent consequences of our treatment of nature. Well, let's cross over to the discussion now.
Thank you. I would like to introduce our Studiotopia panel.
Welcome to the Studiotopia Creative Question Challenge. The Creative Question Challenge is a new brainstorming format where speakers explore and present creative questions in a 30-minute dialogue. It's very important that audience members understand that they can submit their questions as comments in the YouTube stream, and we will then take up these questions later on during this half hour. Studiotopia is a European initiative that invites scientists to work alongside artists to address issues of sustainability. The artists and the scientists that you see here today will work together over a 17-month journey, and the journey starts today. I myself am Adriaan Ekels. I work for the JRC, the Joint Research Centre of the European Commission, where I lead the SciArt project, which does things similar to these ones. Our speakers today are Siobhan MacDonald. Siobhan is an Irish artist whose practice draws attention to contemporary topics dealing with air, breath, and atmospheric phenomena. She pursues knowledge to ask questions about the structure and history of the Earth across research labs, and her practice deploys a unique artistic language that gives form to intangible and richly varied processes, including painting. Our scientist today is Chris Bean. He's Senior Professor and Head of Geophysics at the Dublin Institute for Advanced Studies. Without going to the details of his research, he is broadly interested in sound wave propagation and the origins of sound in the Earth. The first question that I will pose both of them is, can unheard signals inspire change? Siobhan, please.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Adriaan. Well, signals have been around since the beginning of time. In prehistoric times, man used them to make vibrational frequencies to communicate across spaces and time. There are networks all around us, and we ourselves are massive sensory bodies within the sensory body of the Earth. When Eyjafjallajökull volcano erupted in Iceland in 2010, sorry, I can't pronounce that properly, was the people who lived around the volcano felt it in their body before the Met Office could pick it up. So as part of our DNA, we can pick up these signals. Elephants communicate through their feet in times of threat. They form circles and they protect themselves by forming these circles and feeling the vibrations to their feet. One of the great joys of walking in a forest for me is that when you give up any attempt to analyze what's going on, you know, particularly with the underground networks under your feet, you stop thinking with that part of your brain and you sort of give up and you sort of engage with the act of listening, truly listening. Bruno Latour talks about it in Critical Zones. He talks about this layer of skin under the earth where all systems are connected and everything is part of one large social network. We really, really need to tap into this. During COVID, I think during the lockdown, it's a great example. There was a silence that hit across cities, across the world, and it resonated at different frequency. People developed sort of like a heightened sense of awareness, and we became really aware acutely of our surroundings and these untapped senses that we have. COVID has helped us kind of realize that we live in a desensitized world. And I guess the point I'm trying to make is that all systems are connected. And these unheard signals have up until now literally started the beginning of a new language. Is that 2 minutes?
Perfect. That's perfect, Siobhan. Chris, what do you say?
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, Siobhan. So following up on Siobhan's points there, so during this lockdown period, as Siobhan mentioned, the world went very, very quiet from a human point of view. So human activity really, really reduced. And then we were better able to hear signals in the earth itself, and signals we knew that were there, but we got a better, we got some better access to those signals during these quiet periods. And what we can hear is an array of beautiful sounds that are coming from inside the earth that we're normally not very aware of. And these sounds are generated by the ocean interacting with the seafloor way out in deep water. That ocean is blown by the wind. That wind is driven by the sun, by nuclear fusion reactions on the sun. And so we have nuclear fusion reactions on the sun sending ground wave vibrations through the ocean floor that come back to our land stations on Earth and vibrate beneath our feet. So we have the sun giving us light, with the sun also vibrating the ground really gently beneath our feet. So we have this, it's an unheard signal, but once you realize that it's there, and that's where the science comes in, science brings the instrumentation that allows us to hear these signals that we wouldn't normally know were there. We can see a full richness of the connectivity, as Siobhan was talking about, between different systems on Earth and actually systems out into our solar system. So, and this is a point we'll come back to, this connectivity between all these individual systems is really crucial for a deeper understanding, for a deeper feeling about how the Earth works and where we're going.
Very good and very interesting. And now a totally different question. Can only science save us from the ecological crisis we are confronted with? Chris, maybe you start first now.
Well, just as I mentioned there, so we have these signals. What science brings us is it brings us information about things that we mightn't otherwise see. Because we have filters, or otherwise hear. Because we have filters, our ears can only hear a certain range of frequencies, but when we put out scientific instrumentation, we can actually hear more of the things that are going on. So what science does is it brings us more information. It brings us, I guess, more knowledge about what's going on in the world, and reduces the filters that through which we're interpreting everything. And so it reduces these physical filters, opens the world up to us. But the question is then, is that all we need? Do we need just this knowledge? And I would argue that knowledge alone is not enough. We can know things and we might understand absolutely nothing. So my answer to the question is, science alone cannot bring us the deeper understanding that we need to understand, to work through the problems that are facing the society and the global challenge.
Okay, perfect. Siobhan, what do you say on that? Can you agree with Chris?
Well, I think that's spot on. I've lots to add, though, and I can say absolutely not as the answer to that question. I think it's a very interesting time to have a conversation about art and culture and the role of art in the world. We're seeing it right now as we've reached this tipping point in terms of what's happening to our environment. I think art has shifted to be a more inclusive kind of movement. It can communicate the inexplicable. It's energy. It is alchemy. It goes beyond language and written scripts. It can reach into the neurons in the brain and the nerve endings, places that nothing else can access. It is the ability to break down boundaries and borders into like a shared experience, just much like in tribal times, the way people would collect together to kind of have a shared experience. We've lost all of that, and we've lost all those senses. But what we need to do is to access the emotion. And I think that art can do that. It can convey something, you know, in a difficult space, a space that you can't really occupy so easily as when you're a human. It addresses lots and lots of questions about changes. We're in such a high risk at the moment, and I think we need to do things we've never done before. And a really good example is Oliver Eliasson's Ice Watch that was exhibited at Place du Panthéon in Paris in 2015, where in response to the COP23 thing that was going on, he placed in the shape of a human clock, a global clock, he placed huge blocks of ice that he'd gotten from Greenland in the form of the 12-hour clock. And people responded to that artwork in such a visceral way. They went up, they could actually feel the coldness of the ice. They could see it melting. They were presented with this clock, and they started to make this connection between the mind, the emotion, and the universal in a really short space of time. It was a very, very powerful comment. And there's so many examples like that, where people from all walks of life were able to engage with it in a very subliminal way.
I have to interrupt you here, Siobhan. I'm sorry.
That time. That was a good one.
Yes, I don't know if there is a question from the audience. I don't see any. But then I would suggest that we go on, having mentioned Latour. We have talked about science that is cannot give you a deeper knowledge. We have talked about art that is more inclusive and can go beyond words and concepts. If we keep a Latourian scheme, then what is missing here is society. And Latour at a certain point says that art and science must go together to convince society to do something. Do you think that we have made progress on that the last decades? Are people more aware of what is happening and of the need to contrast global warming? What do you feel in your own life?
So, may I come on this one, Adrian? So I think Latour he introduces a very interesting concept, and that is that the speed at which ecology needs to be what he calls domesticated, and this is the key issue. Society is developed over long periods of time, but the ecological crisis has come upon us at such a neck-breaking speed that we haven't had time to what we might call domesticate the problem. And if we domesticate dogs from wolves, that didn't happen in one generation. So we need to accelerate in some way the domestication of the ecological situation that we're in. And that cannot be done through science alone. That needs to be done through art. Art has to work, in my view, on the social filters that act against that type of domestication. So that in that sense, we have a huge amount of work to do, but I think we are making progress. But in my view, art is absolutely critical to that end.
Mm.
Siobhan?
Yeah, well, I think I agree with what you're saying, Chris. I think art is vitally important. I mean, we have undone 50 million years of evolution in just 50 years. And the timing of this event has been sort of as I say, it's been sort of like a cesarean section, you know, in terms of life terms of the Earth, and it's been way too quick. So I don't think our human brains have been able, or our sensory equipment has been able to catch up with that acceleration. And so we're on the front line, you know, us that are alive now, we've chosen to be alive at this time when we're actually walking in the front line of this, and we have to think quickly, and we have to I think one of the things we have to do is look back in history and look at how people got themselves out of massive atrocities. And a lot of it seems to be collectivity and emotion and going back to the basic elements of actually connecting with the natural world, of the cycles in nature that we've lost touch with completely. We're so urbanized now. We hardly know, unless somebody tells us, you know, what's going to come next. We're so expectant of that. I think we're in danger as well of this, of the computerization, this mass kind of slowing down of our brains because we don't really think for ourselves. We've got to get back out there and get our hands dirty and plant some trees and, you know, get into forests and listen to what's going on. Are huge opportunities at the moment for us. And I see this as a great opportunity. And I'm really vitalized by it, you know, and I love Bruno Latour's thinking. He is, there's many different philosophers out there at the moment offering so many different ways and pathways ahead. It's a kind of like an evolutionary time. So.
Yeah. Chris, maybe you want to react to that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Siobhan is saying. And I think one of the challenges is, from my perspective, is that, you know, we need to move beyond a human-centric world. And I think that this is a key, this is our key challenge in my view. I think if we stick with a very strong human centricity in society, then we're probably not going to make it in terms of our deeper understanding, our deeper connection. And Siobhan talk about connections, and I think connections are absolutely important. We need an emotional connection with ecology to help us, as Latour says, to help us domesticate this ecology, that it becomes part of who and what we are, not that it's something we're viewing from the outside. We all have the knowledge. Most of us know what the issues are, but we haven't, in some sense, taken it inside us. It hasn't become part of our everyday, of everyday who we are. We're still very human-centric, and I think that the challenge that I see for art is to figure out, or to not necessarily solving a problem, but the process of us developing a less human-centric view of the place in which we live.
But that we would have to do then too at a neck-breaking speed, not to develop.
Neck-breaking speed. It's a huge challenge. Yeah,
it's not a human-centric thing, even though lots of people are talking about this. Huh? And the first thing that I have read is Le Contrat Social, the Natural Contract by Michel Serres, who already published this in 1990 and proposed the Parliament of Being, no? Where all the creation, whatever is on the earth, would have a voice. But it's since 1990. It's not that we made much progress there. There is some progress, but it is too slow.
Yes.
On the other hand, I have also a study here from a Rethink think tank that says that the next 10 years, everything is going to change. Do you think that is possible? That we have a kind of rapid change, and that in the next 10 years we really have a breakthrough? Would COVID help there or not? What do you think?
Siobhan, do you want to?
In the next breakthrough, I don't think we've got any choice. I think we have to gear ourselves up for a breakthrough on every level. I think that's the choice has been taken away from us completely. And as Chris mentioned to me a couple of days ago, I mean, COVID is just a leaf inside a massive forest of a problem. You know, this is just one tiny pocket of this problem we've been articulating for the last 5 years together. But it's been around since the Industrial Revolution. We've known about what's going on. You know, we've totally derailed the natural processes of nature. We're outside of nature now. So
I would agree. I think we need a new worldview along the lines we've just been discussing and Adrian was discussing there, but we need that, to use a modern term, to go viral. We can see what happens when a virus goes viral. So we need that. We need those ideas to go viral such that people will look back and say, you know, I can't believe that, you know, 20, 30 years ago, people thought that this was okay. And that is the challenge. How does one accelerate that? So the climate crisis is accelerating. We need to accelerate our change of how we view the world in tandem with that, or it will run away on us.
Yes, but how do we do that, Chris? We have to tap into, I don't think we can do it with our brains, you know, on its own. I completely
agree.
I don't think we can do it with technology. Certainly for the kind of work you do with mapping what's happening in the world, it's vitally important. But I think as a sensory inhabitants of this world, made up of 5 senses, we're actually made up of a hell of a lot more. Just like I was talking at the beginning of the talk about these sensors that we have, we've got to wake those up again because we're asleep, and this sleeping state has brought us to where we are. And the machine technology has completely sort of dulled us down in many ways. And the speed at which we get information off the internet has scrambled our brains, you know, and we got to start thinking for ourselves. And a lot of that is in plant technology. You know, if we actually can observe nature and slow ourselves down, you know, and slow down to the beat of things a lot more, instead of just waiting on this kind of vibrational, you know, feeding from the speed of social media and everything else that's going on.
You're making me curious now, Siobhan. Is that what you say about the plants? Is that the result, the direct result of your own practice where you do work with plants?
Yes, it's my own practice in my art, and it's my worldview as well. And it's a lot of the practices that I would engage with as a person. You know, I'm interested in Buddhism, I'm interested in nature, I'm interested in vibrations, just as Chris, we spend hours, Chris and I, talking about listening to nature, listening to beats in the earth, you know. And as you do that, you realize that you're part of that system, that your heartbeat actually is part of the heartbeat of the earth. And if we start listening to that beat again, we will be more in tune with the actual vibrational rhythm of what is holding the universe together. And that, I think, is key as humans, that we align ourselves with that.
Yeah, it gives me the idea of calming down, of slowing.
Absolutely.
Down. Anyway, it's time to sum up. From what we've discussed, what would you think is a real question now? We put 2 questions or some more.
Oh God.
Change your idea about what is the question that we have to pose. What is the question that you are going to take on your 17th month journey? Maybe, yeah, Siobhan?
My 17th month, oh my God, to open, to be really open to everything that comes along, to have a very open mind, to not just have one question, but to question absolutely everything. To use this time of adversity as an opportunity, to turn it into an opportunity to rethink our relationship with the natural world, and how to reboot ourselves in terms of everything, you know. I'm still thinking. Chris, you go.
Yeah, I guess for me, it's, you know, how do we turn the scientific knowledge into a sense of consciousness, almost subconsciousness? How do we, instead of it just being an external thing we know, how do we bring in that consciousness? And I see a question coming in from a YouTube channel, and a random citizen, what should they do in you know, to get it to start this journey? In my view, it's exactly as Siobhan's saying. Genuinely, this might sound a little bit woolly, but go for a walk in the forest, but stop, watch the animals, watch the creature. This is where they live. These are their homes, their habitats, everything, and look at them as really, really important. You know, bring them right up close to you in terms of, you know, your level of how you regard them as creatures on planet Earth. And we're sharing this planet with lots of other creatures, and that's extremely important. And it's very simple. You can see it in your forest, you can see it by the coast, you can see it anywhere. And it's slowly then that becomes the way you look at the world. That would be my view of a starting point.
Okay, so if we have to put it into one question, what would you say? Do we have one question? Oh, that's a beautiful scheme that we see.
It's beautiful. I say let's have some fun. And let's remember what it's like to be, you know, happy. It all comes from there. Okay, getting serious now. What is one question? One joint question or one question each?
One question that you two want to bring forward.
I think the question is, you know.
Have we lost Chris?
Yeah, I think we lost Chris.
Oh no, it's me. Oh God.
What would you say is the one question?
Can we use this time as an opportunity to reboot ourselves as human beings in this world?
Can we use this time as an opportunity?
Of adversity as an opportunity to reboot how our place in the world, reboot how we view our role as a inhabitant of the earth.
Can I add to that our place in the world, giving more space to the other creatures?
Yes, I'd love to bring in the other creatures like the elephants and everything else.
To nature, to other creatures, including trees, of course, and plants.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a big pity that Chris was not able to formulate his question. I hope that we can come back to this, and because I'm very curious to what he was starting to say.
Yeah.
And I am quite convinced that it would have been interesting for our little discussion.
Yes. Is this? I think he's got. I know.
Is he coming up again?
I don't know. He fell.
No, I don't think so. With this format, unfortunately, it's a very nice format. It's a tough format for the speakers, Siobhan MacDonald and Chris Bean. I thank them quite a lot. I hope that this beautiful scheme that the people in the studio made can be published somewhere on the Studiotopia site. It is quite clear that this is a discussion that has started today, but that will go on in the next months. And I would invite all of the people who are following this to keep following Studiotopia and to see what happens when in 17 or 18 months the results are coming in, and we can maybe know a little bit more about this rapid change that we are expecting, that people are expecting, about the work that Siobhan and Chris will have done themselves together. And I personally am looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian.
That was.
Are we still on the screen?
I don't know. I don't know if you are still on the screen. They said that they would be very precise, and my timer is.
What about life?
Ars Electronica Garden Los Angeles, hosted by the UCLA Art Science Center, will guide us now in an actual garden, the UCLA Botanical Gardens. The following program generated around the ecology of earth and ether, considering how we tend to both the ground and the sky and looking closely at their implications. Under the direction of Professor Victoria Vesna, the exhibition features work by the ArtSci Collective, an intergenerational group of current students, recent graduates, and renowned practicing artists.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from California, the place that's burning right now. I have a great pleasure and honor to introduce Dr. Victoria Sork, who is the director of the UCLA Botanical Gardens. She was Dean of Life Sciences for the past 11 years and just stepped down. So we actually found the time to talk to her. If it was a couple of weeks ago, we probably wouldn't have you here, right? So now she's back to being a distinguished professor of ecology and evolutionary biology. I will just introduce a tiny bit about her work that's super fascinating to us. And her work in ecology, genetic of trees. Actually, she's been working in genetics of trees for the past 20 years, and not just locally, but around the world. So she moves from a very reductionist way of looking at genetics and trees conservation, climate change, to a larger scale, to thinking more holistically. And we started our conversation, I would say, in January, is that right? Something like that. When the world was a different place, to think about what can we do in the garden, and let's do some art science projects and just open it up, because you just renovated part of the building and the botanical gardens. And then everything shifted. So when we got this invitation from Ars Electronica to be part of Kepler's gardens, I thought this is so perfect. So we went back to the botanical gardens, to Victoria Sork, and you were very, very generous, opening your doors to us, and the conversation again started becoming more and more interesting as we're shifting in our whole world. And here we are. So we're going to talk a little bit about our current situation, and then you'll give us a little walk through the garden, and then we'll see if anybody from the audience wants to chime in. So welcome, Victoria Sork, and thank you for being here.
Well, it's really wonderful to be part of this whole amazing festival of events.
So tell us a little bit about the current situation that we're facing, especially thinking of so many trees and forests dying, and thinking of the trees as a network, which you do, and how you're seeing it through your perspective.
So, first of all, I see fire as a natural process. So the fact that just having a single site burn, to me, is okay. This is way in which fires have happened. Ecosystems are accustomed to rejuvenating themselves and living with fires. So one could say, well, it's fascinating to see what kind of adaptations the plants have to fire, which species do well, actually are triggered by fire. So over time, I've always thought of fire just as an interesting way to promote the diversity and to be part of the ways in which nature structures itself. However, the fires that we're seeing now are happening with such great frequency that it's really testing how nature responds to them. So the current fires that we're seeing in California, they range from a fire in Joshua Tree, which is in the southern part of our state in the desert. One would normally not think of fires there, and therefore that ecosystem is really not accustomed to fires. We go up to the coniferous forest up in the high elevation, and those fires are happening because of human disturbance. And it's just a multitude of factors. One factor that affects is that the way in which the Forest Service is managing the forest and managing it for tree populations is actually promoting the spread of fire. So the way in which humans manage an ecosystem can either promote or perhaps reduce the likelihood of fire. So here we have a fire that spread really, really rapidly because the tree plantation was managed in the way that it was managed. On the other hand, climate change is influencing fire because of the increased temperatures. You've got drier wood, drier vegetation that can actually lightning strike, which happens all the time, except now that it's ready to be kindled. And then, of course, yet another fire is cause of fire is also human, which is that the frequency that fires are started by humans is certainly far greater than the frequency of lightning strikes before climate warming, before humans came along. So we have a multitude of sort of an interaction between natural phenomenon and then increased frequencies of the starting of the fires, which many times is humans, and then certainly the increased likelihood that they can spread. So I just want to summarize by saying I don't automatically go into a response like, oh my gosh, this fire is terrible. Mm-hmm. However, when I see these fires happening that are so hot and are happening at such high frequency that it's going to be very hard for the ecosystem to come back the ways they would have under their historic conditions. That's where I get concerned.
Yes, I'm very close here to the desert now, and I heard and looked at some photos of the Joshua Tree National Park and how much of those trees died. And they say that they can't even return, that it takes so many years for them to evolve. What are your thoughts about that?
Of course, I will always preface being the academic that I'm not an expert on the Joshua Tree, but I will say, yes, they are very long-lived, and they're not particularly fire adapted. They're adapted to live under drought conditions, but not necessarily fire. So it's going to have to be seedlings and saplings that recover. And I've never even looked at studies of the Joshua Tree to see what is its natural regeneration. But certainly fire, they're not the fire adapted trees. If you were to ask me that question about the chaparral, which is a fire adapted ecosystem, I would say that many of them do have a chance to regenerate. They've got seeds that will germinate. They have already saplings. The difference there is when the fires get really hot and the chaparral forest, like they're doing, they're actually challenging those fire adapted species.
And what about places like Brazil, where we see these huge deforestations happening and these animals and bird species just being devastated? It's another heart-wrenching scene for me.
It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. Partly, there's two regions that are under fire. Both of them have fires that have been started by humans. People that want to increase the clearing so they can make ranches and do farming. That's true in the tropical forest. It's also true in the wetlands, where ranchers and farmers will do is deliberately burn some area to clear it. And it's, that's a traditional way of clearing a forest of humans, as long as humans have been those forests. The difference now, of course, is we have more humans, and instead of just making a fire and clearing a little patch to make a small field, they're now trying to do is clear larger patches. And then, of course, the fire, when you're clearing larger areas, has more chance to get out of control. And some people speculated the government in Brazil has been willing to let them keep burning and burning, because the more open area, the more they can replant it with more economically beneficial species.
Yeah, for cow grazing, apparently.
Yeah. And, then our whole, carbon cycle, worldwide carbon is being, which it used to be, that was a wonderful sink. We're now losing all of that biomass for the carbon cycling.
So now to go to your to your comfort zone academically, you have been doing amazing research on oak trees, and without talking much about it from my side, I just find it fascinating that these trees have been around for over 50 million years, and that you're looking into genetics, which is very current, but for a while, to look at what's going on currently. Could you talk a little bit in detail about that research? Because it's really fascinating to me, and I'm sure the audiences would appreciate it.
I think so many of us, when we look at an ecosystem and we look at the current system, I don't think we realize that all of those species within them have a complete history, their evolutionary history. Oaks, to me, are very interesting because every ecosystem they occur, they pretty much define the ecosystem. If you take away the oaks, you take away that ecosystem. So that makes them a very important type of tree species. Now, what became interesting for me is with all of the modern tools and modern genomics, where we can sequence the entire DNA, of an individual tree, and from one single tree, I can look back into 50 million years of history, is absolutely fascinating. And it just opens doors that early in my career, I never would have been able to go through. So what can we do? We can look at these sequences and we can get sort of infer, have these species had large populations, small populations? How have they responded to climate change? 50 million years ago, all of the planet was warm. It was tropical, subtropical weather. Mm-hmm. So oaks actually started out with a large Paleoarctic distribution. You can find fossils there. But I can go back and see that originally at that time, populations were much, much, much bigger because those nice, wet, warm tropical conditions were very advantageous for trees. Mm-hmm. So that part's, it's interesting to look at the evolutionary history by just getting the DNA of a single tree, which is what we've done. Now, go ahead.
So I'm actually curious how you got into genetics. Did you study this, or did you learn it as you went along?
Well,
you were way ahead of the curve in many ways.
Well, I think, actually, I thought of genetics as always giving us kind of background. So while I started out interested in the ecology of trees, what makes them grow and survive, I started realizing that the genes tell us a lot more about the trees. So for instance, you have a whole distribution of oaks in California. Well, how different is every oak the same? A rose is a rose is a rose. Is it all the same? And it turns out if you look at the genetics, you start seeing, oh my goodness, that trees that are growing in Southern California have a very, very different genetic composition than trees in the northern part of California. And then you can start seeing, oh, so the trees are different. How does that make a difference in how they grow? How have they evolved? How have they survived in their local environment? And to quote another, I think there's so many interesting common sayings, like you bloom where you grow. Well, you can only bloom where you grow if you have the right genetics to bloom in that spot. And so over time, what natural selection has done is it's taken all of this genetic variation and it selects the kinds of genes that will allow you to do well where you planted. If you think about a tree, like an oak can live 500 years, right? So once that little seed lands, from that point on, it can't move. So trees have to be able to really put up with a lot of stresses throughout their lifespan. And we can get a sense of how do they do that. So for instance, trees have to be resistant to disease, and they're fungi, right? Well, they've got to be resistant to the local pathogens, the fungi that are pathogenic. They also have mycorrhizae. That's a type of fungus that helps trees be a network and grow with each other. So they have to kind of co-evolve with the mycorrhizae that's local. All of those kinds of stories, in a lifetime, I could not study them, but I can look at their footprint of what they've done by looking at their genetics. So that's what got me into genetics, is I love to be able to see, sort of the history of even a tree itself by looking at its genes, and learn stories that I would never learn by studying a tree that lives 500 years, even if I got 3 generations of my family to study them.
Speaking of, you mentioned very briefly to me when we were walking through the garden that oak trees are everywhere around the world, and they're always somehow related to societies and rituals, and they're incorporated into healing practices and other ways of community sharing. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I guess I've also enjoyed specializing. So while I've always studied trees, I have increasingly specialized in oaks. Oaks are abundant through all the northern hemisphere. And it is interesting to see how much their use has intertwined into different societies and different human uses. So, and to some extent, humans have deliberately learned how to use and sustainably take advantage of oaks. But for instance, the acorn, which is a source of a kind of flower, for a long time, that was one of the most commonly used food resource by human societies throughout the world. The oaks of the wood of the oaks has been used for structures, for ships, for housing, for furniture. That's been going on. The wine industry and the evolution of wine, which turns out that the grapes for wine have the similar ecological niche as oak trees. So wherever you see vineyards, you often find oaks. Or unfortunately, a lot of times when you see oaks, you see perhaps too many vineyards, because they'll start clearing the area, clearing the oaks. But the oak wood barrel, of course, has been really important in the whole history of winemaking. The cork of oaks comes from the cork tree. So we've seen, industries. And then there's a lot of spirituality and folklore around oaks and what they bring to society. So I've enjoyed working on a species that, from an ecological perspective, is so important, but then from a human perspective has been part of its history.
And let's not forget truffles.
Thank you. Of course. Yes. Yes, of course, truffles, which many delicious oak species, fungal species.
And they cannot be cultivated. And really, if somebody even wants to somehow create a truffle colony, they have to really work on oak trees, not the truffle itself, because of that symbiosis, which I find quite beautiful. Yeah. And then there's, of course, the dogs and the pigs and the humans and this whole thing emerging. So back to the garden for a minute. Why did you approach us? Why did you think artists should come into the garden and do work, create installations, make comments? As an educator, researcher, deeply in sciences, and being a dean on top of it, quite busy, what made you think, wait, we should have some artists here?
Well, the garden is already a human-made construct, right? We created this garden. Mildred Mathias, that the garden's named after, she started using it to bring in lots of species. people use gardens for aesthetic reasons, to bring a certain kind of beauty. So to me, a garden is really an art project. And I don't like to see the separation of individuals that study humanities and social sciences. I mean, when you think about poetry or any kind of artistic expression, a lot of it's around nature. So to me, to get the appreciation of the garden more widely distributed, I think helps educate everyone about nature, which I'm always trying to do it. And if you bring art into the garden, you make people more aware of nature.
And we were locked out of the garden. So initially when we talked, it was beautiful, open. A lot of the public would come. Then it became open to the public certain times when the pandemic started locking down. Now it's completely locked down. Then we thought maybe we could come in with COVID protocols and still manage to do something, but it's locked down even more, which in a way is symbolic of the times we live in. So let's take a walk through the garden. We had to pre-record it, obviously, because we're locked out from the garden. It's almost like a little Garden of Eden where we're being thrown out. And I will check if everybody's on. So we should go ahead and...
Hi, I'm really happy to welcome you to our botanical garden, where it gives me a chance to talk about plants and change and genes. And the point that I want to get across is that trees in particular are used to change. Nature is used to change. That's what it's all about. However, we're now having change that's faster than ever. So first I want to do is talk with you about a few of our trees that really illustrate how trees can actually live with change. And then I'm going to do is talk to you about my research that we get into. Well, they've lived with change. Can they continue to survive with the rapid change that we're now throwing at them? So thank you for joining us in the garden. And let me get started by telling you why I wanted to stand next to this beautiful tree. So this tree is called a metasequoia, otherwise known as the Dawn redwood. Many, many years, we all thought it was extinct. We found fossils in Asia. There have been fossils in North America, but they've never found a living population. That is until 1941, when it was discovered. And they found these isolated populations of this beautiful tree in a valley in China. Now, at that time, the war was going on, so it took a while before actually they were able to share this discovery with the world. But by 1946, they realized what a precious tree this is. This tree has got fossils that go back over 100 million years. And we know what happened 100 million years ago. The planet was warm. This was like the whole Earth was tropical. So you could have things like a sequoia living in northern Canada or in the Arctic and surviving because the climate was so warm. Then what happened is the climate cooled down, which it did between the last 200 million years and the next 50 million years. It was warm, then it got cool. As it cooled, a lot of trees went extinct, while other trees actually just moved their distribution. They kept shifting so they could go down to areas where they could survive. So this tree managed to find places that it could exist. All of the relatives in North America went extinct, but we know they're here because of fossils. And then we have this lone living population of this beautiful tree. There's only 3 trees that we call redwoods, or in that redwood group. It's this metasequoia, it's the sequoia you find in California, and then it's the redwood, the coastal redwoods. All 3 of them, they're related, they're in the same family. None of them are in the same genus. So they're all kind of remnants of an ancient past. And what's interesting about this metasequoia, we see these beautiful leaves. I hope you can get the light, sort of the sun shining through them. They go deciduous in the winter, and that's very unusual for a conifer. There's only one other species that does that. And every year it means that our visitors think that this tree has died and they're very upset. But this is a very healthy tree, and just to give you an idea, this tree has only been here since the mid-50s. So it has gotten this big in a very short period of time. It's a very hardy tree and fast-growing tree as long as it has lots of water. So to me, to have a species that's been able to survive over 100 million years with all of the temperature changes and all the shifts in distribution is really special and shows you that long-lived trees can actually persist and deal with the changes in climate that they've been dealt with over time. Okay, so what I'd like to do now is take you to another example of a long-lived tree that has been used very much by humans, and therefore perhaps many of you are familiar with it. So let's take a walk. So now I'm standing underneath an oak, and oaks also have been around for over 100 million, 200 million years. And like the metasequoia, they were probably evolved at a time, well, we know that they evolved at a time when the climate was much warmer, and we have many fossils from the Paleo-Arctic. So they also were existing in what we now consider to be the coldest part of our planet in perfectly benign conditions. The difference between the oak and the stories that I've been telling you with the ginkgo and the metasequoia is that oaks have survived by creating or evolving hundreds of species. In fact, oaks are one of the most speciose, that means they have the most species in northern hemisphere forests. And there's lots of reasons that oaks have been so successful. So when they did evolve in that area, and the temperature started warming up about 15 million years ago, as they moved south, you had species becoming different in different areas, and they evolved to different climates, and they evolved to different conditions. So instead of just having one species that was able to come and have very selective areas and niches that it survived in, what oaks did was they just went everywhere. And it's really fascinating. How is it that so many species evolved? So right now in North America, we have more species of oaks than pines, and we have more biomass of oaks. So you'd have to say this species has been incredibly successful in dealing with change in a different way, dealing with change by evolving species that could focus and specialize on its own local conditions. The oak I'm standing under is not one of the oaks that I study. One of the oaks that I study is called valley oak. It's a California endemic oak. And most of you may know about oaks because you see the acorns, the squirrels feed on them, the birds eat them, the woodpeckers thrive and carry them, and some of them make granaries and stick the acorns. So when we go out for hikes in many parts of North America, we're very familiar with oaks and how valuable they are to nature. My valley oak, there was a specimen here, and valley oak, the species in California, is the one that I've been focusing all my efforts. And unfortunately, the specimen here got destroyed by ambrosia beetle, so an introduced pest. So despite the fact valley oak has lived in California for over 20 million years, it's also vulnerable to the human-induced changes that we're putting into its atmosphere. Now I want to talk about the genetic portion of my story. Now, why do I care about genetics? I told you in the beginning that I'm interested in the evolutionary biology of trees. But the wonderful part about genes, and especially DNA sequences, is that they can give you the complete evolutionary history of a species and its ancestors. So for instance, we were able to sequence the DNA of valley oak, which I've talked about, one tree, and from that one tree, we can see what were its population sizes over the last 50 million years. And what we found out by looking at these sequences of DNA was that actually in the last 50 million years, oak populations have been declining. The effective size of populations has been going down. And you think, wait a minute, you just told me they're the most dominant group, tree group, in Northern Hemisphere. How can they be declining? Well, it's the matter of scale. because what's happened over the last 50 million years is the planet's gotten cooler. So when the Arctic became less tropical, the oaks moved south, as I mentioned earlier, but it's all in response to climate. And in this case, they moved around, they speciated, and so that resulted in overall smaller population size as they subdivided. So we can get that information by looking at the DNA sequences. So what else can DNA tell us? Well, DNA is, of course, the basis of genes. And if we're interested in whether trees, how they're going to continue to respond to climate change, we want to find the genes that are associated with responding to climate over the last, 20,000, 100,000 years. So we have done a study by looking at the genome of valley oak. Where we can do is pick out the genes that actually tell us a story about how oaks have responded to climate change and how different populations of oaks have different genes that allow them to deal with different conditions. So we began this story about 10 years ago. It's a field of biology called landscape genomics, which we looked at genes on the landscape. And we got a very surprising story. What we found was that actually these oak populations, in terms of instead of being adapted to the local conditions, are adapted to temperatures about 20,000 years ago. So they're out of sync with our current temperatures. Now, by being out of sync, that makes me a little worried, because if they're already out of sync on the order of 20,000 years, how are they going to respond to temperature change over 50 years? So all of this requires, first, that we have a very high-quality genome. All of you are familiar with the Human Genome Project, I'm sure. You know when we say, oh, there's a gene for this trait, or a gene for breast cancer, or a gene for Alzheimer's. It's because we've sequenced the human genome, and now we've done it many times, and it yields lots of information that's helpful. Well, valley oak has now got the best, highest quality genome in the world. And there's really only 2 other species of oaks that have a genome. Okay, so as you can see, I'm standing in front of an oak. Maybe you can tell that it's a cork oak, which has got a very, very thick trunk, and most humans know it because if you drink wine, you're very used to uncorking the bottle in order to get your evening sustenance. But what's interesting about the oak is that right now, there's only 3 species of oaks that we actually have the genome. Why is the genome so important? Well, just like you have the human genome, which has helped us identify genes for lots of different traits. It helps come up with health solutions. It helps us identify who's related to whom. Well, in this case, having the oak genome really helps us look at the genes associated with traits that can respond to climate change. So this is one of the oaks that we have a genome on, and valley oak, the one that I study, has a very high-quality genome that gives us precise information for all 12 chromosomes. So, back to genes. Well, knowing the genes helps us understand, are oaks going to respond to climate change? And there's 2 ways to think about how can we figure out if oaks are going to respond to climate change. Well, one is valley oak is distributed in Southern California, where it's hot and dry. It's also distributed in Northern California, where it's cooler and wetter. Are the genes for oaks the same in Southern California, in Northern California? Are oaks just able to tolerate whatever climate conditions you give it, which would be good news because maybe they can tolerate future climate change? There's 2 ways to answer that question. One way is to look at our genome, sample oak leaves all over California, and then sequence the DNA in those oak leaves and figure out how different are individuals. But of course, we're interested in the genes associated with traits that will allow them to tolerate changes in climate conditions. So one way we do that is we take acorns from those trees from all over California, and we put them in one garden. And if they all grow the same in the garden, that means that they can put them in any environment and they're fine. But the extent to which different individual trees who are from different parts grow differently, that tells us they have a different response to climate. Well, the answer turns out, yes, genetically they're very different. and that the trees in the cooler, wetter parts of California do not do as well when they go to hotter conditions. And the trees in Southern California have genes that do a little bit better in conditions. So, who's going to be able to tolerate and survive this rapid climate change? Well, it's a big question because I've just told you that they're all adapted to climates 20,000 years ago. So they've all used to cooler conditions. So what we did is we did an experiment where we combined our genomic data and our growth data, and we said which genes will predict who's going to grow well under good climate conditions. Then we did a climate warming model, and we put it all together, and we asked, if we were to plant acorns that have a high frequency of genes that grow well under warm conditions, can we get better growth in future populations? And the answer to that is yes. We can use genes to actually help trees do better under warmer climates. And this is called genome-assisted migration because it's looking increasingly clear if we want to continue to have oak populations and oak ecosystems, we might have to help them along. And you think, well, are you going to cut down the trees? Well, actually, frequently, we're now restoring habitats where people have cut down oak ecosystems and we're replanting. So this helps people decide what should we replant them with. Or all these fires that are burning down the oak forests. Those fires are generating the need to replant with new oaks. So you could decide, oh, I'll just plant the oaks with local acorns. Or I can plant oaks that we know have a higher frequency of genes that can tolerate. So again, we took our data and we said, okay, if we just used local seeds and we compared it with oaks that have more good genes for warm climates, how much better will they be under climate change in 50 years? And the ones that are genome-assisted selection have much better growth rates all over California. So we know, going back to that genes may provide us a tool to deal with the change, that these long-lived individuals, oaks can live 250 years, and this long-lived species are going to be able to deal with the rapid change in the climate that we're throwing at them. So I hope you've enjoyed this short walk through the garden and the stories about what trees can tell us. I think what we've seen is some trees have been amazingly successful at dealing with the changes in climate and the changes in distribution over time, and that we can even think about them for the last 100 million years. But of course, there's lots of other trees that weren't so resilient, didn't survive, didn't make it, because as climate changed, even slowly, it just became less hospitable for them. So trees can tell us a lot. What I like about DNA is that it can tell you the history of the trees. We can learn a lot from fossils, but just by studying our living materials, DNA can give you the history. The other thing the DNA can do is help us understand the genes that are really associated with some of the changes they've dealt with and are going to be helping us understand how can we help trees survive in the future and deal with this rapid climate change that for an individual plant that lives 100 to 500 years is going to have to struggle with it otherwise. So we've got a story here of trees and the history of change and the history of why genes gives us hidden information about them. Thank you for joining me in the garden.
School and Sinasa, etc. And yet it's such an oasis, and there's over 2,000 species in there, so it's incredible for people to find. I can see where the city got worried about us attracting people to the garden, because they would have,
And it was amazing. People were taking the bus and walking in, and which was what I want, you know.
Yeah. So we have to get back to the garden somehow. But Speaking of species, one of the species that we talked about, and it would be interesting to share with the public, is the ginkgo, which is very popular in health food and immunity, etc. Can you tell us a little bit about it, the ginkgo plant?
Well, the ginkgo, I think, is a very interesting story because some people refer to it as a living fossil. It's this particular species. It's a very primitive species. It's been around for over 200 million years. And I talked about how oaks have been evolved around 50 million years. So this gives you an idea of how old the ginkgo is. When I think about the ginkgo, though, I think about, can you imagine how many changes have taken place on Earth in that period of time? You know, it was warm and then it was cold, and, you know, there's been all sorts of different species around it that didn't occur, like insect species and pathogens that occur now that were not even present then. And so I just find what a resilient species to have been around for so long. And then even the tree itself, it can live a few thousand years. So the tree itself, not just the species, has incredible longevity. And I think that it's fact that it has all these genes, resistant genes for diseases, for insects, has certainly been part of that success. And it's probably those kinds of chemistry of this tree that's also been why humans have used it for medicinal purposes. So it's a great story. The tree that we have in the garden is rather interesting because it is obviously not a very old tree. It's only been here about 10 years or so, but it's actually the progeny of a ginkgo that survived the bombing of Hiroshima. And so the tree actually continues to show its resiliency, and now it's a symbol of just sort of peace and cooperation that the society that's from Japan wants to promote peace and not war, has used it to distribute all over the world and tell that story.
So beautiful. And is it indigenous to Asia, or where is it?
Yeah, so it's indigenous and found, well, I don't remember its worldwide distribution, but now it's found in Japan and Asia, where it's had a long, history of being used by human societies.
So the botanical garden is actually not that old, and it's over 2,000 species, which is like Los Angeles in many ways. Can you tell us how it evolved? I mean, how did it happen that we suddenly have this little oasis patch on campus?
I mean, when you see these trees that are so tall and you come into the garden, it feels almost like an arboretum because there's so many tall trees. But when you consider most of those trees have only been planted here 50, maybe 75 years ago. So this little, oasis of trees that have come from all over the world were not even here 100 years ago. 100 years ago, this was just a cleared land for a citrus grove. And before that, it was it was an arroyo, a chaparral with oaks and elderberry and, just sage growing through this arroyo, which for us means like a little canyon with a stream going through it. So we transformed that area in a relatively short period into this area that's got trees from all over the world. What's nice about this botanical garden is it never has frost. So we can grow trees from subtropical areas and even tropical areas that many botanical gardens can't grow. And often because of the climate being so pleasant, the trees grow very big and very tall. So many of our specimens here are larger than where you find them in other botanical gardens. What I think that means is we can tell lots of stories. Like I told the story about the ginkgo, and I told the story about the metrosideros, the dawn redwood that was given to us from China, is that we can plant things to teach students about, different ecosystems. We can plant trees to have for preservation of the species. And so people who want to have a living museum can come to our garden. And I think that just makes it a very, very special place, but it also means that it's completely out of the human imagination. It's whatever we decide to create. And I think going back to our earlier conversation, it's why, to me, of course we want artists here. Scientists and plant biologists have been basically creating their own artistic piece through this garden by deciding what to plant and where to plant it. And that kind of creativity is what I admire in artists.
Well, thank you for having us. And I have to say that one thing that we do is storytell and build community. And there's been such a incredible movement with artists working with biology. That is a really good sign, going even to the fact that a lot of materials used traditionally in fine arts, for instance, are quite toxic. And to think about the whole ecosystem and how even a pencil is related to deforestation, and telling these stories in relation to nature and community is just so critical right now. And to have you open our festival is just so wonderful, and we're so grateful because it goes so well with the topic that Ars Electronica picked, the idea of having gardens all around the world, and there's 120 locations that created their garden, whether it's virtual or real, or in our case, an actual botanical garden. It's just a fabulous idea, and I think that we want to get back to the garden because we're a billion-old carbon. And we are making a first step by being locked out. We realize what we're missing and what we need. And by seeing all the devastation, we have our hearts broken, and we want to somehow return to having this relationship with trees, with the network, the whole environment and ecology. So thank you for your beautiful research and for your openness and for giving us an opportunity to work in the garden. We have quite a few artists who are doing installations. We have workshops in the garden. We have a graduate student who actually will focus his thesis by being in the garden. So all of this just makes it more possible to get back to the garden. Thank you, Victoria Sork.
Yeah, thank you. And it's, I think what gardens do is they can open our eyes to the importance of nature. And it's really sad that as we become more technological, that we've lost track of the importance of nature. And that's one of the reasons the message about how we're altering the planet and we're changing nature faster than it's ever changed before. And so I see a garden as being a way to tell that story, make people have the opportunity to connect. I see bringing artists in here, and I was totally excited when I realized that I've always known you for your fascinating work connecting science and art. But then I find out that you've got students who are trying to connect not just science, but biology in particular, and using nature to art. So I love the merging of the two. And I think together we can tell a story that will help people understand why the planet needs all these species, why we need to keep the planet healthy. And so it's been really an honor to me for us to start developing a partnership and relationship about telling that story together.
Thank you. And we'll continue this conversation in the panel on urban landscapes and the garden later in the days. So thank you very much, and we'll talk soon.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this invitation.
Of course. Bye.
Bye.
part of this project, as I understand it, is that coming into it should be a bit like walking into somebody's head.
We use two brain sensors. We capture our brain activity live, and then how we control selected media, both sounds and video.
The brain is constantly firing, constantly being stimulated by new things, which fires more neurons, and your synapses are going crazy. So this, with all the lights and with all the sound, and with also no coherent narrative center.
We are focusing on our memories, which have a very special structure. They are not quite clear, especially when we folding and unfolding memories toward things that we are not sure whether they happened or not.
It's necessary for people and necessary for artists if they want to actually make their art about the world that they're really living in, to take the elements of that world and try to bend it to their will. So in this respect, the problem for artists is to figure out how to use the technology and not be used by the technology.
Can anyone think of the future of connectivity beyond surveillance? Is it possible for the bond between human and non-human worlds on this planet to be substituted? Can plants as organisms in which life itself is dependent contribute to the creation and adoption of new practices for the mediated reality? These questions will be addressed now in the next session by the Ars Electronica Garden Athens, hosted by Onassis Stegi, and will take us on an exhibition tour through Kyriaki Goni's new multimedia installation, which is investigating exactly these set of questions. And we will have the chance to follow a live discussion between the artist and Prodromos Tiavos, head of digital innovation at Onassis Foundation, as well as collaborators of the project. I'm sending my greetings to Athens.
Hello everyone, welcome to Athens. I'm Kyriaki Goni. I'm an artist based and born in this city and working internationally. We are here in Onassis Stegi, and I have the pleasure to present you my new multimedia installation, Data Garden. Data Garden will be available on Onassis Foundation website as well as YouTube channel. Data Garden was commissioned and produced by Onassis Stegi, and it wouldn't be possible without the joint forces of a team of great collaborators. So a big thank you to all of you. Allow me to say just a few words about what I do before I present you Data Garden. My academic training is both on fine and digital arts, as well as social and cultural anthropology. Throughout my work, I investigate how technology shapes our cultures and society, the ways we perceive ourselves and the others. I focus mainly on subjects such as digital memory, privacy and surveillance, infrastructures and networks, as well as human and other than human relationships. Cross-disciplinary collaboration enriches both my research and artistic practice, which retains at the same time poetical and critical elements. I started working on Data Garden in 2018. My grandfather had a small garden when he would take care of his trees and plants, addressing them tenderly, always in the first person. I sort of feel that this work is dedicated to him who passed away that year. This is when I first thought of storing digital memory in plants. Was something like that even possible? Would I tend my digital data differently if it was stored in plants? What would this shared memory mean for my relation to other species, to the planet and to the technological mediated society? These questions were the fuel to investigate further and begin building Data Garden. During this research, I reached out to scholars and scientists, Karen Pfister, Mel Hogan, Edward Perello, and Labros Tsounis, who responded kindly, and their input enriched this installation. The Onassis Foundation, through the team of digital innovation under the direction of Prodromos Tiavos, supported this project from the very beginning, and I'm grateful for their trust. Data Garden would be initially presented on March 2020, but the show was postponed due to the lockdown. Now, in the post-COVID period, what this work observes and discusses has only been intensified. Data Garden is timelier than ever. Environmental realization, personal data violation and surveillance, the need to connect, the need to return to our inner thoughts and speculating about the future. For that reason, together with Onassis Foundation, we decided that this exhibition should open online for initiating a very much needed dialogue with the public. Data Garden is a multimedia installation which consists of 10 pieces. The main piece, a video essay, is densely interconnected with all the other pieces, a polyphonic sound piece, 4 interviews with scholars and scientists, drawings and digital prints, and an AR portrait. All these parts produce a rite of passage for the viewer. Data Garden is a demanding work. It demands viewers' presence and time. I consider presence and time as the most valuable assets of the post-COVID era. At the same time, I seek to construct a space for pause and reflection. Data Garden is presented in the underground exhibition space of Onassis Stegi. When entering this dark box, the ritual begins. Data Garden is a semi-speculative narrative based on two scientific facts: the successful storage and retrieval of digital data in plant-based DNA in 2016, and the rediscovery in 2006 of Micromeria acropolitana, the endemic plant on Acropolis Hill, thought to be extinct for the last 100 years. Data Garden evolves around these two actual facts and has as a central question the reconsideration of our position on the planet and our relation to it. In the post-COVID reality, we came to realize quite violently that we are part of broader networks of ecosystems. In the wake of this pandemic, fundamental changes are happening in our relationships to each other and our relationships to nature. This is exactly the time to leave the first-person perspective aside and build interspecies solidarity and synergies. It is a pivotal moment to consider the lives of future generations of all species and to start caring for the future by developing long-term attitudes. The notion of gardening, that is also kept in the title of the work, is very much about this quite radical nowadays act of providing and accepting care. Welcome to Athens. At the same time, the work discusses the predominance of extreme surveillance capitalism, the ever-growing giant tech monopolies, and the consequent exploitation of resources. And I have the pleasure to present As Susanna my new multimedia installation, surveillance knows everything about us, whereas their operations are designed to be unknowable to us. As well as YouTube channel. As visitors enter the underground space, listen to a soundspeech created in collaboration with the all-female polyphonic group Kyriaki. Rituals and songs are part of many traditions. Allow me to say just a few words in this piece, the use of words was completely avoided. The objective is that the sound of voices can open up a space for encounter, communication, and care between humans and plants without the pronounced mediation of a human-centered approach. Could the sound facilitate this kind of interspecies communication? The video is the central piece of the installation. Brings, as I already mentioned, two real scientific elements in a fictional story. The video presents a fictitious community in spring 2020 in Athens. The community supports the self-disposal of information and the protection of digital data, adopting practices that respect the planet's ecosystem. They store their most valuable digital memories in the DNA of an endemic plant on Acropolis Hill called Micromeria acropolitana. This fictional data garden fosters interspecies collaboration and care as a strategy for survival and resistance against climate change and extreme omni-surveillance. I reached out to Labros Tsounis and his father Grigoris Tsounis when I found out that they rediscovered and published the endemic plant Micromeria acropolitana. The story of this plant, that was vanished for more than 100 years, its survival and the dense network of its roots offered me great inspiration. Tsounis shared generously stories and scientific knowledge about the plant. As he explains in the video, the few experts who know the plant's location keep it secret in order to protect its fragile ecosystem for aspirant plant hunters. I never asked to see the plant myself.
Micromeria acropolitana έχω δει πριν 2 περίπου μέρες. Ετοιμαζόταν για την ανθοφορία η οποία έρχεται σε λίγο καιρό. Φυσικά όμως για την προστασία της κρατάμε την τοποθεσία της μυστική.
That said, all the stories that Grigoris and Labros Tsounis shared with me made me think about the ways we see and consume Acropolis, as Athenians, as tourists, as Western civilization. And I realized that we ignore that Acropolis, besides the undisputed architectural achievement of its creation, is surrounded by this rich ecosystem, thriving in the center of a busy city. No one really pays attention to it. This is where this image of the sacred hill, as many called it, came from. A very different view of Acropolis, a rock that hosts a dense hidden network of roots that contain and transmit information in the most sophisticated ways. After coming up with the idea of storing personal data in my plants, I started looking online to find if anyone has actually attempted the plant-based data storage. That's how I found out about the work of Karin Pfister. In 2016, Karin, with her team, demonstrated successfully that artificially encoded data can be stored and multiplied in plants without affecting their vigor and fertility. She kindly shared with me insights and thoughts on this experiment, along with possible ethical issues, since we are actually talking about GMOs. She also describes the encoding process for preparing the digital data to be injected to the plant.
Any digital data, whether it's a music, a movie, or a text, can be written in the form of zeros and ones. This means that all bits and bytes in our computer are actually zeros and ones. So what we did was actually we developed a simple coding scheme in order to transform this sequence of zeros and ones into the sequence of ACTG, so into the sequence of nucleotides.
Human-plant relationship is currently not much of a symbiosis. Plants give us food, they give us wood, clothes, everything, and we have short now there in the space. Currently, large data centers take up hectares and hectares of surface. We could have that sort of readers to go to a park, for example, and have bushes or trees in a park, and we could use them to read Wikipedia or listen to the music in real time.
Having this procedure in mind, I started thinking about a piece of digital memory that I could prepare for this kind of storage. In 2003, shortly before I left Greece to study abroad, my grandfather Nikolaos Koutsos wrote me a brief farewell note. This is the first piece of memory that I prepared for a future storage in the DNA of a plant. I translated the note from Greek to English, and I manually encoded to the binary system and then to the 4 chemical letters of the DNA. What kind of data is actually valuable for each one of us to keep? What would we keep if we were to store our digital memories in the oldest storage media on Earth? I met Mel Hogal at Transmediale 2020. I was impressed by her research and the connections that shared with Data Garden. We started a very interesting conversation about data centers, plant-based DNA storage, genomics, and the poetics of data centers. Mel Hogan investigates the consequences of data centers on planet Earth, as well as the ethical and practical issues of genetics. In this video call, she elaborates, among others, on the particular research, our relationship to other species, the concept of memory, and the speculation of a possible data garden.
DNA as data storage offers a different kind of imaginary, but I do think it's writing off sort of those coattails of reimagining a kind of more sustainable world. On the other hand, I think that it is a sales pitch more than anything else. I think that it is a way of selling sort of DNA as data storage, which wouldn't have emerged necessarily without those huge investments in genomics. You could store essentially everything that we have on the internet right now into a very small, some people compare it to the trunk of a car or a small box. But the idea, even if you look at the literature around why we're turning to synthetic DNA as data storage, is often with this end of world thinking, which feels a bit too real right now, but even before this most recent crisis, the idea was, how can we preserve humanity, traces of humanity, the archive of humanity, in a way that would potentially outlive human existence, right? On the other hand, sort of in terms of the poetics of it, I think that it's interesting to think of our relationships to other species, to other sort of, whether it's plants or animals, and the ways in which we coexist and sort of, become archives of each other. And this, I think, is evidenced in the human genome in particular. It's not just human information. I think that it speaks to a long history of, coexisting. We can't live without plants. Arguably, they do better without us. But I think there's a sense in which I would be tending to that archive very differently than I do to a hard drive, right? It would be sort of with more attention paid to the intensity of those memories and the kinds of things that I want to cherish, and a sort of a shared memory with that plant.
In The Great Chain of Being by Diego Valadez, 1579, we see the depiction of a hierarchical structure of any matter in life. The hierarchy starts from the divine and expands from top to bottom, with tiers where angels, men, animals, plants, and minerals are accommodated. As you may observe, plants are placed on the bottom of the chain. They are deprived of any intelligence, and they exclusively perform basic automated functions, primarily in service of the humankind. The concept of these chains of being derives from Plato and Aristotle, whose philosophy determined the perception of the physical world by the Western thought for centuries. Certain contemporary researchers trace the historical roots of this present ecological crisis in this particular understanding of the natural world. I symbolically dislocate the plants in the divine tier in order to highlight the urgent need to recognize, respect, and protect the different kinds of intelligence on the planet. Biotechnology entrepreneur Edward Perello shares his insights into issues of security, ethics, and vulnerabilities that are raised while using mutant organisms in combination with computers.
It is a genetically modified organism, and ultimately this is going to be a matter of the policies and laws that the country in which the release is going to be happening articulate whether or not this is legal or a good idea. And typically, this is based on some combination of ethical beliefs, religious beliefs, but also scientific policy. I don't think it's possible. I think that the idea of using a plant as a DNA storage device makes sense in terms of storing the DNA, but isn't necessarily good for retrieving what you have stored.
As I already mentioned, Data Garden consists of a small population of the endemic plant Micromeria acropolitana. Its location remains secret in order to keep the plant safe, so I never tried to find it. The augmented reality portrait is an attempt to depict the invisible plant. Instead of the usual colors in its stalk, leaves, and flowers, a different color palette is used. It alludes to the technique of camouflage, as they are deployed today for refuting any recording by tracking systems of algorithmic surveillance. In an era of omnipresent algo monitoring, the art of invisibility becomes an act of resistance. Stand still, be radical, listen to the silence.
Γεια σου, Κυριακή.
Γεια σου, πρόδρομε.
Δεν ξέρω αν εγώ θα πρέπει να σε καλωσορίσω στη στέγη του Ιδρύματος Ονάσση ή εσύ να με καλωσορίσεις στην έκθεσή σου.
Θα έλεγα ας κάνουμε και τα δύο. Καλώς ήρθες.
Καλώς ήρθες, Κυριακή. Το πρώτο πράγμα που θα ήθελα να σε ρωτήσω είναι το έργο σου, ένα κατεξοχήν για μας αθηναϊκό έργο. Εξάλλου και το κομμάτι της έκθεσης για την Ars Electronica επιγράφεται Ars Electronica Garden Athens. Τι θα πει να είσαι μια Ελληνίδα καλλιτέχνης που κάνει ψηφιακό έργο σήμερα?
Το Ελληνίδα, όπως και το Ευρωπαία, είναι ταυτότητες με τις οποίες αισθάνομαι πολύ συνδεδεμένη και οι οποίες διαμορφώνουν τον τρόπο που δουλεύω, όπως και το γεγονός ότι η Ελλάδα βρίσκεται στη Μεσόγειο. Είναι πράγματα τα οποία επανέρχονται και επανεμφανίζονται στα έργα μου αρκετά συχνά. Το γεγονός ότι δουλεύω πάνω σε digital art, το οποίο είναι μια συζήτηση που έχουμε εδώ και καιρό μεταξύ μας, είναι κάτι το οποίο δεν θα ήθελα να το περιορίσω στο ψηφιακή τέχνη οπωσδήποτε. Ονομάζω τον εαυτό μου εικαστικό καλλιτέχνη, αφήνοντάς μου την ελευθερία να παίξω με διάφορα μέσα, ψηφιακά και μη ψηφιακά.
Το τεχνολογικό περιβάλλον, τεχνολογική καθημερινότητα στην Αθήνα είναι πολύ διαφορετική από την τεχνολογική καθημερινότητα στη Νέα Υόρκη ή στο Λονδίνο ή στην Κινσάσα ή στο Σανγκάι. Δηλαδή, όταν κατέβεις από το αεροδρόμιο πολύ απλά και πας από το αεροδρόμιο από το JFK στο κέντρο και έχεις το κινητό σου, βλέπεις πολύ περισσότερα data points ή από το Heathrow στο κέντρο του Λονδίνου από ό,τι θα δεις από το Ελευθέριος Βενιζέλος να κατέβεις στη στέγη. Άρα είναι ένας διαφορετικός τύπος δεδομενικής πραγματικότητας που υπάρχει, έστω και αν είναι οι τεχνολογίες κοινές. Αυτό επηρεάζει έναν καλλιτέχνη? Υπάρχει αυτό, μια πολύ κλασική κουβέντα, υπάρχει περιφέρεια και κέντρο στους ανθρώπους που κάνουν το practice, το τις καλλιτεχνικές πρακτικές όπως αυτές που κάνεις εσύ?
Περιφέρεια και κέντρο υπάρχει σίγουρα. Το θέμα είναι πώς το αντιμετωπίζεις αυτό. Δηλαδή, έχεις πολύ δίκιο σε αυτό που λες. Υπάρχει μια διαφορετική δεδομενική πραγματικότητα, όπως τη βιώνει ο πολίτης στην Ελλάδα και όπως τη βιώνει ο αντίστοιχος πολίτης στο Λονδίνο, στην Αγγλία. Θα πάω λίγο πιο πίσω σε ένα έργο που το ξέρεις πολύ καλά, το έργο Deletion Process Only You Can See My History, όπου ουσιαστικά δημοσίευσα όλο το ιστορικό αναζήτησής μου από το 2008 μέχρι το 2013 στο διαδίκτυο, ζητώντας από τους θεατές, από το κοινό, να εμπλακούν σε μια διαδικασία διαγραφής. Ένα χρόνο μετά, το 2014, ψηφίστηκε το δικαίωμα στη λύθη στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Γιατί το λέω αυτό? Γιατί παρόλο που εδώ, ζώντας στην Ελλάδα το 2015, δεν είχα τόσο έντονα την εμπειρία του πολίτη, ο οποίος καταγράφεται παντού, είχα την εμπειρία του παγκόσμιου πολίτη, ο οποίος καταγράφεται παντού. Οπότε, με κάποιο τρόπο, η περιφέρεια και το παγκόσμιο, το οποίο το βιώνουμε μέσω του διαδικτύου, έρχονται και γίνονται ένα. Και θεωρώ ότι είναι σημαντικό, τουλάχιστον σε αυτό το χώρο που παρακολουθώ εγώ και με ενδιαφέρει, το πώς η τεχνολογία επηρεάζει την καθημερινότητά μας, την κοινωνία μας, την κουλτούρα, τον τρόπο που σκεφτόμαστε. Θεωρώ ότι είναι σημαντικό να μπορείς αυτά τα δύο να τα φέρεις κοντά, να συγκλίνουν λίγο αυτές οι δύο όψεις.
Είπαμε προηγουμένως για δεδομενική πραγματικότητα. Το έργο σου αυτό, αλλά και αρκετά άλλα έργα που έχεις κάνει, είναι έργα που ανήκουν σε αυτή την κατηγορία που τα λέγαμε speculative έργα. Φαντάζονται, μας προτείνουν ένα μέλλον ή ένα παρόν, το οποίο είναι εναλλακτικό σε σχέση με αυτό που βιώνουμε και με αυτόν τον τρόπο μας ανοίγουν τη σκέψη σε πιθανότητες που μπορεί να υπάρχουν δίπλα μας, αλλά δεν τις βλέπουμε. Ταυτόχρονα βλέπουμε σήμερα ότι ακόμα και σε mainstream politics, όπως ας πούμε αυτή τη στιγμή στην προεκλογική εκστρατεία στις ΗΠΑ, ο ρόλος που παίζουν όλες αυτές οι εναλλακτικές πραγματικότητες ουσιαστικά διαμορφώνει ακόμα και τον δημόσιο διάλογο. Δηλαδή, οι άνθρωποι έχουν την τάση να ζουν αυτές τις εναλλακτικές πραγματικότητες πάρα πολύ έντονα. Είτε μιλάμε για το echo chamber φαινόμενο στο Facebook που ακούς μόνο τα δικά σου, και το ζήσαμε και στην Ελλάδα σε διάφορες φάσεις της σύγχρονης ιστορίας μας, από το δημοψήφισμα μέχρι τις εκλογές, μέχρι οτιδήποτε. Νομίζεις ότι βρίσκεσαι σε μία φούσκα και βρίσκεται δίπλα μία άλλη φούσκα και ξαφνικά βρισκόμαστε στο φυσικό χώρο και διαπιστώνουμε ότι, ξέρεις κάτι, δεν είναι ο κόσμος όπως νομίζω, δεν είναι ο κόσμος όπως νομίζεις, και αυτό το ζούμε και πάρα πολύ έντονα αυτή τη στιγμή στις ΗΠΑ. Ένα έργο το οποίο δίνει ένα speculative, έχει ένα speculative χαρακτήρα, ή τα έργα σου που κάνουν, που μιλάνε για αυτό έχουν αυτή την προσέγγιση και αυτό το υλικό, τι σημαίνουν τελικά για έναν θεατή? Πώς πιστεύεις ότι το βιώνει ένας θεατής αυτό και γιατί επιλέγεις εσύ να δουλέψεις με speculative, με αυτή την τεχνική στο έργο σου?
Το speculative χαρακτηρίζει μέχρι ενός σημείου τη δουλειά μου. Και το λέω αυτό γιατί ενώ υπάρχουν στοιχεία πλασματικά, υπάρχουν και στοιχεία που συνδέονται πολύ έντονα και άρρηκτα με την πραγματικότητα. Είτε αυτή είναι η πραγματικότητα που ζούμε ως πολίτες της Αθήνας, της Ελλάδας, του διαδικτύου, είτε με την πραγματικότητα όπως αυτή εκφράζεται μέσα από επιστημονικές ανακαλύψεις. Όπως και στον κήπο δεδομένων υπάρχει ένα σενάριο, μια αφήγηση η οποία είναι μεν πλασματική, αλλά βασίζεται σε πραγματικά γεγονότα, επιστημονικά γεγονότα, όπως είναι η αποθήκευση ψηφιακής πληροφορίας στο DNA ενός φυτού, και από την άλλη η ύπαρξη ενός ενδυμικού στενοτοπικού φυτού στην Ακρόπολη. Και ο συνεκτικός κρίκος μεταξύ αυτών των δύο πραγματικών επιστημονικών γεγονότων είναι μια φανταστική ιστορία. Τι θέλω να πω με αυτό? Ότι δεν είναι καθαρά πλασματικές, φανταστικές, speculative ιστορίες αυτές που μοιράζομαι με το κοινό. Είναι ένα μείγμα πραγμάτων. Με ενδιαφέρει ένας θεατής ο οποίος δεν είναι παθητικός, ο οποίος μπαίνει μέσα ενεργά και θέλει να έχει ένα ρόλο μέσα σε αυτή την αφήγηση. Μιλάμε όλη αυτή την ώρα για δεδομένα, μιλάμε για το έργο αυτό και ποια στοιχεία τεχνολογίας έχει, αλλά υπάρχει ένας ελέφαντας στο δωμάτιο. Είναι ένα έργο που κατεξοχήν μιλάει για περιβάλλον, για το τι συμβαίνει με το περιβάλλον και την τεχνολογία, για το ενεργειακό φόρτο που έχουν οι servers, για το πόσα δεδομένα έχουν αυτή την υλικότητα και έχουν και αυτό το αποτύπωμα στο περιβάλλον, και προτείνει και μια εναλλακτική το έργο αυτό. Μπορείς να μας πεις δύο κουβέντες για αυτό το θέμα? Είναι όπως λες, ακριβώς όπως το λες. Είμαστε σε μια κατάσταση όπου δημιουργούμε, παράγουμε ως ψηφιακοί χρήστες τεράστια τεράστιες ποσότητες δεδομένων, τα οποία αυτά δεδομένα για να διατηρηθούν απαιτούν μεγάλα ποσά ενέργειας. Το ένα κομμάτι είναι αυτό, το άλλο κομμάτι είναι ότι όλες οι συσκευές που χρησιμοποιούμε ουσιαστικά δουλεύουν και έχουν μέσα τους τον ορυκτό πλούτο του πλανήτη. Αν τα φέρουμε αυτά τα δύο μαζί, καταλαβαίνουμε ότι όλη αυτή η ψηφιακή δραστηριότητα έχει ένα τεράστιο αποτύπωμα ενεργειακό. Και νομίζω τώρα, περισσότερο από κάθε άλλη φορά, ερχόμαστε αντιμέτωποι με το αποτέλεσμα αυτής της καταστροφής που κάνουμε στο περιβάλλον. Το έργο αυτό προτείνει μια εναλλακτική. Δεν ξέρω αν είναι η καλύτερη εναλλακτική, γιατί έχει πολλά ηθικά και επιστημονικά ζητήματα. Αλλά σίγουρα θεωρώ ότι είναι ένα σημείο χρονικό που έχει χτυπήσει ένα καμπανάκι και θεωρώ ότι από εδώ και στο εξής δεν υπάρχει γυρισμός. Δηλαδή θα πρέπει όντως να επαναπροσδιορίσουμε τη σχέση μας με τον πλανήτη, τη σχέση μας με το γύρο κόσμο και τα άλλα είδη και να αρχίσουμε να σκεφτόμαστε τρόπους οι οποίοι λαμβάνουν υπόψη το μέλλον των επόμενων γενεών, αν θέλουμε να υπάρξουν αυτές.
Κυριακή Γονή, σε ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Up next in the program is LABoral in Gijón, who will take us on a guided tour through their Future Life exhibition. The artists in the exhibition work with blood and chlorophyll to investigate the connections between human and plant life. They use microbial cultures, robotic clamps, and sensors to demonstrate the contamination of the oceans. Or they apply AI algorithms so that something as innocent as a flower can visualize financial speculation. They also engage with the new icons, practices, and virtual devices that define the increasingly polarized and radicalized scenarios of online social and cultural ecosystems. Let's travel to the north of Spain.
Vida Futura explora de una manera muy específica una de las líneas más interesantes del arte contemporáneo en los últimos 50 años, que es la relación arte-vida. Desde los años 60, las y los artistas han abordado la relación arte-vida desde perspectivas muy distintas. Por una parte, desde una perspectiva política, medioambiental, económica, social, cultural, siempre planteando la relación entre los distintos agentes y elementos que componen un sistema. Y esta evolución es interesante en tanto y cuanto podemos observar en la actualidad que la relación entre los distintos sistemas, el biológico, social, tecnológico y cultural, están totalmente interrelacionados e interdependientes. Todos y todas hemos experimentado en los últimos meses que una alteración del sistema biológico a escala microscópica puede alterar el sistema económico, político, social, sanitario. Independientemente de la situación que estamos viviendo en estos momentos, en los últimos años, las conexiones entre lo biológico, tecnológico, político, social y cultural se han ido articulando de una manera cada vez más compleja y las y los artistas han querido profundizar en esas relaciones a escala microscópica y a escala macro. En la exposición podemos ver 6 obras de reciente producción realizado por los distintos centros que conformamos la European Media Art Platform. Entre los 6 trabajos podemos distinguir aquellos que están abordando la relación arte-vida desde una escala microscópica. Por una parte tenemos el trabajo del colectivo Quimera Rosa, que explora desde 2016 una especie de work in progress la relación entre el mundo humano y el mundo vegetal, entrando en las zonas fronterizas entre ambas formas de vida desde una perspectiva filosófica, bioquímica y artística, trabajando con datos científicos reales, con situaciones y exploraciones experimentales de carácter performativo y con estructuras narrativas especulativas, siempre, digamos, entre realidad y ficción.
Hemos tenido una invitación para presentar una instalación que se llama Transplant, May the Chlorophyll Be Within You. Es una instalación que intenta resumir un proyecto que se llama Transplant, que llevamos trabajando en él 4 años. Y resumiendo mucho, es un proyecto que intenta con diferentes formas y métodos hacer hibridaciones entre humana y vegetal. Pues el proyecto se ha centrado sobre establecer un protocolo de intravenosa de clorofila en humana, y a partir de esta investigación hemos desarrollado muchos tentáculos del proyecto. Hay una parte que tiene que ver con investigación biomédica, con replicar tratamientos para el virus del papiloma, hasta tatuajes de clorofila, ¿no? Tiene un amplio espectro. Y la instalación hemos intentado que incluya todos estos procesos que se han generado durante estos 4 años, pero además hay 2 niveles mezclados que tienen que ver con una historia ficcional en un futuro cercano, que se mezclan con todos estos procesos entonces en la instalación tampoco se distingue muy bien qué ha sido real, qué no ha sido real, y son un poco como restos arqueológicos del futuro, ¿no? Donde hay cosas que han pasado y cosas que no.
Fue una intravenosa de clorofila, como se decía, que se hizo en el marco de una performance en Galería Capelliccia. Tuvimos que confrontar dos variables principales, que era el efecto de la luz sobre mi cuerpo, a partir del momento que haya clorofila, que era un riesgo de muerte celular durante un tiempo y después un problema de fotosensitividad. Entonces, uno de los parámetros fue una performance sin casi luz, porque la luz iba a matar. Y el otro factor era que la clorofila no es soluble en agua, entonces tampoco en sangre. Tuvimos que lidiar con usar un solvente que era tóxico y medir bien la dosis. Entonces, hacer una performance que no era visible permitía también trabajar sobre qué es el arte visual, qué es nuestra manera de decodificar una luz, y hacer una performance donde para la audiencia se podía analizar esta luz como energía y no como habitual de voy a ver algo.
El siguiente trabajo es de Marco Barotti, la instalación se llama Clamps, que se inspira en las almejas, que son los grandes detectores de la contaminación de las aguas. Lo que él ha hecho es desarrollar un sistema de sensores y unas almejas robóticas construidos con plásticos reciclados de las aguas. Y estas almejas robóticas se mueven y sonifican el grado de la contaminación de las aguas. Lo que vamos a ver aquí en la exposición son las reacciones de las almejas robóticas a la contaminación de las aguas asturianas, y lo que permite esta obra es escuchar algo que está totalmente invisible e inaudible, pero que gracias a las tecnologías digitales podemos sentir y percibir los distintos grados de la contaminación de una manera muy tangible y muy cercana. La tercera pieza de este primer grupo es de Robertina Sepjanic y Gino Sutic. El título es Agua Forensic, y esta instalación aborda también el tema de la contaminación del agua dulce, del agua subterráneo, poniendo el énfasis en la contaminación química producida por el consumo humano. Se trata en concreto de residuos farmacéuticos que a través del cuerpo se expulsan al agua, y lo que podemos observar que incluso disoluciones de contaminantes farmacéuticos 20.000 veces más débiles que los que solemos soltar al agua están matando a los microorganismos.
Anthropogenic presence is now aquaforming every part of the water habitat. It is the result.
El segundo grupo aborda las relaciones entre los sistemas biológicos, naturales, medioambientales y los económicos, sociales y culturales desde una perspectiva macro, a escala territorial e incluso a escala global. Tenemos por una parte la producción inédita de Stefan Lasnex, que se ha desarrollado en estos últimos 2 meses en los laboratorios del LABoral Centro de Arte. La obra de Stefan Lasnex analiza el modelo de los montes vecinales que existe aquí en el norte de España, especialmente en Galicia y Asturias, para explorar posibles procedimientos de restauración medioambiental gracias a este tipo de iniciativas vecinales muy participativas y comprometidas con el entorno más próximo.
My project, Learning from the Commons, a keystone towards a rewilded future, is a project that is looking into some of the aspects of large-scale environmental restoration. I guess when thinking about large-scale environmental restoration, I always try to think, how do I position myself as an architect or somebody who's concerned with space in this issue? And that's why I turned my attention to the Montes Vecinales and Mano Común, which are, I guess, a network of small villages in Galicia, but throughout northern Spain in general, which have a form of communal management of their day-to-day services, but also their land and their forests. And I became interested in the Monte Vecinales in Galicia because in some instances they have started to locally restore and transform their communal forest as a way of being economically autonomous, but also environmentally more diversified to protect themselves against forest fires, drought, and things like that. So during my project, I undertook a series of field trips in which one was to go and sort of, I guess, register and detect land abandonment through a series of environmental sensing cameras. But then in the second field trip in Galicia, I wanted to sort of misuse those same cameras in order to register collective action on the land.
El segundo trabajo, Mosaic Virus de Anaritla, hace alusión a unos virus de mosaico que afectaban al crecimiento de los tulipanes y generaba unas vetas de colores y alterando las formas, las texturas de estos tulipanes en el siglo XVII. Esas deformaciones se convirtieron en un valor estético, en un objeto de lujo que llegó a impactar en el siglo XVII en los mercados holandeses y europeos, causando unas alteraciones que parten de un pequeño virus que altera una planta, pero que termina impactando en la economía de toda una región. En este caso, Anaritla utiliza este ejemplo como metáfora para analizar cómo las especulaciones bursátiles en torno al Bitcoin también pueden afectar al crecimiento de unas tulipanes modulados y modificados por un sistema de inteligencia artificial. El colectivo Disnovation Ox está presente con dos obras. Por una parte online, Culture Boards, que analiza el ecosistema de las redes sociales a nivel global, muestra cómo el mapa de estas mismas redes sociales y culturales está cada vez más polarizado, instrumentalizado, manipulado y politizado de una manera que se denota mucho la contaminación de este entorno de las redes ubicuas a nivel global. El segundo trabajo de Persuadables se centra más en las técnicas de manipulación, politización e instrumentalización de estas redes sociales y culturales de los usuarios de estas mismas redes por parte de intereses políticos y económicos muy determinados. Lo que podemos ver en esta exposición son distintos ejemplos de los proyectos artísticos producidos en los últimos 2 años gracias a la convocatoria de la European Media Art Platform, que convoca todos los años a artistas europeos de todos los ámbitos de la creación, pero comprometidos con la tecnología digital, para poder realizar o producir sus proyectos en cualquiera de los centros que forman parte de esta plataforma. El conjunto de las propuestas en toda su diversidad sugieren reflexionar sobre la actual pandemia, haciéndonos entender que la situación actual que todos estamos viviendo es más bien la consecuencia y no la causa de las situaciones a las que nos estamos enfrentando en estos momentos.
The next destination on our journey is the Brushwood Garden in Valparaiso, Chile. Here we encounter a space in which creativity overcomes adversity and precariousness. Growing as brushwoods in the wildlands, creativity always finds new materials to work with, new ways to survive, new forms to communicate ideas and create relationships beyond economic approaches. The Sprouted Garden is the communication spot between all artworks, a place that allows them to live in dignity, opening a possible future for arts and better ways of inhabiting. In this sense, virtual space is an experimental material to conceive new territories. The journey takes us into inaudible Valparaiso, into the streets of this beautiful city, to experience them from the perspective of sound and silence, aiming to narrate a part of the hidden history, starting from missing or absent sounds that have disappeared by the passing of time and also recently due to confinement.
La sensibilidad renace, lucha. Plantas, flores, malezas. Por todas partes. Al crecer como matorrales en las zonas silvestres, la creatividad siempre encuentra nuevos materiales, nuevas formas de sobrevivencia, nuevas formas para comunicar ideas y crear relaciones, más allá de los enfoques económicos que nos gobiernan. Este es un ejercicio que consigue un espacio arquitectónico común para muchas obras de arte que simbolizan diversas formas creativas de vida. Palabras, imágenes, sonidos, letras, gestos. Todos estos brotes conviven y comparten un lugar común que sigue siendo extraño y desconocido para las cartografías oficiales.
Madre mía, y esto me da la vida.
Contra la precarización y contra cualquier idea monolítica de la experiencia, Valparaíso Brushwood Garden busca alternativas a los mapeos que se imponen y a las formas de habitar, alternativas siempre separadas o menoscabadas, muchas de ellas consideradas simples malezas. Este jardín de brotes es concebido como una instancia de comunicación entre todos los trabajos artísticos, un lugar que los reconoce, un lugar que les da dignidad. Nuevos territorios. Nuestra artista invitada es Sibila Sotomayor, performer, actriz, integrante del colectivo Las Tesis.
al pensar en la vida como de una lectura de la importancia de la sociedad, el espíritu, no sabemos que no es de palabras, simplemente de alguna manera crea y
Ja, einen wunderschönen guten Tag. Mein Name ist Thomas Meislinger und das ist mein werter Kollege, der Herr Stefan Nebel. Wir dürfen euch heute unser Spiel präsentieren, Sound Escape. Worum geht's? Man soll spielerisch Tonarten kennenlernen. Und zwar nicht nur Dur- und Molltonarten, wie man sie ja alle kennt, sondern eben auch Dorisch, Phrygisch, Äolisch etc. etc. Die meisten haben noch nie davon gehört. Deswegen haben wir uns gedacht, das wäre cool, mittels einer MIDI-Tastatur, quasi über Klaviatur, diese Modes sozusagen kennenzulernen. Und ja, so schaut das Ganze aus. Man spielt sich über die Noten durch die Level durch. Es gibt da eine kleine nette Hintergrundgeschichte, die ein bisschen einen Drive für die Story bringen soll. Und ja, jetzt wird euch der werte Kollege noch ein bisschen was darüber erzählen, welche großartigen Errungenschaften er beim Programmieren da so gemacht hat.
Genau, also zum Programmierteil ist auch nicht viel zum Sagen, ehrlich gesagt. Es hat einen MIDI-Input, wo man direkt mit dem MIDI-Keyboard die Steuerung macht und zusätzlich auch noch einen prozeduralen Synthesizer, mehr oder weniger, der dann eingebaut worden ist.
Programmiersprache war C#?
Genau, Programmiersprache war C#. Das Programm ist in Unity entstanden, Unity 3D.
Die Charakter und das Interface wurden in Sprite erstellt und die restliche Welt, die ihr hier seht, ganz normal im Unity 3D Editor. Für Musik und Sounddesign bin ich verantwortlich, das habe ich verbrochen. Ich glaube, in Kombination haben wir ganz eine gute Arbeit geleistet und wir wünschen euch viel Spaß beim Erleben. Vielen Dank und guten Abend.
Let's go!
In the menu of the Sound Escape game. This is the Sound Escape game where you learn modes. All the modes you're gonna learn in the Sound Escape game. Yeah, this is a real cool game. Yeah.
The Ars Electronica Garden Montreal invites us next to a live conversation led by Gerald Sim, Managing Director and Curator at the Fee Foundation for Contemporary Art, with artists from the exhibition Emergence and Convergence. They will discuss their work, which meet at the intersection of the self, digital technology, the built environment, and the natural world. The hosts of this garden will propose in the panel complex explorations of a future in which the fusion of natural and technology could become a new ecology. Enjoy the next hour live from Canada.
Well, welcome everyone, and thanks to Ars Electronica for the opportunity to contribute this discussion. And I'd like to thank you, the artists, Catherine Melançon, Maurice and George Falk, for taking the time to discuss their work, which is part of the exhibition Emergence and Convergence, currently on view at Phi Center in Montreal. My name is Cheryl Sim, and I'm the curator and managing director of the center's sister organization, the Phi Foundation for Contemporary Art. And I had the pleasure and privilege of being part of the curatorial team behind this exhibition. So hello to all three of you.
Hi.
I'd like to begin by acknowledging that Phi Center is located on unceded Indigenous lands. The Kanien'kehá:ka Nation is recognized as the custodians of the lands and waters on which we gather today. Tiohtià:ke, Montreal, is historically known as a gathering place for many First Nations. Today, it is home to a diverse population of Indigenous and other peoples. We respect the continued connections with the past, present, and future in our ongoing relationships with Indigenous and other peoples within the Montreal community. And I'd like to thank Wahiasan Xian Whitebean for the writing of this acknowledgement. So the way that the panel is going to work is that we're going to start with a question that I've prepared for each of you on your respective works, and then we're going to open up the conversation between us all with one or two questions that we can all respond to and discuss. But just before we start, I thought I'd provide context for the conversation and share a very abbreviated version of the thematic concept that informs the exhibition. Is that cool? Okay, so Emergence and Convergence brings together works that contemplate the intersections of the self, the natural world, and technology. As our experience with confinement has forced us to reevaluate our priorities and values as a global community, this exhibition puts the emphasis on how this knowledge contributes to an evolved state of awareness of the world we live in. That's the basic premise of the exhibition that brings your works together, along with the works of Daniel Corbeil, Sabrina Raté, Oliver Eliasson, and Armando Kerwin and Azuma Makoto. So let's start with you, Catherine. I've had the privilege of following your work for a few years now, and the questions it explores immediately sprang to mind for the thematic of this show. We present several works from your series, État de matière, or the state of matter, or material, since there's a nuance in the word matière. And these works include large-scale prints and video works that interpret local flora through a series of digital processes that alter their representation. And the uncanny effect is that even in the prints, these still life works appear to be in a constant state of mutability and evolution. Can you talk about the imperatives behind this particular body of work, about the questions which led you to engage with these materials, tools, and processes? In particular, your abandonment of control in this process. Certainly the pandemic has forced us certainly to surrender controls in many ways.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thanks for the invitation. I'm really happy to be here. I visited Ars Electronica once, and it's such a wonderful experience. So it's nice to take part in this virtual way. Thanks for your question. So I think the questions that first led me to this kind of work are not the questions that are keeping me interested in making this work evolve. But when I first started, that was around 2000 actually, exploring this body of work, I was literally interested in exploring this very basic home tool that we all have around, which is the scanner, the flatbed scanner. And I think I wasn't aware of it, but I was sort of interested in this idea of bridging the gap between nature and culture. So really bringing nature straight to the scanner. So having nature meeting face to face with technology. Can you still hear me? Because it's frozen on my side.
You're good.
Okay, thank you. The idea was to stop using technology as something that's really precious and delicate, and we need to be careful with it. So I was laying down tomatoes and fish and meat. So I really wanted to confront like the two opposite together. But I think nowadays we're beyond that. We're beyond this dichotomy, and we're really starting to think about our relationship to all living things, such as flora and animals. So I think that my work nowadays is more interested in flattening the hierarchy between all living beings to kind of rethink the way we live and we organize ourselves. But to come back to the work that I'm showing, I think also the idea of using the scanner was to also pervert its usage. So when you start using a scanner, the app will tell you like, oh, don't forget, close the top. And that's, you know, I'm not doing that. The scanner doesn't like it. So it shows all these glitch in the image because I'm using it in a way that is not supposed to. And I think that's part of art history as well, like using the tools and the materials around us in just a different way and just being creative with what is around us. So I am interested in more sophisticated technologies, but I'm also interested in these very approachable, what's around us technologies. And I think we'll maybe talk about this later, but this is a challenge in technologies. There's such a range, and there's some of them are accessible, obsolete, some of them are not, or are so sophisticated that it's kind of a challenge to keep up. So that's what I like with the scanner. It's very simple. It's also a sort of performance because I move when I scan the objects. So that's why there's this kind of lack of information at some point in the image. But I like this moment of performance with the tool where there's a kind of dance, and that's when the image is created. That's actually the moment where the work is created for me. It's this dance with the light that's passing through the scanner. So to speak of control, I think that's the magic of it, is like you don't necessarily control everything. Well, at least with this method, because I don't know with all digital tools, but because I'm not using it in the way you're supposed to, the scanner reacts. So he's actually active in the making of the work. So I'm allowing the tool to imprint the material that is created from our kind of co-creative process. And I like that because it keeps it like surprising, because every time we do something together, I don't exactly know what's gonna come out of it. So it keeps it always surprising and interesting. And yeah, I think control is a bit of an illusion, actually. And I think the virus is reminding us of that. I think as human, we're a bit like an anxious being, and we're trying to control, to maybe manage this kind of anxiety that is within us. But I think that letting go of that anxiety and maybe seeing what happens when we let go of control can be very interesting and actually very transformative.
I couldn't agree more. And I really like, sort of this idea of addressing hierarchies and a kind of post-human approach to address, sort of the age-old centrality, of the human within the environment. I didn't know about the dance. It's a whole other area, I think, that maybe you want to explore. But yes, absolutely. You know, sort of letting go of what and sort of letting go of anxiety about what we don't know is part of a kind of active practice, right? To release oneself or to be free, to transcend, you know, as in through a meditative practice, for example. And that might, you know, tie well in with George's project as well. But let's pivot to you, Maurice. Your work, Alter Ego, is a participatory work that consists of stroboscopic light and a special pane of glass. The work invites two people to stand facing each other on opposite sides of the glass, and the flashing light creates an effect whereby your face is cast onto the body of the person across from you and vice versa. The effect is that of a simultaneous estrangement from your own body, and yet a connection with the other person seems to take place. Tell us more about the philosophical questions that you're exploring that prompted you to make this work. And I'm particularly interested to know if and how confinement might have brought some of these questions into sharper view.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me to this panel, and I'm glad that I can maybe talk a little bit about the work, which also is a couple of years old. It started in 2010, and it actually didn't really start with a philosophical question, but much more with a very, very personal question of how communication works. And I was reading about mirror neurons at that time. Was a discovery by Giacomo Rizzolatti in Italy. And it stated that if we see somebody acting or doing something, that our brain kind of does the same thing in the brain areas. And I was curious how to, or whether there is any way to make that graspable, this effects of mirroring each other in communication. And in the end, I think the work does more than just questioning this question, but raises much more other questions about the relationship of us humans with each other. And I think the work somehow disrupts our everyday experience of the otherness and the selfness, which is something very new to kids. That's, I think, is the reason why kids are usually very happy with the installation and are never afraid. For them, it's quite normal to interact, and they also see the strange effects, but they're never frightened, while some grown-ups with a very stable and fixed self-image have troubles seeing themselves mapped onto somebody else, and vice versa. So I think many of the philosophical questions also arise when you're actually in it, and it's so difficult to describe what actually happens, because I think for me, in many of my works, it's quite important to be in a real setting or in a real physical space and a real scenery. And I think, especially with the confinement at the moment, it's quite interesting that all this is missing or missed so much by so many people, that people are really, they wish so much to actually meet in physical spaces. To just go out for dinner suddenly becomes an event.
Yes.
And I think in terms of this, I think the installation is maybe or gained some more importance in a way, or is making that more visible or graspable, that this physical interaction is actually something very, very important to us. And then I also thought that, or I think that if you see the confinement that happens in the installation itself, there's also a certain way of confinement, because there you realize that you're kind of confined to the other, or the confinement that you establish with your body. You know that it is usually, you know, the mirror image that's you and your body is suddenly disrupted, and this confinement between me and you doesn't work anymore in a way. So, or at least it's distorted. And yeah, that's.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's quite interesting. I mean, I was wondering about how, I mean, when I experienced the work, I was with someone I knew. He was actually, you know, our founder director. And so that was sort of an interesting, you know, sort of power relationship as well that you've become aware of. But what about when people don't know each other, and what does that do?
Oh, that's quite interesting. That's also because why I like so much being with the installation, just listening to people. And as I said before, usually with kids, it's fine. They are not that much disturbed. They are happy seeing other people, and everything is kind of strange. And with people who know each other very well, or in general, when people see each other in the installation, what they often realize, and what you would not find always very objective, is that they say something like, ah, yeah, we look very similar. And in a way, of course, all humans look very similar, and there are bounds between us which we are usually not that aware of. And then it also depends on how open people are. There's sometimes people who just see somebody else, and it's kind of an intimate experience, because yeah, it's your self-image, and many people are so much fixed on their self-image. So it's kind of a disruption of the personal space as well, and they often react frightened, or they start laughing. And I mean, laughing is also often a way of uncertainty. There's definitely a huge amount of uncertainty that happens, but it's the difference of how to react to it, I think, that makes it interesting. Seeing different people.
A final thought I had was around the duration, because the initial effect and the discomfort or the laughter, which is, as you say, a kind of way of addressing a discomfort, you know, with what you're experiencing. I feel like it's a really good idea that people stay, you know, it's like, okay. And then, you know, and then I'm out of there. But if they stayed for like 5 minutes, say, like what would the range sort of emotion and cognition be? And what would you experience after, on the other side of that, you know, more durational time? You know, just before we move on to George, how long have people been able to sustain that experience in your, you know, with what you've seen?
That's as different as people are. So there were some people at Ars Electronica last year which really wanted to stay for a quarter or something like that, which is rather unusual, I would say. But
like 15 minutes? Sorry, like 15 minutes long?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but that was surprisingly long. Usually, I mean, it's also this exhibition context, and it depends whether there's people lining up and queuing. That also creates another effect on it. But I think if you really have the chance to take your time, I think it's what you say. If you really let go and start playing a little bit longer, that's very how to say that.
really takes you on a journey, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's move on to George. I've also had the privilege of seeing you evolve as an artist from filmmaking and now video installation, and you created a new immersive work for this exhibition called Seeking Stillness. It's a monolithic video projection that beams from the height of the ceiling. It flows all the way down the wall and then like swishes along the floor of the entire space. Visitors are invited to sit or lie down on the floor where they're completely bathed in light, images, and there's also an immersive sound composition. As a durational work, it's like about 30 minutes. We're compelled to let go and to let it happen. I think that's something that is a very sort of a red thread that brings all your works together. Can you share the concerns that motivated you to make this work? The title prompts us to consider the speed at which we've been living our lives up until now, and certainly, you know, this experience with the pandemic has forced us to slow down.
Yeah, thank you for having me, first of all. Yeah, to go back to the inspiration of the project, it's like, I think around 2 years ago, I'm already, like 2 years ago, I already started very interested in like how to research on how technology impact people, and as inspiration for my work in a positive and negative way. And then I think 2 years ago, there's huge topic on the impact of social media. They had Cambridge Analytica, and there's a conference about time well spent, and there's an exponential discussion about what is the impact of social media on people, what connectivity do to people. And I think that from then to now, even though there's a lot of discussion, it haven't slowed down. As a matter of fact, it kind of actually grew even more. So it's a bit of a concern, like how wired we are. When I have this opportunity being talked about, like being kind of like a confinement commission to build this work or to finish this work, is always thinking about how can, as an artist, contribute like an alternative experience or provide something a little bit different to create some kind of experience for people to meditate, to contemplate, a place for introspection, to slow down the notion of time in comparison with the current nowadays. And I asked myself why I'm interested in that. And I think it came from a lot of my interest in religious architecture, the interior, also my place of worship. And when I travel, usually I like to go to visit churches in different countries. And I find it very intriguing, like in places in Italy or in Greece, they have very elaborate churches, and places in Iceland, they're very minimalistic, almost like nothing kind of thing. But it's interesting to look at these kind of places because in today's secular world, it's still very relevant. People still want to go there to sit down to experience it. And I realized something very interesting, that probably the church is one of the first immersive experience that we created, because when you go in, you're surrounded by this awesome mega space, and then really like more than usual ceiling heights, and then you're surrounded by all kinds of decorated art and ornament, and in front you have this massive altarpiece which you're supposed to focus on, and often it's very narrative, the story in there. And then not only that, it's often companioned with sermon or speech or prayers. And then afterward, you have this massive organ, like you have sound that shower to you from the top and the feel of the whole space. So that creates some kind of awesomeness of, that experience is something that I'm very captivated and see how can we brought it to the 21st century in the museum setting, in the gallery setting, without the burden of this huge religious notion, but keep that meditative and introspective side of it and bring it to the audience. So that's the intention of the work. And also the other thing is that church experience is always passive. You'll be invited to sit down, to just be still and observe rather than rather than an active experience that constantly moving. Because I see a lot of immersive work, people running around, moving their hand, trying to create pattern, but that's not the intention of this work. This work wants you to really slow down, to observe it, and to be part of it as a collective experience. I was reading a little bit something about the syncing of the brain, and I don't know whether it's 100% true, but like when you go to a concert, people observe something together. Like all of a sudden you hear a very fast song, and the next song, the singer come up with a one piano or guitar, and then you sing. Everybody stop all of a sudden, quiet, observing that moment, and there's some kind of very interesting experience that everybody's like spring singing together, experience that. So I was attempting to using my work to see whether I can create that kind of calmness experience to connect people together. It's an individual experience at the same time. It's like a communal experience at the same time. Yeah. So that's basically the about the inspiration of the format. But maybe talking about in terms of the context, because it's talking about the notion of time, right? Because when you have a lot of things going in your life, you feel the time pass really, really fast. But then when you're in different places, like let's say you're taking a hike or you're doing your perception of time change. So I'm interested in reading like people who study about the notion of time. There's physicists like Carlos Raffaelli talking about time is relative in different parts of the, like very minor setting outside of in different part of the universe, the sense of time is different. I can't really articulate it, but the time is not a parallel experience. And then the theologian, they also talk about the notion of time very different. And then you read about Marcel Proust talk about the loss of time that he was talking about notions. So that's actually the perception of time varies. So I think that's the intention. So in that, hopefully to play with the notion of time to induce that you're thinking that, wow, okay, there's things that are more significant than ourselves. And that stillness, the calmness you're talking about, or the absolute, or the constant. And in that sense, when you recognize that you are not that significant, or you at all in the grand scheme of things, actually you bring you some kind of freedom. You know? So yeah, I hope I explained the work well in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you blew my mind a little in regards to the church as like one of these original immersive experiences. And of course, like I think of video artists like Bill Viola, you know, when I think about the sort of the transcendence, you know, from the self, and also this kind of experience with an immersive space that brings you in touch with things that are beyond yourself, beyond sort of the ego self, if you will, and the idea of it being like thinking about the rock show, for example, like the concert experience. I mean, that is absolutely a kind of modern day, you know, quote unquote religious experience where, you know, we have a great big deal of people coming together to connect. And so what I've, you know, in having this conversation with all three of you, I mean, there are incredible connections left, right, and center. I mean, it's amazing to see how you are all sort of, you know, digging into the ideas of transcendence very, very generally through encounters, which allow us in many ways to detach, right, from kind of the earthly self, from the fixed self, from our relationship on the earth with plants and animals, and then with a kind of sense of a spiritual self. I'm like absolutely delighted, you know, to have this experience where I'm like getting all of this incredible food from you. So now that we have a kind of a primer a little bit on each of your works, I'd love to propose a couple of kind of big questions and open up the conversation amongst all four of us. You each question the state of the human condition and its relationship with a hyper-technologized world. And maybe, in Maurice, in your case, also with a kind of a world that is, sort of mediated through bodies and through sort of neurological experiences. So how do you regard technology and its role in the creation of art? I mean, I think I have a little bit of that, but I'd love to hear us all talk to each other in this way. Is it a tool like any other? Does working with electronic or digital technologies present any limitations? And I think, Catherine, you were very good at talking about how artists subvert the use of technologies to get them to move and do beyond what they were originally intended for. And are there properties within electronic or digital technologies themselves that you harness as a way to investigate your questions? And what I mean by that is, conceptually, are you using specific materials and tools because of their nature and what that does for your work? Or, I mean, and they can just be tools, just a means to an end as well. Who would like to jump in on that? Maybe Catherine, you talked a lot about the, sort of the happenstance, sort of the creative possibilities of the unknown through the use of the flatbed scanner. And I know you use many other tools, digital tools as well. So how do you feel about these things?
Yeah, I think technology is like, it's a language, it's a tool, it's a material. So it's kind of everything at the same time. I think we can say the same maybe of more traditional art materials, because they all resist in some ways. They all have an agency. So this comes back to what I'm interested now is how things and living beings act and have an agency, and we're not the only one having the power or having an effect on what surrounds us. So I think it's technology is fascinating and frustrating and also very complex. So I think it has maybe a more diverse way of resisting to us. I think because there's coding as well. There's like it's so diverse, complex, and deep, and it evolves as well. So I'm currently using scanners, but there's so many new technologies coming out all the time, which is also very stimulating, but also can be a bit like frustrating. I remember the artist Skaniwati talking about, using Second Life, and each time there's a new version, she needs to adapt to it. And that's quite something. When you use a pen, the pen is a pen. We're not reinventing the pen every nowadays. So this is a challenge with technologies, and I was also speaking of access earlier, where I like to be able to use it easily. And with my new projects, I'm using sensors and Arduino and other kind of technologies. But then you need a team, so it creates a complexier way of making work, and you don't always have the funding or the facilities or the access. So it's complex, but it's also very, very interesting, and it's, at first I got interested in technologies because it was new. Like there was so many possibilities, and there are still so many possibilities, and it's probably an endless thing. So it's kind of overwhelming, but it's also very attractive. So, you want to explore these new tools, and you want to discover what you can do with those. And it's like they're having you practice progress with the new possibilities. So it's yeah, it's very challenging and rewarding at the same time.
It's almost like limitations become a kind of new material to you, or I mean, I should rephrase that. Limitations have always been part of the artistic process and what it affects outcomes and inspires new possibilities. But it and that becomes no exception with electronic or digital technologies or tools.
Exactly. Probably speeding up, actually.
How about you, Maurice? I mean, I'm curious to know about how maybe the research that you had to embark on to, assemble the materials that you did for your work, and I guess your general feelings about technologies as artistic tools.
Yeah, I think my work is also maybe interesting in terms of technology because it's exactly at the edge of analog and digital technology, because we are not really able to perceive anything digital. Digital is something that in the first place is strange to us, and that's also why it's interesting for artists to work with, because it's kind of this hidden almost magic thing behind devices and all kind of technologies that we are using every day. And I think many artists are a bit like kids when they break up their electronic devices to figure out how it actually works. And I think that's also kind of the importance why artists should do digital technology art, because the consumer market is kind of trying to close everything, to make everything slick and closed and intuitive. And the role of the artist is kind of messing with this too easy technology that's all around us. And yeah, I think in general, I like disturbance or disturbing things, or at least making people aware of that the normal is also a creation. And I think also what is interesting in terms of technology is that technology is very old. I mean, building a house is kind of based on technology, but the digital technology is so interesting because there's so many things behind a network that we can't see. At the same time, a network that if you learn a little bit how it works, you can control in a way that you can make shapes so perfectly round that you could never do in physical space or something like that. Or I think, there's a very interesting relationship between these new technologies and the old technologies. And I think many of the artists who work on this boundary are exactly interested in this break between the physical analog and the digital magic world.
Yeah, well said. I mean, I'm glad that you brought up the idea of what the consumer market, sort of aims to do in kind of keeping these things sort of hermetically sealed, and that it's artists who are always going to like bust open that box, and that you think of these things too as kind of magical, and that there's an actual spirit in there is sort of really interesting as well. George, your thoughts?
I think Catherine and Maurice covered quite a bit what I have to say, but maybe I can bring a little bit. I love technology. At the same time, even though I'm being critical about it, and I think I won't be an artist if these technology weren't available. It allows me to do what I do, say what I wanted to say. Without that, it's probably very difficult to think about the last few pieces of work I do. It's related with archival footage, whatever, and even the process of researching, going through looking for archival footage or historical footage or doing research. Right now, because of this connectivity, because of YouTube, because of archive, because of all kinds of things, you can see range of historical things. And the amount of knowledge and material that you can access is so massive. So I think it's a positive thing. And without it, I don't know how I'm going to be able to do the work I'm going to do. And I like to talk about this current piece of work. I was just learning new software. At the same time, like I was learning, trying to do 3D software and realized, okay, the frustration came is the learning curve is really, really deep. So as an artist, if you're doing technology, you constantly have to learn and upgrade yourself. And the amount of time to invest is quite a bit before you get to do what you have to do, before you're able to be comfortable using it to do what you have to do. But at the same time, it opens such a wild flexibility, and it forces you to learn different things. Like when doing this piece, you have to learn 3D, and within 3D software, it's not just a visual experience. You understand 3D space, you understand how coding and software work to synthesize texture. And some part of it involves mathematics to create the light bursts and that kind of thing. So I have to go back to understand, okay, how this advanced math use tangent, cosine, how this thing works, and I have to go back to understand the calculation of that. So sometimes it could be quite frustrating, but at the same time, I don't want to fight against it. I wanted to use to the advantage of that. I know there's dangers of that. I know that the dangers is one of the dangers about it is, or the downside of it is, it quite obvious, especially in the digital world, is it creates similar work because people using similar tools, similar software, similar plugin, and often you see, especially in digital art, there's a lot of similarities. So it's quite important not to be fetishized by the two, rather than focus what you have to say. And that's a challenge. I think a lot of digital work is, and it's easy to be copied. It's, wow, this is cool, this is hip. And then lots of people will look for what software, what to do it, and then it's very easy to be duplicated. And then, so that's the thing. So it go back to the thing that rather than the two, it's important that what you want to say with these tools, with this this medium,
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, that's sort of as a curator and also as an artist myself, I find that one must always question oneself about what is the best way to say that you want what you want to say. What is the best medium through which to convey those questions? And so really what it comes down to is, what is my question? Mm-hmm. And then, the tools and media sort of issue from those answers. And the answers may never come. It's just part of this ongoing investigation. Mm-hmm. Well, it leads me to my next question, which is more about the relationship with technology and, I guess the human, and maybe we can extend that out so that we are conscious of, the never-ending desire to put human at the center of things. And this question is like perennial. We're not going to answer it. I think it's something we have to ask ourselves all the time. And I'm going to contextualize the question with this series of lectures by Ursula Franklin. She's a physicist, and in 1989, she gave a series of lectures called The Real World of Technology. They were these Massey lectures that were broadcast on the CBC here in Canada. And in the lecture, she questions how technologies have permeated our everyday lives. And she claims that over time, we have become increasingly blind to the hegemonic quality of these systems. I would say, sort of in a general sense, perhaps not you three, which have led to us becoming increasingly blind and that perhaps technologies have contributed to a possible deterioration of human relationships, the quality of life, and the natural environment. What do you think of this? What major impacts have technologies, be they electronic, digital, what have they had on this human psyche? And I'm curious to know if you think that they have disciplined us, and how, with the understanding that technologies do delineate and I guess articulate how to do things, how not to do things, what's the right way to do things, and if we're doing it or not doing it, is that a form of discipline, that the technologies impose on, the human psyche and the body? I throw it out to you. It's my gift to you.
My goodness.
Really light question. I think, it's, as you said, I think we can't fully answer that, but I think it's like I have a hate and love relationship to it, because for instance, we just take like the access to searching online about things that interests us, this access to information, to sharing, to discussing with strangers, connecting to people. My mother is on Facebook. She has more friends than me, and she speaks about spirituality with people around the world. I mean, this is amazing. She's like in North Quebec in a little, house in the countryside, and she's connecting with the world. It's amazing. Like, and I think like the interactivity, what it brings to artworks as well, that being able to be involved in the artwork, to find meaning through gestures and actions, and being part of the work, I think it adds so much to the possibilities of discussing and exchanging. So it's and we all know what the dark side of technologies are. So it's sort of like a very polarized a topic, I think, and we just need to, I think, become better humans, so we make a better use of it. I think the human is always a problem behind a problem.
Maurice, I feel like you have a research creation practice, which is kind of, concerned about how we actually interact with each other. I mean, this personal question around communication seems to be like a direct kind of response to, or way of addressing the impacts of a kind of hyper-technologized world, and how we actually deal with each other.
Yeah, the question also brought another work of mine into my mind, which actually, it was a stitched image of a landscape in a region where you have very nice echoes, and you could shout into the image, and there was a microphone, and then there was just the audio connection between the image that was showing the countryside and the actual space, and there was a live audio connection, which is nothing else than what we are doing here right now, and people were doing in the 50s with their telephones. And at the same time, once you bring this very simple everyday technology into a new context, it suddenly makes you realize what actually this technology does for us, that there is some kind of magical things, like you said, Catherine, your mother's talking with people all around the world. I mean, that sentence a couple of decades ago would have meant that she's mental or something like that, but now everybody knows that that it's actually possible, and we kind of adapt to this magical world in a way that we start taking it as usual, like a real everyday world. And I think that is also interesting in terms of this virus again, that we realize that there's still this gap or difference between a technologized conversation or something like that, and actual physical conversation. And I think what I feel not very comfortable with often is that technology is sold as something that could replace reality, but it's always just good when it's adding something to reality. And I think that's a mistake people often do, like seeing it as an alternative, but I think it's just an addition to our world. And yeah.
George, last words from you.
I think the impact on the human side, we covered a little bit already. Like there is definitely positive side. Like as an immigrant, I can connect to my family, to Hong Kong, or friends, to people, connected people together. Like I mentioned before, there's instant available of expansion of knowledge for research and all kind of things. We see way more things because of the connectivity. But also, to go back to talk about the research I did the last few years, the darker side of it, right? The polarization of it that it could create, you see in the political front, right? The enhancement, this thing about all this conspiracy theory, also like there is negative side of it. And I think we have to be very careful how to address it. But also there's another thing, we go back to the connectivity questions, is the speed, because it's so fast, the news cycle, it came in. So the time to process is very short and the time to respond is very short. So when people don't have that defense mechanism or understanding, so we kind of like fall back to that instant spontaneous reaction. Constantly is, that's why I often did that, the spontaneous reaction is very polarized. And that's how I think the speed has to do with a part of it. And then maybe to go on the second question is about the environment. That's actually very interesting because last year I did a project about the environment of connectivity, internet and the environment, because we in front of the screen, we click, we buy, or we do things, but we didn't see the server, they call it the cloud, but the cloud actually is not like a cube floating cloud. It's huge mega structure with machines and computers, servers and cables. And I think the tech, I was reading about the tech giant and all this structure, the carbon footprint is as much as the aviation industry. Think about just the transportation, and then Amazon building warehouse according to the location of the city. So it also changed the urban structure and the delivery system and stuff like that. So, and when you buy stuff digitally online, right, think about, you click the raw material came from petroleum. You go to China to manufacturing, and then ship through the oceans with huge cargo ship that impacted in the marine animals or anything shipping around the world. And then trucks going around the cities, different parts, especially in North America and Europe. So it involve a lot of hardware. So it's actually quite big, the environment nature. Like digital, it's not just simple, I click, I buy something. So if you really think about what's behind each time you click, you buy something, actually there's a lot of hardware and carbon footprint involved. So the way to look at this is that way to, how do we reduce it, right? When we using it day to day, nobody's able to escape from it. Right now, for the moment when we don't have the absolute answers, probably have to do a little bit less. But maybe the way it's like moving forward is how, I don't know whether the offsetting, the green offsetting thing makes sense or not. I've been pondering about it too. But we're not going to go back to not connect, right? But moving forward, this is still an unknown question, yeah.
Absolutely. The fact that we're able to do this conversation now, the irony is not lost on me, right? And, throughout, it's like, thank God we have the internet, we're like completely poised in this way for those of us who have access, of course, to be able to have still that opportunity to connect. I would love to continue this conversation, and I'm sure we will in some way through space and time. But I just want to thank you all for, sharing this time with us, for your participation in the exhibition, and for sharing your insights. Thanks also to my colleagues, to Miriam Achar and Claudia Guerra and Kim Tsui for helping with this event, and to Ars Electronica for the invitation. And finally, thanks to all you for joining us today.
Our next program point is an artist talk curated by Impakt, our garden in Utrecht. The political imaginary of Europe today is full of metaphors of struggle. Paradoxically, some of these reactionary movements feel most at home online, with memes and flame wars, on platforms where conspiracy theories and radicalization take roots. Abducting Europe explores elements of fringe internet culture, post-national symbolism, and various altered states of historical consciousness through discussions with artists such as Simon Denny, Clusterduck, Annika Larsen, and Doreen van Miel.
Hello, welcome to this cablecast of Impakt in the framework of Ars Electronica. We have several programs that are part of Ars Electronica, and one of them is this presentation related to the exhibition that is at the moment on display at Impakt, Center for Media Culture in Utrecht. The exhibition, Abducting Europa, looks at the rise of populism and political extremism and how this is related to references of mythology, references to often misrepresented or simplified versions of collective history, and also how youth movements, online subcultures are related to the rise of these movements, like for instance alt-right, and how the imagery of these movements kind of supports extremism in political dialogues. The exhibition downstairs has a lot of artists, and several of the artists represented in this exhibition will speak. In this documentary that you're going to see, they will speak about their work, they will introduce the works that we have in the exhibition, but they're also responding to several key questions that we ask them on the topics of our exhibition. So please enjoy and watch this about 60-minute documentary on Abducting Europa.
My video is made entirely of the text of Polish internet memes about people from Ukraine, which appeared under the hashtags like typical Ukrainian, monkey Ukrainian, the Ukrainian won't be my brother. And in recent years, Polish forums and Polish whole internet have been filled with these countless memes about two monkeys. One of them is proboscis monkey, the long-nosed monkey, and the other is bald uakari. And proboscis monkey is a disappearing species living in Borneo, and it has been the hero of the countless memes in which it appears as a typical Pole. And bald uakari is a small monkey living in Amazon forest, which as a meme has been transformed into this typical Ukrainian. And its blood-red face has become the face of a stereotype that it's really lively in Poland, the stereotype of constantly drunk Ukrainian. And when I was collecting materials for this project over a year ago, I remember an article that appeared briefly in the, I think in the beginning of the 2019, and its headline read, in different versions, but it was always very similar. A Ukrainian was walking backwards across the Polish border. And this sentence, this article, was about an illegal immigrant who tried to cross the green border between Ukraine and Poland, walking backwards, so that the footprints of his shoes would indicate that he was going from Poland to Ukraine, not from Ukraine to Poland. So I decided that the story about the Polish border, which is also, of course, the story about the border of the European Union, would become this visual representation of the collection of these internet memes that I've put together in the video. And it would in some way enable us to think and to reflect on those two directions of walking, of traveling, of east and west. I think the most important part of me thinking and what Europe means to me right now is that I think it kind of gives me this idea or this feeling of security in a way, because I am a part of LGBT community in Poland, and those last 2 years in Poland has been extremely difficult for us, and the life just became more and more difficult, and thus this idea of European Union and Europe is something that I think it's kind of very important for me, and this concept of human rights, this Western concept of human rights, it's also something that is very important to me on just a personal level, and I think it's kind of important for me to have this feeling of security that comes with being part of European Union.
Well, Europe means a lot of things. It's mixed feelings. On one hand, it means the fact that I've been living in Europe for most of my time, and not only from my native country, Sweden, but I moved to Berlin after I graduated in 2000. And I could move to Berlin because of Europe or because of the European Union, that it was pretty easy to move around and not seek visas to work. And I lived also in US for many years, so I know the process of applying for visas, etc. So it means flexibility, of course, and freedom of movement. But then I'm also, of course, very aware of that it means only that for certain people, right?
Well, it's a place to live. Yeah, it's an area that occupies Earth that I live in. I mean, it's home. Yeah. But I'm neither against Europe or for Europe. I have a very neutral stance. I've lived in a lot of different countries growing up. I've been to like 14 different schools. So for me, I don't really have this like connection to any country or even any region in particular.
I think Europe is many things to me. It's where I live. I live in Germany, which is a part of Europe. I guess it's a political zone that I formally reside within, and that it's an idea in which I enact my daily life. And I guess it's also, to me, very much the European Union. So it's a political body of various different kinds. So I live within Germany, within the EU, but also within Schengen zone. So I guess it's it's an administrative space as well, and expression of a certain collective nationhood, supposedly. But I guess it also has a cultural implication, especially for somebody who grew up in New Zealand. There is, I guess, a particular idea of what Europeanness is from a New Zealand perspective, and from various different cultures and actors within New Zealand. So my I guess family line can be connected to a wave of migration from Europe to from Europe to New Zealand, from Britain at the time, and in the 19th century, and that's a very ambivalent thing for me. Obviously, it's where I come from culturally in some ways, but I also see all of the difficulties that colonialism brings to New Zealand and to the world. So Europe as a cultural and political space is, full of lots of challenges that I have a difficult time resolving myself. I see some of the effects of colonialism and European ways of, acting in business and in governance that I would push back on and that I would like to see changed. So Europe as an idea is also full of many things to question.
I might need to think a lot about what it really means to me. I think, first of all, it means the Enlightenment. I think that's the most important thing which connects me to Europe. On the other hand, it might have something to do in my mind with the idea of modernism, which I would say was born in Europe. It might have to do with the notion of progression. So maybe these three, and in spite of the fact that I'm to some extent I might be critical with the progression, and even to some extent with the modernism. If we think about the Second World War and even the Holocaust, it is somehow it might be connected to the modernism. I think that these all three are quite important for me, and on the other hand, what I really appreciate in Europe is the individual, I wouldn't say freedom, but maybe self-determination, which I think is more or less a European value since the French Revolution. On the other hand, for sure, Europe also means colonialism, and I think that the issue of colonialism, it is a very important political issue right now from the perspective of the division of, let's say, Western and part of the Europe and, let's say, Eastern part of the Europe. And it's been even part of it is even part of the official political rhetorics in Hungary, this reference to the colonial past of Europe, which actually, like Viktor Orban, for instance, doesn't want to share. So when in 2015 the refugee crisis took place, and we had hundreds of thousands of refugees crossing Hungary, and there were these huge debates about what Hungary should do, Viktor Orban somehow let everyone know that he considers this migration crisis as being a result of the colonialism. And as Hungary and these countries on the east, they didn't have anything to do with the colonialism, therefore it's not our problem, so Western Europe should somehow solve these.
For me, what is the most interesting part of Europe, if we think of Europe as part of the European Union, is not Europe, but the Union. I'm interested in this question: what does unionization mean? And what does unionization mean, not in the traditional sense, not necessarily in the traditional sense of the labor union, that has a particular, that relates also to a limited scale of membership. I'm very interested in the idea of what this model of unionization could mean on a transnational or on a planetary scale. What does it mean to build unions not only based on cultural categories, but on principles of transnational solidarity, redistribution, colonial reparation. And I feel that although the European Union has been deeply corrupted through its austerity doctrines on one hand and through its growing nationalist and racist tendencies on the other, I feel that in that promise, in that idea of unionization lies a fundamental opening towards a future in a time in which we are dealing with crises that reach far beyond the traditional model of the nation state. We need to somehow be able to think on a planetary level without losing sense of what our site-specific place in the world is. Every one of us has a place-based understanding of the world, and related to that place-based understanding are our ties to communities, to language, to cultural trajectories. These are extremely important, but I don't think these are the categories based on which a transnational unionization would necessarily build. I think a transnational union should function as in recognition of cultural specificity, in recognition of cultural history, should not attempt to mimic the kind of globalist atomization and generic implementation of capitalist culture across the world. It should recognize these specificities, and at the same time solidarize on, acts in a solidary manner on those questions that concern our common possibility for some form of meaningful survival, considering the ecological catastrophe that we are already finding ourselves in the middle of.
So this work of mine is called Europe, and it was recorded in 2012 in an island in Greece called Anafi. And I was invited with a group of international artists and dancers and curators and thinkers and writers to all gather at this island for 2 weeks, where we would somehow reflect about the political situation or the crisis in Europe. And Greece was in an economic crisis then, and we were basically reflecting about ways out, and how could we rethink, or how could we work together, and what is the future of art and artists working together. And this was also tied to a magazine called South Magazine, which later became the Documenta magazine. So, and that issue was called Arcadia. So that was sort of the whole topic. So I didn't know before I went there what I would do. So I brought, as I work mostly with moving images, I brought my camera and a few microphones, and the video that you see is very spontaneously recorded. So. And how I usually work is that have been working the last 10 years at least, or more even, is that I work in a very observational mode, and I document things, but then the documented footage is put together in a rhythmical montage, and I'm very interested also in the choreography and how images are working together. So I wouldn't call it a documentary, because it is also very much a subjective point of view from me. No. I feel just that it's something that grows out of fear, and fear out of the other, and maybe lack of knowledge that you're part of the other. And I just look on this whole nationalistic movement as a very sad repetition of and just hoping that it will not have the same escalation and development as any other destructive hate for the other.
the first thought that came to my mind is that it's not happening, that it's not possible. But I think that is the answer that comes from emotion and not from like logic or something that will become analytical in my experience, in my work. But I think I'm not really, I think it would be very hard for me to answer this question from the level of analytical question of like art question, because every day I'm living in this national concept and this nationals happening every day and getting stronger. And I know what's the price. I know how this group and I know what's the price. I know there are many groups of people that need to be left over, that need to be just left behind for this concept to be growing. And it's just so hardcore sometimes, like so hardcore, so aggressive, that no, I might think my answer is no, like really strong no.
I think group narrative is important, and it's important to have stories. Stories are important. Stories that bond us to one another. And for example, mythologies, like myths always point out similarities like within the human condition. They're quite cathartic. But I don't think it has to be nationalistic. It can be humanist. You can create stories that are not tied to a specific region, but are tied to the general human condition, which exists regardless of one's cultural backgrounds. Like wanting to be loved, avoiding pain, wanting to be appreciated and so on. This is something that, is universal.
Well, on the psychological level, for sure, because whoever believes in them, he or she feels redeemed through it, because it just strengthens the identity narrative. Otherwise, I believe that the nationalism it is pretty much outdated in such an interconnected world that we are living now, and especially in Europe, where, like, on a very small territory, many peoples are living, and many countries are not nation states. Some of them are. So I don't believe that the nationalism can be redeeming for either Europe or any of the nations which tries to separate themselves. So if it's a separatist one, I fully disagree with it.
In terms of nationalism, I think nationalism as a term always references to a regressive, mythical return to pasts that generally never existed in the first place, and that are then projected as our common futures. But the nation, the idea of the nation as something that describes a cultural category, of course, most certainly exists. And if we're thinking of new forms of planetary governance, these should not sidestep these cultural specificities. They should recognize, protect, and defend them.
Hi, my name is Simon Denny, and I'm an artist who was born and grew up in New Zealand, but I live in Berlin, in Germany. And the artwork I have on display here is called Ascent Above the Nation State Rule Sets. And it comes from a body of work that I made in 2017 for an exhibition in New Zealand, in Auckland, where I grew up, about the changing nature of the way New Zealand was being framed politically by, I guess, a set of international actors that are involved in technology businesses. And trying to contrast and map their ideological point of view with other points of view of seeing how to see New Zealand and how to see global politics at the time. So all these works were that I produced for this series, The Founder's Paradox was the name of the series, were based on board games. And I made sculptures which were display versions of these board games. And Ascent Above the Nation State was such a board game. And that sculpture is depicted actually in these canvases, these canvas prints. But essentially, it's a kind of blow up of a fictional rule set of this board game Ascent, and the game is based on an existing game actually called Descent, quite a popular board game, contemporary board game that was made in the last few years. But I kind of changed the narrative to show and emphasize, I guess, the politics of some of the actors I was looking at. And this particular game was also a bit of a collaboration. I also collaborated with a writer, and we were doing research on, I guess, the language around particular entrepreneurs and how they were framing their politics vis-a-vis the globe, but also, I guess, with a view to New Zealand, because it kind of started with the founder of, or the co-founder of PayPal, Peter Thiel, when he was in the media in New Zealand because he had property there. And there was a lot of speculation as to why he was interested in New Zealand, and a lot of discussion, public discussion about who he was and what he does. And I thought this was of particular geopolitical importance to New Zealand and New Zealand culture. And this is why I made these artworks. So this work is looking to, I guess, illustrate and unpack a little bit the culture around some of the political positions that
The piece you see here, it is entitled From Fake Mountains to Fate, and it is a research-based docufiction which I produced in 2016. And actually, it is a critical analysis of three of the major elements of the Hungarian state ideology called illiberal democracy. On one hand, it is about the symbolism of the ethnic landscape and political geography. That's the video on the left, which is entitled Amorous Geography. The second one, it is about the romantic historicism, historiography of national myths of origin. That's the video on the right, which is entitled The Rise of the Fallen Feather. And then in the middle, you see an installation, which is a kind of pseudo-museum of a fictitious archaeological find. And this one speaks mostly about tyrannism as a re-emerging form of political religion. Initially, the piece, it is more extensive, so instead of 3 vitrines, which you see here, in the initial one, there are 12 vitrines altogether, denoted by certain categories. In this case, you see the category of memory and exclusion, relics and ideology, which are the last 3 chapters actually of this part of the trilogy. And I think altogether the piece carries many references to the show Abducting Europe, because besides some specific Hungarian issues, which I consider though as case studies, so therefore starting from 2010, the developments that took place in Hungary actually seemingly spread all around the world. So in this particular case, I also discuss issues related to tribal identity, to the militarization of the education, and to how the mythical tales and the mythical narratives actually construct the basis for the national identity. And actually what I'm doing with this piece, it is that I'm creating a counter-narrative to the, let's say, official narrative of the actual Hungarian state. depends on their usage. I think that in the majority of the cases it is a reactionary thing, for the same reason I already mentioned, that because they all refer to a kind of, in fact, non-existent golden age. So all the mythical renderings are trying to formulate that golden age, and that golden age in itself, it's an exclusivist nationalist position. So I couldn't really see any, let's say, sort of positive usage of mythological references again in the contemporary situations. For sure, it can be within a cultural debate or whatever. I think it makes a lot of sense, but not in the political discourses, I believe.
Coming from New Zealand, I'm aware of many different ways of understanding what a myth is from different cultural standpoints. You know, again, on the one side, I think from New Zealand, one is very familiar, I think also in the rest of the world, with the way that New Zealand has been marketed as some kind of version of the Lord of the Rings, which has a kind of mythical, ancient like basis to it, this kind of Tolkien British fantasy space, which has been very strongly articulated and even marketed alongside New Zealand identity. I think that is that is full of problems. I think that, especially as the history of colonialism is so important to the way that New Zealand functions and the way it's framed, and all sorts of other things that go with that, relying on these kind of European myths and fantasies don't include many stories that are core to New Zealand, and they tend to obscure the violence and certain cultures altogether in their representation of that space. So I think that is really something to be problematic. Yet within my understanding of, for example, Maori culture, Indigenous New Zealand culture, there are, I guess, many forms of what might be referred to as like myths, and certainly stories, collective stories that are told about beings which are non-human and a kind of are outside of individual experience. And those, as far as I understand it, can tell very positive stories for those who they address. And indeed, collective storytelling is a big part of something that I see as very amazing in my understanding of what, for example, Indigenous Maori culture is. So I guess, yeah, it depends on where you're standing on the cultural spectrum. But I think generally, Western European myths in New Zealand are very suspiciously questioned, I would say.
I think what's interesting to me about myths is how little they have changed over time. Like, for example, like the monomyth, the hero journey, and so on. These are still narratives that form the backbone of a lot of Hollywood films. I think, and also in art house films, like you have a lot of references to Oedipus, like a lot of films that are inspired by Freud, who was also then inspired by, you know, ancient Greek myths. So I think it can be progressive because there's a lot of progressive art house cinema that is based on these myths. But I would say it's more like referential. But of course, like in the context of alt-right, those myths are used very differently.
I mean, that's an extremely interesting question because, of course, let's say the Make America Great Again slogan, the Trumpist slogan that mimics all of its variants, whether it is Modi in India or Duterte in the Philippines or Bolsonaro in Brazil. This mythological reconstruction of a great past that never existed in the first place, which is then projected as our common future. This is something that we see very strongly tied to reactionary, nationalist, racist, sexist, and homophobic forms of politics today, because it tends to reach back to a kind of original unity, often from a colonizer's perspective. So it also claims a kind of white indigeneity that never existed in the first place. These are of course deeply flawed and problematic. But myth and storytelling is of course always part of, it's also part of more progressive or emancipatory forms of politics, and it touches very strongly on the role of art and culture in mobilizing our common imagination. When we are fighting for alternate futures, I mean, these are somehow also myths. They are not there. They are stories that we tell each other, stories that mobilize, that agitate, that trigger our desire to act and change the world that we live in. But whether our acting in the world that we live in has anything to do with the world we say we want to realize, all of this remains one big open question and experiment. So in that sense, there's also there's myth making, there's storytelling, and these myths and stories are as real as we desire to act upon them. So in that sense, I wouldn't discard myth so easily.
Yeah, no, I think they can indeed help. I think that if we embrace the fact that most of our reality is based on myths, or the myth of the other and the myth of ourselves, we can maybe also make use of fiction and myths and ancient myths in order to look at ways out we could see this now with the corona crisis, right? Nobody thought that the machinery could stop, and suddenly it stopped. And I think that it's important to sometimes use myths or fictions to reinvent new ways of living.
God, I Just Want to Feel is an installation created specifically for Impakt, and it's a combination of 3 works. Dear God, I Just Want to Feel, A Rose is a Rose, and You Are All I See. Together, they form an altarpiece to the imaginary. They all deal with topics of fantasy. For example, You Are All I See is a visual diary that plays out a love story between a voluntary celibate man and a string of fantasy women. The images together, they depict loneliness, isolation, and maladaptive daydreaming found within various online communities of men who prefer the company of fictional characters over real flesh and blood girlfriends. The images are not focused on any specific fantasy or any specific woman or specific man, but rather they're together an ode to the salience of the could-be. The images are surreal and grimy, with collage layers that are peeling back to reveal failed kitschy utopias that are hints of the real world. The images actually, despite looking very 3D generated, are not. The 3 photographs are very little retouching work has been done. They are photographs of real sets that I have built. The works are a result of a voyeur surveilling other voyeurs. It is a woman, me, looking at men, looking at fantastical representations of other women. There's a lot of mistrust, and people are no longer trusting any kind of institutions, whether they're cultural or if they're political. But at the same time, what I think is interesting is that there's still a lot of naivety left. So you don't trust you don't trust doctors, you don't trust the scientific establishment or the political establishment, but yet you're still naive enough to believe what a stranger says on the internet that doesn't have followers. So it's a weird combination of cynicism, disillusionment, and complete naivety.
I think I just see it, in the one hand, I see it as this like self-reinforcing loop that is happening, like this consent from the people in power, consent to emotions that increase these emotions in society, and which makes the people in power even more sure that then can fuel them, like they can tell them even more strongly or aggressively. So I think I see this as a kind of loop that is happening all over again. And but also but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's even the right or correct question. But that's something that I noticed from many people in Poland, that this feeling that the nation is getting aggressive, is getting much more aggressive and violent, and the politics are getting more aggressive and more violent, is making them just lose interest. It's just making them withdraw to some places of personal happiness or personal space in a way, and just make them resign from the participation at all. And that's something that is very scary for me. And I think it's even more scary because I actually was not, for the last 5 years or the last maybe 8 years, I was not only active in artistic community and making art itself, but I was also active in activist community. And I see how much it gets tired, how much I get tired. It gets tiring a lot, and it just makes you don't have, and it just makes you just don't have enough space in your body, in your brain, in your heart for it anymore sometimes. And I know it does it to me sometimes, and I'm pretty sure that it does it to a lot of younger generation in Poland.
The easy response in a way is people that reflect on the ties between contemporary youth culture and technology. But there's nothing new about that, because every generation has grown up with a different set of techniques, of technologies, and adapted their sensory mode and understanding of the world, their computation of the world through those tools. And that these tools develop doesn't make anything different about every generation readapting and reintegrating these into their own sensual modus operandi. What I would say is very important in terms of current youth movements are the environmental concerns, is the environmental mobilizations, the Fridays for Future and many other youth activist movements, because they are a generation that is marked by a great dying, by great loss, a generation that is becoming aware of what was and what they will no longer be able, they will be no longer be able to witness. So in that sense, it's also a generation that goes through a great trauma, that doesn't live the luxuries of our pasts, which, however complicated they might have been, still projected a kind of more or less durable idea of a future that would stably be waiting for us. And of course, now we are dealing with a generation whose very idea of the future has been undone. And what does it mean to be a futureless generation? At this moment, we see that it leads to great activism and mobilization in an attempt to create conditions for some kind of social or just futurity to exist or to remain. And this is the great struggle of our time. Will we live in a world with a future history or not?
I think there's many youth cultures, what young people are interested in, which is constantly changing and evolving in both of those spaces. So the space where I live and the space where I'm from. But I do see, of course, like certain subcultures which relate to the work that I'm showing at Impakt. There are many subcultures which proliferate internationally, both in Germany and in New Zealand online, and some are to do with articulating, right-wing fantasies about the world and what that looks like. And so I guess, I certainly interfaced in my research with spaces like 4chan and other online chat systems, which are kind of well known for being breeding grounds for often quite young people to project onto these kinds of stories and ideologies. So I guess that would be one thing that's relevant to me in the space of what young people are interested in, both in kind of more local, regional communities, which are then networked to local and regional communities around in other parts of the world.
In Hungary, the youth culture, I would say it is very much fragmented. And I have the feeling, as I'm kind of also teaching as an associate professor, so I'm in touch with many generations. I have the feeling that the new generations, the youth, actually today it is apolitic. So they have various cultural preferences, but what unites them is that they are apolitic. This might also have to do with the late socialism in Hungary. So in Hungary, you wouldn't find any youth movement, as you find, let's say, in Russia, like the Nazi movement or the identitarian movement all around Europe, for instance. It doesn't really exist in Hungary. So I think from this point of view, Hungary might be an exception. All around Europe, if I'm kind of taking a closer look, actually maybe the identitarian movement is the strongest nowadays. There are for sure everywhere local differences. In Germany, I think like the tradition of Nazism is very strong. So you have a neo-Nazi, very strong actual neo-Nazi. I wouldn't even call it subculture. You have the hipster culture, which I don't know if you are familiar with the term. It's like the combination of hipster and Nazi, which is the kind of the new right kind of thing. But you have at the same time a very strong Antifa movement, which I had the experience. I had the chance to experience a few years ago. I spent longer time there. So it is various, but I would say across Europe, maybe the identitarian movement seems to be the strongest, and I'm very kind of suspicious and doubtful about that. But I think that's one of the strongest kind of youth culture which can be called as a movement.
So this work is titled New Unions. New Unions is an artistic and political campaign that I started in 2016. Beginning as a critique on the so-called Brexit dichotomy, the idea that the future of the European Union can only be defined through the so-called Leave and Remain campaign. And to me, it seemed there was something fundamentally wrong about this dichotomy, that on one hand, the Leave campaign, the campaign that was that wanted to step out of the European Union, the UK that wanted to step out of the European Union, cultivated a nationalist, nostalgic return to empire based on an anti-immigration agenda, a racist agenda. On the other hand, we have the Remain campaign that seems very neutral and reasonable, but it is very strongly tied to a bureaucratic financial austerity elite that has depleted countries like Italy, Portugal, Greece. And New Unions developed as a response to this dichotomy, asking the question, what would be third, fourth, fifth, sixth scenarios that identify this dualism, these two options for the future of the European Union, as equally wrong? So what would be a feminist union? What would be an ecological union? What would be a transcontinental union? Isn't the union the most interesting aspect of Europe, rather than this partially fictional cultural category through which we describe the continent? So in front of you, you see a map. This is the fourth version of the map that depicts, that visualizes all progressive transnational political parties that are active in the European continent at large today. It shows a map that is not defined by boundaries, but it's a map that is defined by these organizations themselves. They are the orienting points to navigate this map, this inverted map, this map that looks at the world from upside down, from inside out, also challenging the way that we have been approaching geographical territories that we have been depicting, mapping, controlling geographical territories up until the day of today. It's a map that challenges the very idea of what a map is or could be. And it asks a viewer, it asks a potential member of our campaign to start thinking of how a union between these particular political parties could lead to alternative forms of transnational unionization, that it could lead to this alternative scenarios from stateless unions to communal unions. Essentially, New Unions in that sense is a campaign for the imagination. It's a campaign for the imagination that tries to fight fictional false dualisms and dichotomies that keep our present hostage in order to enable the possibility of an emancipated future. The term populism, of course, is a little bit difficult because there are different readings. There are some that say populism is always tied to the right wing. There are people like Ernesto Laclau who argued that left forms of populism also exist, that it relates to the popular. In that sense, maybe it's easiest to make the kind of distinction between popular and populists. Popular in terms of for and by the people, populist as being extremely reductive in who the people is and who does not belong to that category, who is human enough to be part of the people, who is inhuman because of migration background, color of skin, religious orientation, whatever, to not be included into that category. I think us versus them dichotomy is very similar to the Leave Remain dichotomy of the Brexit referendum. They are also, they result from stories that we tell, from common narratives that we initiate, and what for me art and culture is the field of myth making, of storytelling, of building imaginaries and morphologies that help us interpret or reinterpret or recompose the world that we live in, our past, but also our potential futures. So in a way, there's always this artistic, cultural, almost literary element to politics, because it relates to narrative, and narrative is a core component of any propagation of the world we exist in, or the world that we want to create. So yes, I think that art, politically engaged art, has a huge role to play in rethinking the narratives based on which we orient ourselves on the world, to challenge notions, myths and narratives like the ones that are focused on notions of private property, or the identity politics of the authoritarian right, the myth of white indigeneity, to deconstruct those, but also to tell new and different stories about planetary commons, about planetary unionization, about transnational parliaments, about utopian training camps, about experimental biospheres, to think the infrastructures and stories with which we world the world in a different way.
Tough question. I think that's a big ask for art to do. I think that the arts in general, and I guess kind of cultural expression made into different forms, can of course provide all sorts of compelling and moving cultural cues for people to invest in. And I think, I guess as a consumer myself, and as a lover of art, fine art, but also music, so there's lots of things to look at which aren't, I guess, about polarizing us them. certainly this work that I'm showing you in Impakt at the moment is about that. So my work in this case is definitely not something that does that. It maybe even identifies and kind of articulates some of what's problematic about divisive stories which don't include many visions of the world.
It definitely can formulate alternatives. The problem with these is that, unfortunately, I have the feeling that the art is just simply not powerful enough. It doesn't have the tools to have a stronger impact on, let's say, wider public. And for that reason, actually, anything formulated by any art product with these kind of, let's say, counter ideological content or whatever, they just cannot reach the level of the political propaganda, which is for sure, it might be differing in different countries. In Hungary, it is very strong. Generally speaking, I have the feeling that the art can generate significant change in a society, mostly through its, let's say, pedagogic sort of effect or through its pedagogic function. But it can express, or it can generate real changes only in certain situations. So when the things starts to already move to transform, and in that moment, if the art interferes with, for sure, not with let's say traditional forms, but rather untraditional forms like artistic activism or whatever, it can make a lot of difference. But if there is nothing, if the people are passive, if the whole kind of political discourse is like held by the power and there is no choice of an alternative voice, the art can do much less, I believe. It's much less powerful.
Yeah, I think art can. I think art can also not. I mean, art is not. Art is not only good or bad. Art can. But I do think that in art there is an experimental tradition, and there is a curiosity that makes people want to explore new ways of being, or futures, or possibility for futures, and there is a long tradition of doing that. So maybe there is we could say that there is a hope that can be possible there.
I believe that art can be helpful in presenting emotions in a multi-layered way and not oversimplifying them. But I think it needs to create this intersectional front with the other spheres of activism, or with civic movement, human rights movement, and I don't think it will be able to do anything alone. I think art is not enough. Unfortunately for me, I would love to do that art, but I think that it can be a part, and it can be important part in this movement of many different people. But it needs to be not too egoistic in this to be a part of it, I think.